Good
And
morning.
next time I'll put on my mic.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us for the Board of Governors meeting. To access the meeting agenda, please visit our website at www.ccccco.edu and go to the About Us tab drop-down menu. Select Board of Governors, then Meeting Schedule, Minutes, and Agenda, and click on the blue Agenda hyperlink. Members of the public wishing to comment on a specific agenda item or during the public forum may do so one of two ways. In-person attendees, please complete and submit a comment card request, which is available at the board liaison table. Virtual attendees shall use the raise hand feature. If you are calling in to the meeting, press *9. Following each agenda item, individuals will have the opportunity to address the board in the order in which they were received. We will begin with in-person public comments, followed by virtual public comments. As a reminder, closed caption is available. Click the CC icon at the bottom of the screen labeled closed caption to read live captioning. This concludes my announcements. President Costa, would you like me to call the roll?
I'm going to ask you to pause for just a second because the audio is really bad.
Okay, just one moment, please.
I'm testing the audio right now.
Okay, just testing. Another occasional test. Testing. Can the board hear me okay? Okay. Okay, testing. Okay. Okay, I got confirmation. I'm no longer echoing. Would you like me to call the roll?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Present.
Adrian C. Brown.
Present.
Casey Chang.
Present.
Amy M. Costa.
Here.
Tom Epstein.
Here.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo. Nan Gomez Heitzberg. Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Present.
Harry Legrand.
Here.
Christina, I'm not seeing the virtual participation, and I know the Lieutenant Governor was on.
She is here.
How about now? I do see her on. We'll look during closed session, if that's okay, to see how we can adjust.
Just make sure the record notes her as present, please.
Absolutely. Paul Medina,
Here.
Jennifer L. Perry,
Here.
Bill Rawlings,
Present.
Mary H. Salas, Blas Villalobos, Syrian Villavicencio,
Here.
Joseph R. Williams. President Costa, quorum is established.
Would you please note that Pam Haynes is here as well?
Yes, thank you.
All right,
Yes.
I am here.
I see you. I believe you're here. We're not having an existential crisis that I'm aware of quite yet. With that, I'd like to ask our Vice President Aguinaldo to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand and put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. With that, we're going to move into closed session, and we should be back 45, 50 minutes, give or take, and hopefully we can get the audio and visual worked out during that time. Thanks so much. Thank you so much. Please pause.
Thank you for your patience. If you would like to try your mic again.
Testing.
Are we having fun yet?
Testing. Testing.
Testing.
Testing.
Testing.
Testing. Testing.
Testing.
There's still a tiny bit of feedback. Testing. Testing, testing.
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 Testing. All right. We'll deal with my mic later. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Coming out of closed session, the board just provided some general direction to our general counsel, so nothing reportable on that. Next, we have the President's Report, which I will keep fairly brief, but the spring is a time of new beginnings and new starts. So I want to welcome our new board members. We're very pleased to welcome Board Member Villa Vicencio. I'm going to work on that. And Board Member Gomez Hetzberg to the board. Pleasure to have both of you and your experiences adding to our board discussion. It's really a pleasure to have both of you here with us today. That does mean that we're losing a couple of board members. Board Member Anderson is not with us today, but I did just want to say, what can you say about Darius? I mean, a true Renaissance man in every in every sense of the word. And so he's continuing his public service, serving at the Fish and Game Commission, but certainly he will be missed here, but continuing his service to the public in a different venue. We'll also would like to take... to talk a little bit about former board member Jolena Grande. I just absolutely appreciate her diligence. She offering that we provide to Californians. Hello? Hello? Colleague in helping each of us understand
President Costa, we cannot hear your audio.
No.
She's not talking. Why don't we take a brief 5-minute break while we figure out this audio stuff? Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
I think we're back online. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience as we shot some of our IT issues and things to our IT team. We were just for edification on item 1.4, the president's report. I will continue that item. Colleagues, I will ask that we had an hour delay in the meeting. So keep that in mind when you have your comments. Don't want to cut short your discussion, but just be mindful. With that, I do want to go back to my comments about Jolena Grande, our colleague. As I was saying, Jolena is so incredibly diligent as an individual, and she read every material provided to her. She served on some workforce boards with CDE and really went above and beyond just serving here at the board meeting. She got... She really? Is Hildy's micro? Testing. I'm going to give the gavel to Pam.
Is it still giving? Testing. Testing. All right. Well, do you guys care? Yeah, I'll project my voice. Board members, project your voice so we can hear each other, but let's do this. Jolena, hopefully the third time is the charm. Jolena really has been a wonderful colleague to all of us. And so I want to thank her for her public service, her diligence in going really above and beyond as a board member, as well as her patience and her endless ability. I understand why her students absolutely adore her. She is a natural teacher. She never lost her patience for those of us who were not familiar with the local district world and their processes. In fact, she took it as an opportunity to really expand our knowledge. And I think it's really been in service of the board. And as I said, you know, she's such a champion for CTE, a really important offering that we have at all of our colleges that sometimes is, you know, not highlighted in quite the same way as our more traditional academic programs. And so, Jolena, I just want to thank you personally from the bottom of my heart for your service with distinguishment. With that, I am going to open it up to my colleagues. I know that we're short on time, but I absolutely do not want to truncate this portion of our agenda to say any words you might have regarding our former colleagues.
I feel like if we talk about Jolena when she's not physically present, it seems like a eulogy, which might be interesting for her line of work. So I also say ditto.
With the students, it was awesome, and she's taught me everything I need to know about my next stage of life.
Or
Mortuary science over at Cypress College. So we're definitely going to miss her. Very individual, very positive, impactful person wherever she goes. Her energy, I mean, really stands out so much. Wish you the best.
I just wanted to say thank you to Jolena. I know she set some very specific goals as to why she wanted to be on the board, and she accomplished them. And so congratulations to you for your hard work and removing barriers so that our students can be more successful across the state.
So Jolena, thank you so much for your service with us, especially on the Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee. And I remember the first meeting I was at there with you as chair, just that energy you brought to the room and how uplifting everything you've done and your whole demeanor with us in our work, and everything was exciting for you, including your love of cows and your championship of the baccalaureate program and all CTE. Just you've definitely made the impact that you wanted to make, and we will definitely be missing you here.
I just wanted to say thank you for being so welcoming. I remember my first meeting, you were so cheerful and happy and exciting and always willing to teach me. And knowing that there's faculty in the system like you makes me very proud to be a student. So thank you for being so welcoming, and I hope our paths meet in the future.
Jolena, you were scrupulous, steadfast in your commitment to the students. You had a great sense of humor, and I'll greatly miss our walks from the hotel to the board meetings. You are a fast walker. And I think you'll continue to do that if you walk through life. And the people at the college are lucky to have you.
And Board Member Perry has picked up your walking torch, by the way. So
I'll just echo what everyone else has said, but in the spirit of her enthusiasm and all the walks, I think we should name the trail the Jolina Grande Trail.
There we go. There we go.
Hi, Jolina, this is Harry. I almost don't know how to say present or here because I'm so used to hearing Grande and then LeGrand. So this morning I was a little thrown off because your name, you weren't there. So I just want to say how much I appreciate it, getting to know you and meet you and having some snacks and meals with you. So wish you the best. You made mortuary science seem less scary, and I think I'm ready to die now. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much. And with that, let's give Jolina a round of applause. There she is. Did you want to say anything, Jolina, while we have you?
You folks have done an amazing job in drafting what is the first version of my eulogy. I am really looking forward to seeing it delivered live and in person when it's needed. Thank you so much to all of you for allowing me to share space and to do the work that our system needs done. And like Adrian said, everything I meant to do while I was on the Board of Governors, I successfully completed the majority of it. And I am really looking forward to the 2 new members carrying the torch. Hopefully their passion for walking allows them to keep up with the rest of you. And thank you all so very much.
Thanks, Jolina. We so appreciate you. With that, next, I'm going to turn it over to our fearless leader, the Chancellor, for her report.
Well, I'm actually going to pass on the majority of my report to save time. I do want to make a comment to Jolina Grande. When I was working through Vision 2030, your engagement with the details of the plan, your engagement with the metrics, and you really challenged John Hetz and me in thinking through and redefining some of those metrics. And you always did it with so much enthusiasm and fun. It was just a joy. And you're a true champion for the Community College Baccalaureate. And I know I will continue working with you. So thank you. In terms of my report, had a lengthy report on all of the accomplishments. Our enrollments are surging, and I wanted to put out metrics, but I'm going to pass on that piece and come to the very last part of my report. So let me just pull up my remarks here. So I want to recognize Dr. Aisha Lowe. This is a very bittersweet moment for me, with profound gratitude for Aisha's leadership, partnership, and commitment to our students. I'm sharing the news that Executive Vice Chancellor Aisha Lowe is moving on from the Chancellor's office in April to become the new Associate Vice Chancellor of Planning, Research, and Institutional Effectiveness at the Los Rios Community College District. And I think Pam Haynes is smiling, but maybe sad too, right? I can't overstate the positive impact Aisha has had on our system and our students in the 4 years since she joined the Chancellor's office, first as Vice Chancellor of Educational Services before she was promoted to her current role as Executive Vice Chancellor. I've had the great honor to work closely with Aisha since arriving at the Chancellor's office last summer. She has taken charge on extremely complicated and important statewide work, including the expansion of the bachelor's degree program, which highlighted her ability to bring people together to find a path forward when one did not seem apparent or even possible. She has tirelessly advocated for equitable placement and the implementation of AB 705 and 1705 across our system. putting more of our students on a pathway to success. And she has led significant advancements in Common Course numbering and streamlining transfer pathways. In all of this work, Aisha has always centered conversations around what is right for students. And she does it with straight talk, a sense of humor, and genuine warmth. She came to the Chancellor's office in March of 2020, letting us know that she was on a journey to make a difference and to make changes. She helped our system respond to the pandemic and the recovery with equity. Word got out that she was someone to watch in higher education, and she was selected to participate in the Aspen Rising President's Fellowship in 2021. Aisha is consistently striving to create opportunities and support systems that uplift students. She is compassionate. She is kind. She's a fervent leader for student success with equity. She continuously inspires all of us to do better. Her journey will make a difference. To make a difference will continue at Los Rios Community College District and across the state of California. Colleagues, join me in rising up to your feet and giving a standing ovation to this wonderful woman. And Aisha, we have a certificate for you. If you could come up and we can get a picture with the president and the vice president and the past president.
Even though she's stealing her, we'll allow it, I guess.
I just
Where you are. It's easy. Diligence is the word of the day because Dr. Lowe, having worked with her on the bachelor's degree program, I don't think a lot of people had insight into the tremendous amount of work that she led. So congratulations. We're certainly going to miss you here, but glad to still have you in our community college family. So best of luck to you in that next chapter. We have a couple of scanning items. I think we can go through in pretty quick order, colleagues. Item 3.1 is our consent calendar, which includes our January board meeting minutes. Are there any board comments on this item? Any public comment?
Consent calendar is now open for public comment. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. Press 9 if you are calling in. We'll begin with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual. President Costa, we do not have received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised at this time.
Wonderful, colleagues. I'll take a motion in a second.
Move to approve.
Rollins.
Second.
Haynes, with that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard de Aguinaldo, Adrian C. Brown. Aye. Casey Chang. Aye. Amy Costa. Aye. Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heisenberg. Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Paul Molina.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
President Costa, the motion carries.
Wonderful. Thank you. Next up, we have item 4.1, approval of contracts and grants. I am going to turn it over to our general counsel.
Thank you, President Costa. Good morning, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. This item originally, as posted, had 3 separate groups of contracts on it for approval. We have withdrawn the apprenticeship grants because there were some appeals that we need to work through before this item is ready for the board. So what we're asking the board to approve this morning is the memorandum of understanding with Calvet that implements AB 305, which requires collaboration between the community colleges and Calvet on contact information for veterans and their families to ensure that veterans can be contacted for veterans benefits. And then the second item is a 3-year interagency agreement with the California Department of Education to allow federal Perkins money to flow through to the California community colleges. And I'll leave it there in the interest of time, unless there are questions. I would ask for a vote.
Board members, any comments on this item? All right, I'll open it up for public comment.
Public comment period on item 4.1 is now open. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. For virtual attendees, please use the raised hand feature. Press *9 if you are calling in. You'll have 2 minutes. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised.
Wonderful. With that, move it over. Hands with the motion. Rawlings with the second. Can you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo. Aye. Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo. Nan Gomez Heisenberg. Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Paul Medina.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
President Costa, the motion carries.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Next up, we have item 4.2, which is a proposed regulatory action regarding standardized attendance accounting. Colleagues, we heard this item initially in our January meeting. With that, I will turn it over to Rena for her presentation.
And members of the board, I'm Rena Finch, Vice Chancellor of College Finance and Facilities. It's my pleasure and really my honor to bring back for a second reading the proposed revisions to Title V attendance accounting regulation. So this proposal is the result of the final recommendations of the Working Learner Task Force, which Chancellor Christian requested our office convene last summer under the leadership of our then Executive Vice Chancellor Lizette Navarrete and Vice Chancellor John Stanskis. In the context of our Vision 2030 goals at keeping equity in the center of support, access, and success for students, the Working Learner Task Force closely examined how our system
could address the systemic barriers to equitable service to our students and communities. These fundamental and systemic changes are long overdue and will remove barriers for colleges to offer courses at times and for term lengths that are tailored to students' needs. And furthermore, the standardized methodology removes financial penalty barriers to student-centered course scheduling that occur under our existing methodologies. I want to bring you back to January and refresh your memory just a bit. At the first reading, you heard from Vice Chancellor Stanskis. You heard from President of Woodland College and our former Executive Vice Chancellor Lizette Navarrete. You heard from Cheryl Auschenbach, our ASCCC President, and from Tram Vo Kumamoto, representing the CIO board. Each of them very passionately shared with you the importance and significance of this proposal. 4 of the major points they shared with you include: 1, current regulations set up systemic barriers and financial incentives to engage in course scheduling that is not student-centered and does not meet the needs of students and communities. 2, the old way of doing things by scheduling a 16 to 18-week course really doesn't work for today's working students. And many of them do need to drop out as life events happen over the course of those months. 3, scheduling short-term courses and weekend courses at times that work for working students under current regulations can potentially result in the loss of FTES up to about 10%, thus affecting your funding. And then 4thly, the proposed standardized attendance accounting method represents a holistic and collaborative approach to student-centered course scheduling. And frankly, it's clearly the right thing to do. So I would like to walk through the slides. You saw these back in January, so we're going to go through these fairly quickly. If you can move forward to the slide that has the list of the Working Learner members, the Working Learner Task Force members. I want to give a really heartfelt thanks to them. Their work concluded in December 2023. with these recommendations for proposed regulations and for next steps in implementation. And then the rest of these slides are in here for your reference to refresh your memory, but let's move forward to slide 13. If you move forward quickly, and we'll talk about the feedback that we got during the open comment period on these regulations. The feedback for the proposed regulations has been overwhelmingly 100% positive. We can move forward to the next slide. Yeah, let's take a look at the summary. So in summary, these proposed regulations would replace 3 of our current attendance accounting methodologies. It standardizes the hours per unit of lecture and per unit of lab. And it also aligns the definitions to other sections of Title V and to our program and course approval handbook. And it removes penalties and barriers for doing student-centered course scheduling. So let's move to the next slide. Again, 100% overwhelmingly positive comments and support for this proposed regulatory change. In your item, you do have a summary of the comments we received and responded to. And this summary resulted in 3 changes that we made to the proposed regulation that we shared with you in January. Number 1, we've extended the sunset date. So as previously written, we'd have both the old and the new attendance accounting methods running concurrently for 1 year. And this extends it by 1 additional year. So our districts can have a little more time to adjust their information systems. Secondly, we're replacing the term credit hour with the term contact hour. So this is going to align better with the language in other sections of Title V and with the program and course approval handbook, and it avoids confusion with the federal definition of credit hour, which is a little different than how we were using it here. And then thirdly, we're adding the phrase or similar academic activities. This again aligns with other sections of Title V, and it recognizes that lecture and lab are not exclusive terms. For example, in clinical nursing programs, the term work experience education is used as opposed to the term lab. So this just clarifies that. So let's move to the next slide. So our next steps. So once approved by the Board of Governors, the Chancellor's Office team is going to be working closely with the Department of Finance to shepherd this through the final state administrative approval. We'll be working to update the student attendance accounting manual and our information systems for reporting purposes, and collaborating extensively to provide training and guidance to the system for successful implementation. So in conclusion, this regulation refresh is in alignment with our core Vision 2030 goals of equity and access, support, and success, as well as the goals of the Governor's Master Plan for Career Education, which core goals include advancing equity, removing barriers to participation, and creating incentives to improve work-based learning opportunities for adult learners, including by establishing funding incentives. I strongly urge you to vote to approve these regulations, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Colleagues, any questions or comments regarding this item?
Just a comment as a former chief instructional officer with the responsibility for developing a schedule. These changes are long overdue. And especially when we're looking right now at that adult learner who needs to come in short segments to get the education and training they need. I'm just overwhelmed and joyed to see that these changes could be made.
Board Member Medina.
Serving on the Board of Governors, many amazing action items, things in which I vote on. But as a working adult learner, I'm really elated to have the opportunity to serve on this board today and be able to obviously vote on this action item. There's a big victory for adult working students from non-traditional backgrounds. I'm just so happy for all the great work you and your staff have been doing.
Thank you. With that, I'll open it up for any public comment on the item.
The public
sorry,
comment
Adrian?
period?
Oh, hold on 1 moment. I missed a board member.
I was just going to say, as a counselor, I never really understood our funding formula since I don't only see half of a part-time student when I meet with them. So I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you to you and to the entire team that worked on this. Like Board Member Gomez Heitzberg said, this is long overdue and much needed. And thank you for removing these barriers for our students.
Thank you. With that, I'll open it up for public comment.
The public comment period on item 4.2 is now open. If you are calling in, press *9. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to my colleague Gary to begin with public remarks online.
We do have one hand raised. Carlos Lopez, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Board President Costa, members of the Board of Governors, I'm Carlos Lopez. I'm the Vice President of Academic Affairs at El Camino College. I had the great privilege of working on these regulatory changes with the task force, and today I'm here representing the Chief Instructional Officers Executive Board. We continue our passionate support for these changes for all of the reasons that were mentioned. We're really excited about the potential for simplified system to be able to schedule much more flexibly for our students, especially working learners. We know that when we schedule it in short-term periods, students tend to complete much more quickly. They get to their workforce goals, they get back into the workforce much more quickly, and they get to their transfer goals much more quickly. So we're thrilled. We're thrilled by the support that the changes have received, and I want to just say thank you. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you for everybody else on the team who worked on this.
President Costa, there are no other hands raised.
And no in-person comment, correct, Christina? Great, thank you. With that, I would entertain a motion in a second, board members. Can you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo. Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa. Aye. Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg. Hamlin Haynes. Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Paul Medina.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
President Costa, the motion carries. Wonderful. Thank you so much. We're going to hop ahead in our agenda slightly to section 6, information reports, and specifically item 6.1, which is an exciting item. It's the 23-24 Hayward Awards. I'll invite our Executive Vice Chancellor Lowe, as well as Cheryl Aschenbach, the President of the AASCCC, to present on this item.
Good morning, Board of Governors. We are excited for this annual item to celebrate exceptional community college faculty. The Hayward Award for Excellence in Education does just that, in partnership and under the leadership of our statewide academic senate, identifying both full-time and part-time faculty that have shown a strong commitment to their students, to their institutions, and to the system. So with that, I will hand it over to Cheryl.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe. And good morning, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. Fantastic to be standing in front of you or sitting in front of you again today to, like we did in January, honor faculty leaders. And today for the Hayward Award, we have 4 members that are being honored. Dr. Melissa Leal from Sierra College, Dr. Melissa Menendez from Santa Barbara City College, Professor Katrina Tamura from Mira Costa College, and Professor Sandra Blackman from Mount San Jacinto College. The Hayward Award is named after Gerald C. Hayward, who served as Chancellor of the Community Colleges from 1980 to 1985, and it honors community college full and part-time faculty, as Dr. Lowe said, who demonstrate the highest level of commitment to their students, college, and their profession. Award recipients are nominated by their College Academic Senate, reviewed and selected by representatives of the Academic Senate in a blind review, and must have a record of outstanding performance of professional activities, as well as a record of active participation on campus. It's also an honor to recognize that we had, and I lost track of the number, but a significant number of applications or nominations this year, which really signifies the incredible work, as always, that our faculty are doing at our campuses. And it's honestly a little bit of a shame to only recognize 4, but these are pretty incredible folks to recognize. So if we could move to the first slide, and if I could invite Dr. Melissa Leal up here. Good morning. She's no stranger to standing in front of her. We have recognized her from January and put the 2 pieces together that our faculty drive programs. And while we recognized the exemplary program award in January, and that for this round was about advancing excellence in ethnic studies. This is who is driving that program at Sierra College and gets a great deal of that recognition. Today, we get to honor her for her personal work. And so, if I may, an honor for college system and community engagement and leadership. And there's no doubt at the state level, Melissa serves on the American Indian Education Oversight Committee with the California Department of Education, the California Indian Studies and Scholars Association, the Sacramento Native American Higher Education Collaborative, the Native Health Task Force with the Sacramento Native American Health Center, and as a consultant to the Chancellor's Office Native American Student Success and Support Program. Definitely engaged at the highest levels in our state. For Sierra College, she also serves as tribal liaison, Umoja Village Pathway Team, is an Onapeasy collaborative grant on their committee, is a part of the Equity and Student Completion Guided Pathways Committee, chairs the Ethnic Studies Department, as you have seen her in that role before. She's also club advisor to both the Native American and Pacific Islander Club and the Hope Dance Club, is on the Native American Student Equity Work Group, and serves as a dual enrollment liaison. She's absolutely a busy woman. She does some work with the Academic Senate as well, serving as a faculty and discipline review group member for ethnic studies, also is serving on our Equity and Diversity Action Committee, and is an active participant on and I think a leader on the Ethnic Studies Faculty Council, who has done quite a bit within that council for the last couple of years. I think of note is that Melissa is a first-generation college student, and it's in your summary, but I think it's worth speaking for the public too. But in an undergraduate course titled Anthropology of California Indians, the professor that was teaching the course mentioned that Esselen people and their language no longer exist. And this left Dr. Leal sitting there feeling very invisible. She is Esselen and she exists, and her ancestors endured multiple genocides, but are still here. And she knew from that day forward that her goal and duty as an instructor, whether it's in K-12 or higher education, and we're fortunate to have her where she is, was to ensure that no student ever felt invisible like she did at that moment. Our commitment to serving and empowering students from diverse backgrounds and experiences comes from that moment. And she was blessed to eventually take a course with an instructor who was also a California Indian woman. And the fact that she saw Melissa made all the difference in the world. And now she seeks to see her students. She will always see and hear students as they come, and shares her story with students in the hope that they will understand their own journeys a bit better. Melissa centers the voices of Indigenous people in her teaching and other work. She's chosen to teach in the California Community Colleges because she believes in putting students first, that all deserve to learn and to learn in spaces free from fear and marginalization, that the California Community Colleges are the only place she can have the student-centered approach. In her words from the application, she's a professor because she loves engaging with students and watching them grow and learn in her greatness. Please join me in recognizing Dr. Melissa Leal.
Thank you. No, I don't have to say anything. No, but really, Nimasiana has Bastaleki, so in Esselen, that means my heart feels good. It's our way of saying thank you, because in our communities, most Indigenous communities, we didn't really have words for thank you because we just took care of each other. And so I love that we're able to create that word now out of the actual feeling that we're supposed to have when we say thank you. Shout out to Sierra College Academic Senate who wrote, who nominated me for this. They did an amazing job. And I just want to add that I'm one of maybe 3 California Indian full-time faculty in the California Community College system. And so I hope that I'm not the last person up here to get this word. Sorry, I'm emotional. I do not take those happen. But I bring that up just to say that oftentimes being a California Indian person, being Native American in general, but then cut it in a minimal a lot of ways, and being a California Indian woman in this system can also be very isolating and very lonely. And so awards like this again help us feel seen. I hope someday that I'm going to be able to nominate somebody for this award and support them as a fellow California Indian person in California, and acknowledging the ancestors of this land, of which I do not come from. My people are from Monterey, for allowing me to work here and to thrive here in the Sacramento region. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to invite Dr. Melissa and Linda to come up and join us. Melissa comes from Santa Barbara City College and is a descendant of migrant farm workers who decided to pursue a PhD in English. She became acutely aware that many institutions are not designed to include the working poor, the undocumented, or those whose English is accented. The experiences of her immediate family, as well as her own experiences, have influenced her advocacy for changes in institutional policies and curriculum to manifest higher education as a space of liberation for all. Some of her involvement and engagement is that she serves at Santa Barbara City as the project co-director for two Title IV Hispanic Serving Institution grants, or Title V rather, focused on developing first-year experience programs that affirm Latino students. She co-facilitates a faculty institute that focuses on decolonizing curriculum, pedagogy, and classroom spaces to better serve our most marginalized student populations. She applied for and now facilitates an EEO grant focused on diversity and hiring practices. She served as chair for an ad hoc committee at Santa Barbara City College to develop an anti-racist, equity-minded faculty hiring process, which resulted in a successful cluster hire of 17 faculty whose focus is amplifying Black and Brown student excellence. She's been selected to represent faculty and serve as co-chair of a task force charged with guiding the campus community to reimagine its participatory governance and committee structures. She serves as faculty advisor for the Associated Student Government. She's collaborated with ESL colleagues to implement a college-level composition course for ESL student success. She has volunteered campus-wide with Guided Pathways work groups to redesign the onboarding process for students. She has facilitated 2 English 110 data inquiry and action teams, focusing on increasing student success rates for Santa Barbara City's Latino students. She is English department chair and has helped develop an event honoring graduating and continuing English majors. She has collaborated with Santa Barbara City College's Director of Composition to create a series of workshops to support colleagues with online instruction who wanted to better engage and retain students during the impacts of the pandemic. She has also collaborated with colleagues from the ESL department to develop a college composition course for multilingual writers and encouraged the department to participate in the campus-wide race equity impact assessment training, which was an academic year exploration into anti-racist pedagogical practices. She facilitated a group to design a department program, reaffirming and inspiring the study of English's RISE, which centered Latino experiences, scholarship, and literature, and provided professional development opportunities related to Latino scholarship. She organized workshops facilitated by the Chicanx rhetoricians to develop department efforts to revise the course outlines of record for the college's 2 composition courses with an anti-racist and an equity lens. Please, with me, celebrate Melissa Menendez.
Thank you. Is this work or do I have to just speak up? I just want to thank the NSCCC selection committee for choosing that option. I also want to thank the Foundation for the California Community Colleges that continues to support honoring and acknowledging faculty contributions. I also want to thank my colleagues at Santa Barbara City College who share my vision that we need to manifest and celebrate Hispanic serving and institutional identity that truly empowers our Latino students. And so that they've joined a lot of the work that they've been trying to facilitate with these Title V HSI grants. And then I just want to thank my family for supporting me.
Thank you. Mayor Christie College, I'd like to invite Katrina Tamura to join us. Since 2018, Professor Tamura has led the Expressions platform at MiraCosta's College of Continuing Education, serving diverse students, including English language learners, adults with disabilities, older adults, and adult high school students of varying ages, abilities, languages, ethnicities, genders, cultures, and life experiences. The student art and literary publication encompassing print, gallery, and website has thrived under her comprehensive guidance. From committee coordination, budget planning, outreach, and rubric formation to editing, event planning, and hosting, Professor Tamura champions inclusion, visibility, and empowerment throughout her work with Expressions. In collaboration with the community of practice at MiraCosta, Katrina organized specialized hands-on digital storytelling workshops for ESL teachers in her department. These sessions empowered educators to craft personal narratives using various digital tools, fostering a space for sharing among faculty. Tailored for ESL instruction, digital storytelling supports students' writing, speaking, listening, and technology literacy skills. So educators then integrated the skills they learned into their teaching, guiding students in creating their own digital narratives. The culminating Digital Storytelling Festival, which Professor Tamura coordinated and hosted, celebrated the achievements of both educators and students. She has spent 18 years devoted to teaching in the California community colleges, specifically adult ESL programs. And within these programs, she serves an exceptionally diverse student body, as has been noted, with varying levels of preparedness, cultural background, religion, first language, age, socioeconomic status, ability, and more. Her students inspire her commitment to fostering inclusivity and accessibility, which seems to create a supportive, goals-driven, and student-centered learning experience, allowing each of our students to develop skills and access resources essential for their goals. She's active at the state level in CATESOL, the California Teachers of English for Speakers of Other Languages, including presenting at CATESOL conferences and serving as the CATESOL statewide conference program co-chair. Please join me in celebrating Professor Katrina Tamura.
Thank you so much. And I think one of the greatest honors is being selected along with the two women that just came up here today. Oh my goodness, right? Thank you so much for recognizing me. A part of my work and what I'm most passionate about is seeking recognition for people in our communities who have barriers to being seen and to being heard, and they're screaming, "I'm here." And that's very important to me. So this award gives me an opportunity to recognize my students and say, hey, there's these wonderful students in our community colleges, and they have so much to offer our community. Please listen to them. Please recognize them. Please support them and appreciate what they do every day. This also gives me the opportunity to celebrate my own community of practice, which I feel is so important for all of us. So I'm very grateful to my community of practice, to my colleagues, to MiraCosta College, who is very supportive of projects like the ones that I do and I have done throughout my career. And so thank you for that opportunity. I'm the mother of a child with autism. I have 3 kids. My sister was quadriplegic with cerebral palsy. I grew up an advocate, and I've remained one as an adult, and not just for me, but for the families that we work with every single day. And I feel like it's such a great honor to be here, and I look forward to continuing to teach with empathy and inclusion and excellence. Thank you.
Our first award winner joins us online, I believe. Sandra Blackman from Mount San Jacinto College. Professor Blackman is committed to serving and empowering students from diverse backgrounds and experiences through dedication to offering office hours, a great way for diverse students to meet with their professors outside of class. She teaches a linked African American history course to the Umoja Tumiani Learning Network, and as the organization nurtures knowledge and pride for the intellectual, cultural, and spiritual gifts from African and African American peoples. Professor Blackman teaches United States history, world history, Latin American history, African American history, history of Mexico, and history of Western civilizations, in a way that empowers students from diverse backgrounds and experiences so that they know the truth that comes from their past. She also has honor students in the U.S., African American, and history of Mexico classes, and these students get invaluable one-on-one time with her, where she advises them on their honors assignments. Out of awareness of student need, she utilizes zero cost textbooks, as well as a plethora of free online primary sources. She incorporates the diverse backgrounds of her students, such as age, race, ethnicity, and country of origin, into the history they are studying, while also acknowledging the validity of their own lived experiences. Professor Blackman attended the All-African Diaspora Educational Summit in the Cape Coast, Ghana, Africa in September 2023, where she learned best practices on how to serve her African American students based on the West African principles of Ubuntu, compassion, Ma'at, justice, and Asodizi, responsibility. She has participated in the intense immersion of the philosophy, pedagogy, and best practices of the Emoja Community Model at the Emoja Community Summer Learning Institute. And in service to her colleagues, she's also actively involved as a lead negotiator for the part-time faculty union at MSJC since 2013, and she does this as a part-time faculty member. This is a tireless professional position, and she is committed to part-time faculty who they themselves are part of historically marginalized and diverse groups. Nationally, she represented the Community College Humanities Association on a panel for the National Endowment for the Humanities Workshop for Community College faculty, and presented for the Community College Humanities Association with a presentation entitled Margaret Fuller, 19th Century Woman Still Relevant in the 21st Century. Please join me in celebrating Professor Sandra Blackman. And Sandra, if you're online, we'd love to have you unmute and make some comments, please.
Like all of the women who presented before me, I'm overwhelmed by this recognition. And I hope I don't break up and start crying before I finish what I have to say. I want to thank my colleagues for recognizing me because there's so many of us who, as part-time instructors, work without recognition for all the effort that we put into serving our students. I want to thank my parents and grandparents for giving me a love of my history. I want to thank my students for always teaching me. Sorry. As a first generation female student in my family who often found it very difficult to come up with the money for textbooks, providing zero cost or low cost textbooks for my students is important to me because I made it by borrowing and not stealing, but you know, doing whatever it was necessary for me to pay for my textbooks. And so I understand the struggle and I want to make it a little bit easier for those who are coming behind me. Thank you for the recognition.
Thank you. And again, congratulations to all 4 of our winners, all the nominees, and thank you to the foundation for sponsoring this award as well. So, thank you.
Great. With that, board members, any comments or questions regarding this presentation? Very powerful, obviously. With that, I'd like to open it up for some public comment on the presentation.
The public comment period on item 6.1 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. If you're calling in, *9, you'll have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. We just have one public comment from Wendy Brillwine-Cooper.
I'll keep it brief, I promise. Is it afternoon or morning? Okay, good morning, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. I'm Wendy Brillwine-Cooper, President of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. On behalf of FAC, I would like to congratulate this year's distinguished recipients of the Hayward Award for Excellence in Education. Thank you to the ASCCC for continuing to administer this important program, highlighting faculty excellence. With support from the Foundation for the California Community Colleges, FAC appreciates the opportunity to celebrate these inspiring educators today. Congratulations again to the Hayward winners. Thank you.
President Costa, there are no hands raised at this time.
Great, thank you. We will ask the award recipients to stick around because during our break, we'll give you the actual award and maybe do a couple of photos. Thank you so much for joining us today. Next up, we have on our action calendar, item 4.3. This is a reciprocity agreement with the Secretary of Education of Baja California. With that, I will turn it over to our General Counsel to present.
Good morning again. So last year, the legislature passed Assembly Bill 91, which authorized a coalition of Southern California community colleges, the SEDECA colleges, to allow residents of Mexico to attend their colleges at the in-state tuition rate. This item is requesting your approval of a resolution that would delegate the board's authority to execute an agreement that would facilitate that arrangement and delegate that authority to the chancellor. I provided the core terms of that agreement in the item, and the agreement would allow, as the legislation would, each college to admit at the in-state tuition rate up to 150 students from Mexico, and Mexican institutions that are listed in the item would commit to a reciprocal number of students attending their institutions. The execution of this program is contingent upon the board executing an agreement with the state of Mexico, and we've been working diligently on that for the last couple of months, and have an agreement that the Baja California Secretary of Education has shared with their federal government for approval. We've also shared a draft of the agreement with the Department of State for information purposes. And so I have, I believe with me on Zoom is Superintendent President Mark Sanchez, and I think he could give you a little more background on how this came about and why this is important to the students in Southern California. President Sanchez.
All right, thank you, Mark, and good morning to the Board of Governors. I'd also like to thank Chancellor Christian and Deputy Chancellor Gonzalez for the invite to be here this morning to speak to you. And joining me is Chief of Staff from Southwestern College, Zenita Encarnacion. So it's a pleasure to be here with you all this morning. Assembly Bill 91, I'll start with the origin of the bill. And really this bill came about as a result of student voice. We had focus groups of students during the pandemic, which basically outlined the students' inability to continue their enrollment due to needing to work multiple jobs to be able to live in San Diego County. So with this input from our students, there was a realization that students were being priced out of the community college at a time where we were working to rebuild student access during the losses in enrollment during the pandemic. In addition, there's another phenomena in San Diego County, and it's the cost of housing. Many of our students are moving to Tijuana, Baja California, due to the high cost of living in our region. As a matter of fact, a recent report just highlighted that San Diego is one of the most expensive cities to live in the United States. So this was causing a tremendous impact on our student demographics. And this was not simply a Mexican American student phenomenon. Many of our Filipino, Black, and white students were also moving to Tijuana, Baja California. Just to give you a price comparison in housing in our region, a one-bedroom unit goes anywhere between $2,800 and $3,200 a month, whereas conversely, just on the other side of the border, students can pay $500 to $600 a month in rent, which is a significant economic difference. So with that, we realized that there was a potential loss to the talent pipeline in our region with access to education. And also, we were hearing from our business and industry partners that there was a high need for skilled workers to fill the quality jobs in our region now and for the years to come. The regional impact to San Diego County, we live in an interesting binational, trinational economy where we generate anywhere between $250 and $300 billion a year in trades, goods, and services. However, the region has a historical disconnect between education and training and the career opportunities that exist in our region, particularly for communities that live south of the 94 freeway, which are historically marginalized communities, predominantly communities of color. The educational attainment rates are lower in this part of the region, and these communities are served by Southwestern College. Recent regional and business industry and economic development reports highlighted that 84% of the current jobs and the jobs projected to come online in the next 7 years will require a degree, certificate, and/or a credential. This actually makes sense when you look at our regional industries. With healthcare, we have UCSD, Sharp Healthcare, which are some of the largest employers in healthcare in our region. We have government, military, cybersecurity, a need for teachers, computer software programmers, especially with artificial intelligence coming online and evolving rather quickly, biotechnology, engineering, particularly with one of our largest engineering corporations in San Diego County, Solar Turbines, which employs people on both sides of the border. So the equity impact on AB 91 is really creating access at a pivotal moment in our society, at a time where there's a significant messaging that a college degree is no longer needed. The California Community College System has been able to regain enrollment, now back over 2 million students system-wide, yet we are still not at pre-pandemic enrollment levels. This comes at a time where our state and region require more skilled workers to fulfill the quality jobs that are coming online. And this bill will allow us to maximize educating our binational, trinational community, work with educational and business partners on both sides of the border to create alignment in the workforce needs in our trinational region. This bill has already showed its importance in that we have over 100 students at Southwestern College on the waiting list, waiting to enroll once the process is operationalized. This will put students on a trajectory to a better career and life pathway. Thank you for your time this morning, and I'm open to any questions at this time.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Colleagues, any questions or comments on this item?
I used to live in San Diego and, you know, growing up, my dad used to say that he would walk uphill in the snow to school both ways. But I don't see how that's possible in the Bay Area since it hardly ever snows. But the reality for these students crossing the border daily, that they're K-12 students doing this, is that they're spending hours. The amount of dedication that these students have, they're already coming. So we need to make sure that our policies actually match our reality. So I just wanted to express my full support for recognition of our unique geographical place on this planet and who we really serve. And also how Mexico is serving our students who are living over there. Now, it's not only a mission to get out of Mexico, it's a mission to get into Mexico because of the rent that was just described. Back when I was in San Diego, I was only paying $550. There's no more 3-digit rent, is what I'm hearing from students. So this is really critical, and I thank you for pushing this. Thank you.
I was specifically curious, in the document attached, it says no more than 150 FTES students. I was wondering, is it expected that every single college will have 150 FTES students, or like what is it like?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Each Sedica college in the region was given 150 FTES per academic year. It's really hard to tell because this is a 5-year pilot, so it's really going to be dependent on the student utilization of the bill. So it's possible that every college could meet the 150 FTES target. I'll share with you, and speaking to Southwestern College leadership as well as Imperial Valley College leadership, due to our proximity to the border. Once this process is operationalized, Southwestern College and Imperial Valley College will meet the 150 FTES almost instantly. So we'll take a look at the pilot, we'll see the student utilization, and we'll probably be able to give you better data after the first year or two.
Thank you. Answered my question. I was wondering why 150 was sort of the ceiling as opposed to maybe even a floor. Thank you.
Yeah, what we were doing when that number was projected was looking at historical enrollment data. It's a tough thing to track our students that enroll on the other side of the border, but we were looking at our historical enrollment patterns at Southwestern College, and working with the legislature, we used the 150 FTES as a baseline. There was also,
because this is a.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Please finish your thought.
Yeah, there was just there was also some cost analysis about fiscal capacity of the bill as well. So we were working with the legislature really intently to come up with projections and cost that was reasonable.
this is an amazing and very unique initiative for our state. It's almost as if it is a study abroad program as we're working internationally with the Mexican government. Here, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the benefits of our students who will be attending universities, from my knowledge, to Mexican universities, and I was wondering what they'll be able to offer and gain from this opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think the fact that we have partnerships now that we've been able to build around EB 91, it's a little known fact. It's pretty well known to us because it's our region, but just on the other side of the border, it's actually 6 miles once you cross the San Isidro port of entry. There is a university by the name of CETIS, which is WASC accredited, and they're already educating students that live in San Diego County, particularly in industries around healthcare, bioengineering, and other industries, and they're able to get Pell financial aid because they are a WASC accredited school. So there's always been this natural relationship and students being educated on both sides of the border. I just don't know how well, as an educational ecosystem, we've tapped into that in terms of trying to expand the talent pathways for the students in our binational region. So the benefits are students are getting educated, students are getting degrees, students are getting financial aid just on the other side of the border at a cost that is allows students to get their post-secondary credentials.
Thank you so much. With that, I'd like to open it up to public comment on this item.
The public comment period in item 4.3 is now open for virtual attendees. Please use the raised hand feature. Press *9 if you are calling in. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised at this time.
Thank you so much. With that, colleagues, I'll take a motion in a second. Move to approve James with a motion.
Second.
Please, call the roll. Roberto Aguinaldo. Aye. Adrian Brown. Aye. Casey Chang. Aye. Amy Costa. Aye. Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg. Pamela Haynes. Aye. Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis. Harry LeGrand.
Heck yes.
Paul Medina.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry. Aye. Bill Walling.
Aye.
Ross Villalobos.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
President Costa, the motion carries. Wonderful. Thank you. With that, we're going to take a brief lunch break. We're going to break for about 30 minutes. We will reconvene around 12:40, 12:45. We will see you all then, and at that time, we'll be taking up item 6.3 in our information and report section of the agenda. Thanks so much. Oh, and for our awardees that are here, we're going to take some photographs and get you your actual awards.
President Costa, apologies. The boardroom is muted, so no one can hear you at the moment.
1 second while we figure that out. Thank you.
Now we can hear you.
Perfect. Okay, as I was saying, the Board of Governors is now reconvened. As I said before we broke, we're going to be in the information and report section of our agenda. And the next item we will be hearing is item 6.3, Vision 2030 Healthcare Demonstration Project, Bridging the Nursing Gap. We have a number of presenters that I will invite up to begin on the presentation.
And I'll go ahead and get us started and turn it over to our Vice President of our board, But I wanted to do a special welcome to all of our guests and to President Lisa Aguilera Lorenzen for driving in from Delta College. So with that, Vice President Hildy Aguinaldo.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Christian. It is core to our mission that we serve the top 100% of students. And in all the disciplines that we teach, but particularly so in healthcare, our top 100% of students directly serve the top 100% of California and the depth and breadth of the health conditions that cut across each community. By our milestone date of 2030, 1/4 of our state's population will be older adults, and we will have grown by 5 million. But as these shifts present their own sets of healthcare challenges, they also present tremendous opportunity. Projections for 2030 also include more integrated technology for caring for patients in new healthcare settings and a refocus on wellness as a framework for interventions. And to achieve better outcomes, we must invest in our associates, ADN programs, as an equity-focused entry point for the state of California. Increase capacity for our bachelor's BSN programs to meet our workforce demand and lean into the reach of our community college system to deliver these tools. We thank Governor Newsom for including $60 million in the budget such that we could develop, educate, and maintain the next generation of RNs through the community college system. As you all know, healthcare is very near and dear to my heart. My mom earned her BSN in 1974 in the Philippines, came to the United States, and worked as a pediatric intensive care unit nurse before retiring after 38 years of service at the hospital at which I was born. Because of her, I entered the healthcare field, working hand in hand with our clinical teams who care for, but most importantly, care about our patients. My mom personified the saying, save one life, you're a hero. Save 100 lives, and you're a nurse. But to be fair, my mom also exemplified the, shall I say, unique sense of humor that nurses have. And trust me, I've found quotes for that too. In all, I'm elated to see this demonstration project before us today as part of Vision 2030. Huge kudos go to Chancellor Christian, Vice Chancellor Cordova, and Vice Chancellor Ruan O'Shaughnessy for their phenomenal work. I cannot wait to see these projects bear fruit.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, thank you for that. You basically did my introduction. That was awesome. I really appreciate that. And on that same note, it's very near and dear to myself as well. For a little bit of a different reason, right? I'm not getting any younger, so I want to make sure that the healthcare is going to be there when I do need it, right? But thank you, President, Vice President, Chancellor, and members of the Board of Governors for having us allow the opportunity to present to you the demonstration project for our ADNs and nursing project itself. I have with me Rebecca Hansen, and I'll let them do a little bit more of an introduction. And because of the seating capacity, we'll swap out some seats. But we also have with us Dr. Lisa Lorenzen and Dr. Anita Williams from the healthcare sector itself. We should have a presentation available.
Up here.
Oh, you can see it? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was looking on the screen. So with that being said, we're going to get into some of the statistics aspects of it when we start talking about the impact and the need for the program itself, right? We know that there's a demand for over almost 26,000 nurses and on an annual basis. We also have 31,000 nurses in the state of California. We're forecasting to have a little bit of a dip in that where incumbent workers are going to start to retire out and they're aging out of the profession itself. So we're forecasting that to be on an annual basis of about 12,000 students, graduates through the program. Currently, the California community colleges, we graduate about 4,500 on an annual basis, and we're forecasting that to be able to double that population so that way we could get to 9,000 on an annual basis. And what you're going to hear in front of you is a little bit of the strategic approach that we're going to present on how we're going to accomplish that goal. A little bit more of the statistics when we start talking about the BSN aspect of it. There's a difference between the CSUs and the UCs and the California community colleges. We're talking about probably a 61% gap within the job demand itself. So the employers are out there saying that they need to have certified baccalaureate attained registered nurses in their workforce. There's multiple reasons for that, but it's also one of those accreditation processes that the community colleges as well as the hospitals have. And allow my time to be transferred over to our partners at the hospital and the Ed Fund itself.
Thank you so much, Tony, and thank you, Board of Governors. This is great to be here and share with you a little bit about the Education Fund. If you go to the next slide, and you can actually proceed to the next one too. So my name is Rebecca Hansen. I'm the Executive Director of the SEIU UHW Joint Employer Education Fund. We are a multi-employer labor management training fund. We work with 22 employers in California and across a workforce of about 100,000 healthcare workers. Many of them are in entry-level positions looking for exactly these kind of opportunities to upskill and reskill into the open jobs in their industry. And we've had tremendous success. We serve over 22,000 union members advancing in healthcare annually. 80% of those students are women, 78% are women of color, and they have an 87% completion rate. And these people are ready and excited for these kind of opportunities that you're considering today expanding on. We know that turnover has been a tremendous issue for healthcare workers since the pandemic. We also know that those who engage in education, upskilling, and training have a 50% improved retention in the industry. And we're talking about the sort of the issue of people retiring and getting ready to leave. We know retaining people within the industry is just as important now as bringing new people in. Average wage increases when people train through our programs is $14 an hour, a 43% increase. But we know when folks train from a unit clerk into an RN job, they're often experiencing 100, 200% wage increases. These are life-changing career opportunities. If you go to the next slide, I'll just give you a quick snapshot of the overall partnership. We're working across multiple SEIU locals in both the private and public sector, and most recently, through the higher training partnerships, have now expanded to work with community health clinics as well, which is really the front line of how a lot of workers enter our industry, especially like from their own community. It's a really critical pathway opportunity into ADN. Go to the next slide. And just to give you a snapshot of kind of what has led our program drive, we talked about the shortage in nursing. Overall, when we look across of all allied health, there's about a shortage of 500,000 healthcare workers needed in the state by 2028 in California. And we did a mental health survey, Mental Health America survey of our membership, and we found 81% reporting exhaustion and burnout, 26% considering early retirement, even though it's not yet retirement age, and 65% willing to train for a new role. And we also know from review of people's career pathways, if you're not already in ADN, advancing into RN, there's very few opportunities and pathways. It's really the exception, not the rule. And 10% of entry-level healthcare workers advance in that occupation. And so we're really working at other kind of programs that you're going to hear about from Delta College to create those opportunities for people to move up and address what's pretty prevalent in our industry around occupational segregation. If you go to the next slide, I'll just sort of highlight that we've already been building these programs, and we look forward to really partnering with community colleges to continue building them out. Nursing, as you can see, is the top top 2 roles on here is really people advancing into RN and people also advancing into LVN. And those are both programs that really do drive equitable pathways into nursing. About 3,000 supported in degrees, and we've also begun working in healthcare apprenticeships in a number of occupations. All of these programs are really designed to serve incumbent workers, upskilling, retraining, filling the huge need we have in our industry. Go to the next slide. I think this is it for me, and I'll pass it on. Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Lisa Aguilar-Robinson, and I serve as Superintendent President at San Joaquin Delta College. And it's my pleasure to speak with you this morning about the HOPE program and Delta College, which has been a partnership through our Health Force partners. And I'm here with...
I'm Dr. Anitra Williams. I currently serve as the Vice President and Chief Nurse at St. Joseph's Medical Center in Stockton. And I'm a proud graduate of San Joaquin Delta College's nursing program.
So if we could have the next slide, please.
We've created this HOPE program, and HOPE stands for Helping Our People Elevate, which
has been a great opportunity for Delta College since 2020 and also for families. Since 2020, we have increased our enrollments in the nursing program by 87.5%. So we've gone from having 80 enrollments to 150 just since 2020. And we've done that through this amazing partnership. We've done that through strategic scheduling. We've done that, which includes a fast track program, creating the HOPE program, which we'll be hearing more about in a moment, partnering with hospitals for increased clinicals and utilizing simulation labs. And I should mention that the fast track program includes evenings and weekend times as well. And I think that's significant to mention because we've heard in the past that any clinical placements in the evening might be challenges for community college students, but we have found that our students are using those clinical placements in the evenings. So that's some of the learning that we've discovered during our time. Next slide, please. And so just a little bit about the HOPE program. So Health First Partners acted as the agency that convened industry and academia. I co-led our healthcare team alongside our former dean, Ms. Julie Kay of San Joaquin Delta College, and our director, Lisa Lucchesi. We were tasked with trying to develop or solve workforce challenges, particularly around nursing in our community. And for me, representing industry, one of my nightmares was that we continue to employ nurses in our new graduate programs that don't live in San Joaquin County. We train them, spend 6-9 months training them in our emergency department in our ICUs, only for them to go back to the community that they actually reside in. And so this frustration I would oftentimes bring up to Julie Kay and Lisa Lucchesi. And we decided to break away from Health First Partners momentarily, go to Delta College, and within 2 hours, we were able to design a pathway that would allow high school students to be being enrolled in San Joaquin Delta College while they're taking prerequisites towards a career in allied health. So whether they chose to become a nurse or not, we created this pathway. The three of us then went to Health Careers Academy in Stockton, and we presented this to more than 50 parents and their students. And one of the parents was a teen mom where she was 31, and she said at 16 years old, she had her daughter, and she introduced me to her daughter. And she said, I have so much hope knowing that programs like this could change the trajectory of my family. My daughter won't have to experience all that I experienced as a single mom working 3 jobs just to make sure there's enough food on the table. And she had tears in her eyes. So when I went home, I thought, wow, we offered these families hope. Helping our people elevate then was first in the shower one experience. And so I then we socialized this throughout our community, and I had Jennifer Garcia, one of our emergency department technicians, who actually was an SCIU member. She came up to me rather passionately, cornered me as I was trying to buy my lunch, and said, it's cool what you're doing, Dr. A, for those kids, but what are you going to do for people like me? I've been working in your facility for 17 years. I'm a single mom, 3 children. I work 7 days a week. I'm an ED tech. I've taken all of my nursing prerequisites, but my grades aren't high enough for me to get into the nursing program. 5 times I've applied to San Joaquin Delta College, and 5 times they've rejected me. 2 times Modesto Junior College, and twice I've been rejected. And I said, well, what's your GPA? 3.0. What was for your TS test? 85. And I can't get in. I'll be a great nurse. Can you do something for people like me? And there's 20 other people that I know that work here at St. Joseph's. I called her on a bluff, said, well, email me your transcripts, prove to me that there's 20 more of you and that you actually qualify. She did just that. And I took all of this information to Lisa Lucchesi and Julie Kay and said, we got to do something. And that's where the Incumbent HOPE program was born. And in 2019, we introduced it to all of our local chief executive officers and got their buy-in, because the only cost after the Board of Registered Nursing approved our pilot program for 20 would be that the hospital support with hospital-based instructors. And so the rest is history. Jennifer Garcia did graduate from our first cohort, and she's now serving in our emergency department, continuing her tenure at St. Joseph's Medical Center, and bought her first home. And so this is definitely a pathway that's allowed her to elevate out of poverty. Next slide, please. So as you've heard, the program has allowed for encouraging incumbent workers to stay in the community. And we've had really excellent success with that. The program was designed also to increase the diversity of students in our ADM program and also as RNs in the region. So the whole program itself, currently in the first 5 cohorts, 44.6% of the students are Hispanic and 17.8 are Asian and 9.8 are American. And those numbers are much higher than the local RN population in our community. And we do serve a very diverse community, and it's more reflective of the community that we actually serve. And what's wonderful about the program is once the students finish the program, they're staying in the community and serving the community, which is one of the most beautiful things about it. Let's see. I think oh yes, and one other item I wanted to mention is that we've had great difficulty filling RN positions in our area. As you've heard, that many individuals get trained and then they leave the region, or people come and they have experience for a year or two and then they leave the hospitals and leave the region. So we're really looking to help retain individuals in the field. And so this program has really helped to do that by encouraging people who are locally trained and working in the hospitals already and have proven that they're dedicated to working with the community and training them and helping them to have a higher level position in the community. Okay, next slide. So little impact for us, so we representing industry. It definitely is an investment in our community. As I shared Jennifer Garcia's story, I have the privilege from the first 3 cohorts of hiring or keeping employed more than 5 of those individuals. Because of this program, I know my deficits in the hospital. I know that we can keep hiring new graduates, but there's certain specialty areas you pray and you hope that you still have seasoned nurses working in. And that's your emergency department, your intensive care units, your labor and delivery, so on and so forth. And as a result of this program, I was able to take these current employees, invest in them, and say, you're going to be my ED nurse. You're going to be my surgical intensive care nurse. You're going to serve in our family birth center where you're going to get labor and delivery training, etc. I now have more than 14 registered nurses that have filled the holes in my emergency department. I've trained 4 labor and delivery and postpartum nurses, and the rest are ICU nurses, ICU and ED flexible nurses. And for the first time in more than 7 years, St. Joseph's Medical Center, the emergency department has fewer openings for their for job postings because we're filling it with our own internal employees, and they're not a risk. We don't see the attrition because they've already spent more than 5 years working within our walls. So they're beyond that point and forever grateful for that opportunity that we've afforded them. Also, as Lisa mentioned, I'm thinking about culturally congruent care. These are individuals that reflect the community. Most of them, they are SCIU members and they work in our ancillary services like environmental services, or they're unit clerks or techs. And so by us being able to provide them this pathway out of poverty, they're also able to connect with our patients who look like them. And we're seeing that with some of the highest patient experience scores than we've ever had. And I don't want to say that it's because of the HOPE program, but what I can definitely say is that care starts in the emergency department. And for the first time ever, St. Joseph's is ranked in the top 250 of delivering the best care for the past 2 years, as well as our patient experience scores are extremely high, and we're seeing less comments or remarks about culturally incongruent care. And I attribute that to the fact that our ED now is so diverse and it looks like the community that we're serving. Next slide, please. And so initially we had 20 slots for the HIT program for the first 2 years, and then that was increased by an additional 10. So now we're in the 5th cohort. So we had 2 cohorts with 20, 3 cohorts with 30 each. And we've had a total enrollment of 132. So far, 64 have graduated. We have an additional 30 that are graduating this May. And then the total graduates we'll have by the end of May are 102 out of the program, with an additional 30 who will be graduating next year. We're counting that initial number of enrollments. You might be wondering how these students are performing in terms of the NCLEX exams. Cohort 1 had an 88% passing rate. Cohort 2, which was in the middle of the pandemic, had an 80% passing rate, which was much lower than the program. I know they did a lot of intervention to try to help that, but I will say it's connected also to the pandemic. And cohort 3 has a 95% pass rate on the NCLEX. So that is our program. Thank you for the time. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation. Colleagues, comments, questions regarding the presentation and some board member hands.
I just want to say I'm very enthusiastic about the program. And since Los Rios is a next door neighbor, we'll be getting calls because I'm going to be called in. Nice to see you, Lisa.
Yeah, I would just thank you for your presentation. I actually love the term congruent care. I mean, culture. So I'm going to steal that and use it into some other aspect. I only like the fact that using existing folks mean that they're already invested in that community, so they're not going to leave. They're not looking to go someplace else. So that's brilliant. And I know I've been a part of programs where we've trained people or students to have them go other places. I think I've invested all these resources in you, and now you're going to go another college. So kudos to you, and just keep up the good work. I think this is an excellent model for us to replicate.
I have to speak because San Joaquin Valley College is my institution. That is my president, Lisa Aguilera Lawrence, and I'm grateful for the partnership that I see forming. That is, I think, the mission of the community colleges, is to reach out to the community and develop these strong partnerships. One of the things I always encourage my students, because our institution has traditionally been an institution where students that I teach ultimately leave and don't come back home to invest in their communities. And this is so heartwarming to me to see those students, and a few of those students are ADN, LVN students that I currently teach, who are now going to remain in the community. And I believe that they're doing a fabulous job because they are serving members of their own community, because they are part of the community. And I think not just, I see this program can just be replicated in terms of nursing, but I can also see it expand to areas like law enforcement and community policing and others. And I know we have a post academy too, but there's definitely a lot of best practices, I think, that we can take from this demonstration. I am so proud of the work that my home district is doing. And I'm hoping that we as a board will be able to help support programs like these in the future to make sure that our communities are being uplifted and elevated and served. Thank you.
What classes are the dual enrollment students taking?
Classes,
Mhm.
so all the nursing prerequisites, so physiology.
Can you come forward so the Zoom participants can hear your answer as well?
So the pathway is based on the associate degree in nursing. So we start them off in like sociology, human development, physiology, the harder courses we try to put towards the end. So by the time they're done with their senior year, we only have 2 remaining prerequisites, which they will start taking in the fall. I will say when we started this with our high school students, COVID happened, right? So we lost contact despite trying to keep in contact with 20 of those students. However, 5 of them are graduating, and I had the privilege on Friday having Chris and Jacob. So I got to talk to 2 of them that are going to be graduating, and they were from that initial cohort that we started back in 2018. So really excited about that. We're working with Aaron Mara, again, the principal, just trying to reestablish that pipeline.
So once the students are done, and you said the some 2 prerequisites in the fall, does that mean that they can start their nursing in spring?
Yes, January. So the fast track programs are January and they graduate in May. We have found that with the high school students, so the 5 that have been in came from Health Careers Academy that are going through San Joaquin Delta College. Fast track was too fast for them, so we actually put them in the traditional track, and so that's the model that we're starting to work out for them. They tend to do better in the longer track versus that fast track that goes through summer. So that was something that was identified.
This is really wonderful work. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
For both for the high school students, but also for the community members that are already working in the industry.
Awesome. Thank you for hearing us out.
I join my colleagues in their excitement for this demonstration project, but I also wanted to acknowledge Jennifer Garcia. Her advocacy and really being the change that she wanted to see in the world really led to programs and collaborations like this one. So I hope somebody passes on our congratulations to her as well.
I will, I do. I always say hope started because of her, the hope incumbent started because
The other, I guess it's just a comment, but I like that we definitely are talking about the marketplace need here, but also this puts people on a trajectory for economic mobility. And so I really think, the partnership with SEIU is really powerful to me because it's not just about creating jobs, it's about creating opportunities for good jobs with benefits, with wages, being part of a labor union to protect you. And so I just am really proud of these partnerships. We have several with labor unions, and I hope to see more. I think it's really important work and new work for us as a system. And so again, just kudos on this demonstration project, and I hope to see more. With that, I'd like to open it up for any public comments on this particular item.
The public comment period on item 6.3 is now open. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento. If you are calling in, press *9. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised at this time.
Christy, I have somebody here in person who'd like to make a comment.
While we're waiting, I'd like to recognize staff at the Chancellor's office. So definitely Rebecca and Anthony, tremendous work. And I also want to recognize James Todd, who identified Delta College under the program. And as James Todd has said, we've got to have Delta really leading this demonstration project. So thank you, James.
We have one public comment on this item from Pedro Mendez.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Pedro Mendez, and I have the honor of serving as the president for the California Community Colleges Association for Occupation Education. CCCAE is a statewide organization driven by focusing on career educators, and particularly faculty, staff, and administrators within the California Community College system. Together we form a global voice and impact for career education throughout the state. We are pleased to support Vision 2030 demonstration project and appreciate the time and effort that has been put to the development of this project by the Chancellor's Office staff and our partners in the allied health industry. California faces a critical shortage in nursing and other allied health positions. And this demonstration project provides creative solutions to some of the largest barriers keeping students from entering the nursing field. Although there is still more to be done to ensure equitable access to nursing, projects like this, investments like this, are a step in the right direction for meeting the state's workforce needs. I want to thank you, the Chancellor's Office, for their leadership on these issues, and stand ready to lend our support as we are able to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board Member Epstein.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to know how, this seems to be such a success. How do we scale this in a significant way around the entire system? I mean, I'm not sure who to ask that of, but
I want Tony to come up and I can get started with it, Board Member Epstein. So, the model that President Aguilera-Williamson described, which is looking at clinical expansion, that's where the bottleneck is. So looking at evening rotation, night rotations, looking at expanding simulation and emotion technologies. And the fourth piece is an MOU with a hospital, where the hospital nurses actually are released to be clinical faculty. So we have sort of a roadmap that has been tried out at Delta, and even the focus on the incumbent workers. So all of us have been talking to deans and presidents and vice presidents across the state, and our Vice Chancellor for Workforce Development and the partners we have a list of colleges that are going to be the demonstration project. So Delta is the lead, but we're going to start doing that scaling up with about 12 to 15 colleges and districts in the next 2 years. And a part of it is also working with the Board of Registered Nursing to be able to support us sort of in a group to take, because that's an accreditation process, the BRN that we need to go through. So we're absolutely looking at scalability here.
Once again, your words right taken right out of my mouth. I mean, I couldn't say it any better. But if you'll notice on the slide deck that was presented in front of you, there's two last slides. Those two last slides include some of the project details, as well as the key strategies that we're going to look at employing to be able to execute the demonstration project, at the same time increase on the scalability and roll it out. Our goal is to be able to provide a toolkit for all of the other community colleges that are not participating in the demonstration project right now, and have the resources and means to be able to transition what we're doing right into their workforce at their local institution itself.
And I recall that it was either the governor's office or Health and Human Services that launched a healthcare workforce initiative to try and train a lot more people for all these healthcare jobs. Is there any money in that? I mean, are we part of that, or is that still exist?
There is additional collaboration with that group. A lot of it is in the entry level positions, getting into the more of your allied health programs that are going to feed into our nursing programs. So it's that staggered introduction into the healthcare itself.
Were there any virtual comments on this item?
President Costa, there are no hands raised at this time.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks for the presentation. Really wonderful.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we're going to move to our first reading section of the agenda, and we have the exciting 5.1 with the title Proposed Miscellaneous Regulatory Action. And with that, I'll welcome our general counsel.
Thank you, President Costa. Good afternoon, members of the board. Yes, this is thrilling. Technical cleanup item is how I would describe this. So it's basically adding a few things to Title V regulations. One is a section of encompassing definitions of terms that are used throughout Title V, just for clarity of terminology, which will help us when we're in the future revising regulations. Included in that is the definition of underrepresented in higher education, which is lifted directly from a recent statute describing that term in the context of dual enrollment. I think it makes sense for us to use the same term that the legislature is using for that concept. The next item is also to fulfill the requirement of legislation that it requires the districts to provide information at orientation about overdose and overdose remedial measures. So we are adding that provision to an existing regulation that governs orientation, along with some cleanup. And then we have gone through and removed aged references to the Board of Governors fee waiver and changed that to the California College Promise Grant. So that is the proposal. If there are any questions, happy to take them.
Really quick, I was so excited by the title of this.
Yes.
Item, I forgot to say the following. Item 5.1 is a first reading and public hearing for proposed amendment to Title V of the California Code of Regulations related to the implementation of recent legislation, the adoption of definitions, and making other clarifying changes. This is my favorite part. Hold on really quick. The public hearing on item 5.1, the proposed amendments to the California Code of Regulations concerning the miscellaneous matters just presented, is now open. The purpose of this hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimonies from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the board and then in turn from members of the public. Colleagues, any questions or comments regarding this item? Wow. Stunned silence. With that, I'd like to open it up to any members of the public that wish to comment on this item.
Item 5.1 is now open for public comment. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, there are no in-person comments and no hands raised at this time.
Hearing no other public comment, the hearing is closed. This concludes the public hearing on this matter, and of course, we will see this item again in a second reading when it comes back before the board. Next up, yeah, so excited. Next up, we have another proposed first reading. We have item 5.2. This is a first reading and public hearing for proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations relating to undocumented students and non-resident tuition exemption implementation. With that, I will hand it over for presentation.
Thank you, board members. David O'Brien, Vice Chancellor of Government Relations. Although not as exciting as proposed miscellaneous regulatory actions, we are pleased to bring you item 5.2, which is kind of a revised first reading. It's a practice we've used in the past when there have been changes after the first reading and there's been a sufficient period of time that's passed that we think it's more appropriate to bring it back for a second first reading, if you will, rather than just going straight to second reading. And I'll provide a little bit of context and explanation about that and then turn it over to Assistant Vice Chancellor Vasquez for some further context. But this is the regulation that is partially implementing some legislation that went into effect last year, Assembly Bill 1540 by Assemblymember Mike Fong. And if that numbering sounds kind of familiar, you may have seen the legislature likes to do this practice where they take a commonly known bill from previous years and add a number to it. So in this case, it is related to AB 540 and the process by which students verify their eligibility for AB 540 status, so they're exempted from paying the non-resident tuition rate. And essentially, this was a process that we had already underway. We've been working with our partners at the California Student Aid Commission on this, and then Assemblymember Fong went ahead and introduced legislation codifying the expectation of what would go in this regulation. And the idea here is for students to be able to self-certify their eligibility for AB 540 through this affidavit that would be built into the California DREAM Act application when they apply for financial aid, rather than having to do two different affidavits or two different applications. So it's streamlining the duplicative process and hopefully making things a lot easier on our students. I'll turn it over to Assistant Vice Chancellor Vasquez for any additional comments.
Good afternoon. I think the revised version that you see before you is an update of a number of sorts, not just to align with recent legislation, but regulations have been updated at least 3 times in the last 15 plus years because non-resident tuition exemption has been expanded for more populations, right? High school students who complete high school faster, students who attend community college for 3 years can now utilize those credits towards AB 540 status. So the regs have just been updated to reflect those laws, but this is really the first time we've updated regulations to look at the process by which students apply for AB 540. And so you see a lot of language that's stricken out, and that's because the intention is to make the language a little bit more understandable for students and for practitioners to understand, again, how they apply for AB 540. The other big change here too is that a couple of years ago through legislation in 2021 by Assemblymember Rivas, they replaced the dehumanizing term alien with a person who is not citizen or national of the United States, and that the term alien was included in a regulation. So that updates the language. So I know it may seem a little complicated and overwhelming with the language you see in regulations, but it is actually pretty straightforward. It's intended to help students navigate the process of submitting their AB 540 exemption form. Happy to answer any questions you have.
I love that part. The public hearing on item 5.2, the proposed amendments to the California Code of Regulations, Title V, concerning undocumented students and non-resident tuition exemption implementation is now open. The purpose of this hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the board, and then we'll turn it over to the public. Colleagues, any questions or comments of the presenters? Board Member Perry.
I just want to say, welcoming that change, taking alien out in a time when we label people and villainize them on a regular basis. It's really, language matters significantly. So thank you for doing this and paying attention to it.
I'm just thinking of those students, especially students in small rural communities in the Central Valley. It's already complicated as a first generation student, and it's so good to see us take very seriously how these regulations are implemented. So thank you for that effort.
With that, I'd like to open it up to comment from members of the public.
Item 5.2 is now open for public comment. We will begin with public comment in Sacramento. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, we do not have any in-person nor hands raised at this time.
Thank you. Hearing that there are no additional public comments, this concludes the public hearing on this matter. Again, we'll see it come back to us as a second reading at a future board meeting. Next up, we're going back to information and reports, specifically item 6.2, advancing equity, creating access, delivering support, and ensuring success. We have a number of presenters on this item, so we'll invite them up at this time to begin their presentation.
Hello.
Get restarted. Good afternoon, President Costa, members of the board, and Chancellor Christian. I would like to start off this afternoon with a deep sense of gratitude and pride for the strategy efforts of our board governors, system leaders, and really our DIA co-leaders who set the groundwork for this transformative DIA journey that was laid long before my tenure and Dr. Bull, before we arrived at the Chancellor's office. It is imperative for Dr. Bull and I to really honor the trailblazers whose unwavering commitment paved the way for cultivating an equitable and inclusive environment, a catalyst really for the profound positive change we have witnessed throughout our system in the last couple of years. We are here to provide this board an update on how you continue leadership on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, advance Vision 2030. We want to ensure that our broader community, including the public and all those engaged within our system, have a deep understanding of the critical role that DIA and equal employment opportunity play in achieving equity and access, equity and support, and equity and success. This is, in essence, the redesigning and the transforming our institutions into beacons of inclusivity and opportunity for everyone in our system. Dr. Bull will go ahead and get us started and will outline the specific steps that we are taking to build upon that foundational work to achieve Vision 2030.
Good afternoon. Thank you. This is working very well. I'm in my very scandalous tan suit, by the way. So I want to kind of center us off here with an important quote from our Title V regulations, which says, with the goal of ensuring the equal educational opportunity of all students, the California Community Colleges embrace diversity among students, faculty, staff, and the communities we serve as an integral part of our history, a recognition of the complexity of our present state, and a call to action for a better future. So if you go to the next two slides, or next slide rather, it's important that we align our work with Vision 2030. And this is a continuation of the momentum that you all have preceded us in this work, as Dr. Martinez had mentioned. And the populations that we serve continue to be as diverse, and we embrace that richness and that diversity. As you can see here, our overall student population and the various entities that we serve, because we accept the top 100% of those who walk up on our campuses, and we're proud to say that. And that requires us to be flexible in ensuring that we have open access and support and success for those students. So as our demographics are changing, we have justice involved youths, veterans, foster youth, low-income adult learners, opportunity youth. These are asset-based language. I heard language being a comment earlier. They're not necessarily at-risk youth. The risk could be the institution or us in the way we engage them. They're opportunity youth. They have a lot of opportunity and hope, and how then do we leverage our system to continue to provide that for them. So the next slide, as the demographic is shifting, we see that our diversity is continuing to morph. And we have some work to do. And we've done a lot of transformative work around who we need to serve and reflective of that. And so I want to center us in the next slide here with a very, very important quote. As Trustee Nana mentioned here, Board Member Nana, welcome, by the way, congratulations. You may recall the student from a particular institution. They say, choosing to come to Bakersfield College as a first-generation college student to earn a bachelor's degree in industrial automation has been one of the best decisions of my life. Not only has it given me affordable access in a bachelor's degree, but the staff here have supported me in every step of the way. I'm especially grateful to Professor Manuel Fernandez for giving me the opportunity to work alongside him as a lab assistant and taught me and all my peers that working hard is a necessity, but work ethic is important to achieve the impossible. Again, the affirmation that this student receives from his professor and faculty member not only to have the self-efficacy, but the self-esteem and worth to continue his career. The next slide also demonstrates another student who you may or may not know is very famous in our circle here. And as I was preparing this presentation, we thought about we need to always center our work in who we serve, which is our students. And so she says, seeing faculty administrators who look like me in educational spaces gives me hope and confidence that I could be the role model for someone else one day. The mentors that I met during my college journey all taught me to believe in myself in and outside the classroom. So as we continue our work here on the next slide, we're always consistently updating our tools and resources to ensure that our system, no matter where you're at, is serving these students. And so we started this journey back in 2019, as Dr. Martinez mentioned, with Dr. Daisy Gonzalez and others, and some of you who served in the task force as well, the Vision for Success Task Force that was planned. You all in 2019 approved the DIA integration plan. Many of you have served on that committee with Fidelity. And then implementation work group was formed. And then afterwards, regulatory changes came about. And today we'll get to see the fruits of your labor, all of the regulatory changes, the impact, the policy. How is that actualized on the ground in a very operational mode? And so you approved a lot of regulations in 2022. Finally, with the Department of Finance, the Secretary of State approved more regulations. We sent out a numerous amount of tools to support institutions to implement these initiatives, including our EEO Best Practices Handbook, which wasn't revised for about 7 years. And so giving those tools to the institutions to help them understand how you can provide these best practices was instrumental, in addition to the resources that you all graciously advocated for through our legislative process. And so we also had the Best Practices Roadshow. We went to institutions demonstrating what are the things that they're doing and how they can share amongst each other. So the Chancellor's Office really served as a facilitator of that knowledge and a conduit to uplift model plans from districts. In addition to that, we also launched modules. A lot of regulatory changes came about. Our Deputy Counsel and I worked on a two-part process talking about the old regulatory changes and the new ones and what has shifted and changed. And you'll see some models from that today as well. And aligning that with our continuous updates via memos and trainings and technical support and webinars. And so with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Martinez to talk about how this is all connected.
Thank you, Dr. Bull. I want to start off, next slide, please. Showing you in this slide how we are empowering our local communities to do this work and really underscoring the critical importance of continuous improvement. But that work really starts with you as Board of Governors and being visionary and how you've actually set out the guidelines and the governance, right, that we fall under for these efforts. So I want to say thank you for that and really fostering a culture of relentless learning in this process, adaptation, and really refinement within our districts and our colleges. Our agency still remains steadfast in this commitment to providing comprehensive guidance, some of the best practices that Dr. Bull mentioned, and then also the unwavering support to facilitate the effective implementation and the operation of this transformative work. The Institutional Effectiveness Division, which is the area that Dr. Bull and I are at the Chancellor's Office, really play a crucial role by offering professional development and technical assistance to our districts and our colleges, and really bolstering our collective capacity to ensure the successful adoption of Vision 2030 goals. We rely on the dedicated efforts of our colleges and our districts to implement these initiatives with fidelity and embracing the accountability and the transparency that we need and the ability really to measure against the Vision 2030 goals. Ultimately, our system is interconnected within each component, empowering our local communities and contributing to the overall effectiveness and the sustainability of our collective endeavor to serve over 2 million students in our system. And with our unwavering commitment to be collaborative, excellence enables these students to achieve their own aspirations. So next slide, please. So at the core of Vision 2030 lies a steadfast commitment to inclusive engagement and really purposeful participation from our stakeholders. We recognize that fostering that transformative change necessitates amplifying the voices, as we mentioned earlier, and the perspectives of our diverse communities in the system, particularly those that have been historically marginalized. We've also been dedicated to enhancing the capacity and the upskilling of our California Community College employees and equipping them really with the essential tools to effectively engage with our remarkably diverse student population that we talk about. This also includes, but is not limited to, fostering a deeper understanding of the unique experiences and the needs of foster youth, which is mentioned in Vision 2030, are justice impacted individuals and working adult learners, among other groups. Building upon our commitment of inclusive engagement, we also recognize the vital role of partnerships and collaboration, which we've been doing within our office. We continue to forge those partnerships with the relevant stakeholders to leverage resources and their expertise in advancing our DIA efforts. In addition, I want to thank our Academic Senate, our President of Academic Senate and FAC, our Student Support Services officers, our instructional officers, ACRO, our human resources. We really haven't been engaging with the coalition and other members and stakeholders across the state who have helped us move this work forward, so we wouldn't be able to do this alone. While forging these strategic partnerships is essential, we've also prioritized the capacity building and the training as a cornerstone of our DIA efforts within Vision 2030. We continue to invest in this capacity building programs and training to foster the awareness, understanding, and actions on DIA challenges that are currently facing our system, which are many, and we hear from our colleagues in the field. We are clear that investing in capacity building and training really lays the groundwork, but to truly drive transformative change, we are also prioritizing, and this is dear to my heart, is the monitoring and evaluation of our efforts. As a previous institutional researcher, I'm always thinking about, okay, how are we going to measure the impact that we're actually making with the dollars that we're investing, so that my team knows that from me. We've established those mechanisms of monitoring and evaluating the impact of those efforts on the overall progress towards those Vision 2030 goals. And we're regularly assessing the effectiveness of those strategies and interventions and continue to make those adjustments as necessary. And that's what I call continuous improvement within the investments that we're making. And lastly, we aim to foster a culture of that continuous improvement by learning from the successes and failures. We know that everything is not always going to turn out the way we want it, but we can also learn lessons from what some may call quote unquote failures, but we are actually learning from that. And then by embodying these principles of inclusive engagement and those strategic partnerships, capacity building, and the rigorous monitoring and evaluation and unwavering commitment to this continuous improvement model, we really aim to collectively chart a transformative course towards Vision 2030 through the lens of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And next slide, please. So we did want to include a couple of pictures. So this is really the ecosystem to empower local communities and brought to life in the form of the engagement that we have out in the field as we go out and really engage with all of our stakeholders. So thank you to all of our board members who have been there with us, who have attended our presentations and get to hear all of the work on equal employment opportunity and our DIA efforts. So thank you for your support. And here's just a glimpse, right, of the events that embody the DIA commitments from many of our stakeholder representatives. We've included a picture from our inaugural DIA Institute. So I also want to thank all of our stakeholder organizations, statewide organizations who appointed members to participate and really co-design with us. This wasn't just something that we made up and it's like, this is what we want to hear, but it was at the perfect time because this board had just adopted Vision 2030. So we quickly made sure to make sure that DIA was representative of and roll out and let them see what is Vision 2030 and some of the work that has been done around rising scholars, dual enrollment. So we made sure that the DIA Institute was going to be speaking about Vision 2030. So we were very proud of that and the collaboration partnership that we were able to pull this off. But again, we had a waiting list really for the DIA Institute. We said we had the hottest ticket in town at the time because people were calling us to be able to attend, but really also just there's a picture here at the APAHI conference. So wanted to make sure also that they knew about Vision 2030 and the work that we are doing, that you are leading at the state level. So thank you to APAHI as well, and just the coalition in general. Next slide, please. So while the events actually represent the important milestones, our commitment to equity extends far beyond the isolated activities. We are clear that we have to continue to embark on the transformative journey that permeates every facet of our system. Our aim at the Chancellor's Office is to help district and colleges in their journey to achieve Vision 2030 goals by providing that support and that guidance and the professional learning opportunities to improve that campus ecosystem so that they can ultimately improve the student academic experience that our students are having on campus. In addition, we want to make sure that through our strategic investments, we're offering learning opportunities to support current employees, but also develop, right, new employees and leaders that will help create that ecosystem where students feel that they belong and they feel supported in completing their academic goals, which is why through the EEO program and the culturally competent pedagogy best practices innovations grants, we have invested over 20 million one-time dollars. So this is money that we received from the legislature to do this work. So thank you for making sure that our colleges and our districts also have the funding so that they can do and implement this work at the local level. And we wanted to share that with the field to that implement locally to improve their own, to do this work to improve and their own educational system. So while colleges focus on supporting and working directly with students and improving student outcomes, we're actually focused on helping our colleges create those conditions that will adapt to our students and our employee needs. This journey certainly continues. So Dr. Bull will go ahead and walk you through what to look forward to in the months ahead.
Thank you. The way this setup is interesting. It's really like this work is fun, you know. DNA, like we're changing, transforming people's lives. I feel like I'm testifying here, this mic. The principal's office. If you want the next slide, please. So the journey continues, the work ahead. So equity and access, equity and success and equity and support, aligning Vision 2030 to the work that we're doing. So we're glad to say that, as Dr. Martinez mentioned, we're competing with Taylor Swift for our tickets being sold out. In our first inaugural, literally the first week, was it? Yeah, the first week we were at capacity and sold out. So we have an a work group for our September 2024 DI Institute happening in Orange County this year. The best practices handbook, again, is up for review. I feel like I was yesterday that I came here in 2021 that we reviewed it. So every 3 years, we're going to review that and update that handbook. The CCC registry is being modernized. You advocated for the $1 million to have that website updated, and currently that is underway. One of the modernization aspects of the EEO DAC, the Diversity Action Committee, had recommended was having a video showcasing, demonstrating in line with our ICANN campaign for our students. ICANN also work at community colleges. And so we have reached out to a number of our faculty, staff, administrators, stakeholder groups to participate in being interviewed with our comms department, and that is underway. And we'd love to feature some of you all as well in that video. So if you want to, give a nice little, suggestion to come instead of working in Alabama or Mississippi, come on down to California community colleges. We have some nice jobs for you out here. So that effort is underway, and that website will be launched September 2030. And then equity support, 2024, yes. 2030 is in my mind all the time. And then targeted professional development, technical assistance, as was mentioned, and we'll talk about how that benefited some of our partner institutions that we'll model today. And then our data plan analysis. And so that's one of the things that's important, is that we have transformed the EEO practice of compliance, just saying, hey, checkbox, are you doing all these things, to more of an empowerment document? How is the interventions that you're putting into place really, truly moving the needle at your institution? You try different strategies. Has this worked? Why hasn't it worked? So it's a technical conversation we're having with assistance with the colleges and institutions, and that's been very, very beneficial. And see which strategies work. Bakersfield is not San Francisco. It's not LA. We know that. So what have you catered and adapted to your local institution to make sure that works for you? And then also the trustee welcome that's happening next month. And Dr. Martinez will give more updates on that. Next slide, please. So at this point, I'd like to bring up Dr. Pedro Avila, president of Gavilan College. Actually, one phone? No, Pedro first. We'll go Dr. Pedro Avila, who's going to demonstrate one of our EEO best practices handbook ideas and how they locally implemented. And so it's cluster hiring. I don't want to take away too much from his thunder. So I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, President Costa, Chancellor Kirsten, Board of Governors. Thank you for the invitation for us to come here and highlight this practice of a cluster hire. I'm Dr. Pedro Avila. I'm the Superintendent President of Gavilan College. And with me, I have.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucy Alvarez. I'm the Director of Human Resources and Labor Relations for Gavilan College.
Next slide, please. So just we're just going to give a little bit back on who we are. We're Gavilan College. We've been serving these communities for 100 years. We work what's considered the South Bay. We're not quite in Silicon Valley, but we're right outside of Silicon Valley. We're a veteran community for San Jose. We have 4 sites that go all the way from South San Jose, Morgan Hill, Calvary, San Martin, and San Juan Bautista and Hollister. We serve over close to 10,000 students in that region. We've been rapidly growing. Last year, we had a 21% growth in enrollment. We're one of the fastest growing districts in the state, partly because some of the economy is growing very fast. It's become one of the most affordable communities in the South Bay. So for me, I'm the first Latino president for Government College over in the world of years. My family came from Mexico in 1984. I grew up in Castro, so it's about 20 minutes from this region. So as you can imagine, me being the president of Government is very special because every day I wake up, I understand the sense of urgency that my community and my students have. The cluster hire is part of that. Just having a sense of urgency, having faculty that reflect the needs of our students, that can understand them and support them. Next slide, please. So this is the advertisement for a cluster hire. And really the credit goes to people that really were instrumental in doing this. One of them is Christina Salvin, who's one of our English instructors. The other one is Lucy Alvarez, our director of HR. That's happened during my first year as president. As you can imagine, as first year president, you try to be careful on the kind of projects and issues you take on. But I had a call from Christina Salvin that said, we were in the process of hiring 12 instructors, 12 full-time instructors. It was historic for Government College. We're a small college. At the time, our full-time obligation number was 70 faculty. So that was a significant, 16% of our faculty were going to be hired through this process. Christina approached me and said, what do you think about doing a cluster hire? And I said, well, Christina, if you can help me get buy-in from the faculty and from everybody else, the department chairs, go for it. Next slide, please. And so one of the first things that Christina and Lucy requested from me was a statement supporting the cluster hire. As you know, cluster hire, it's not about race. It's not about having based on race, but it's about hiring faculty that are culturally competent. So my statement here, I wanted to be clear that it was about increasing requirements, increasing the quality of the faculty, making sure that nobody thought it was about race, number one. Number two, it was really about focusing on improving and increasing the requirements of the hiring process. Next slide, please. And so that's how we sort of kicked off. And Christina, as faculty member, championed the initiative. This image here of the umbrella, she actually went to the academic senate, put up a paper on the board, and drew this umbrella to provide a visual of what the cluster hire meant. And we used that as a poster to promote the cluster hire within the institution. So both Christina and Lucy went to the academic senate, on the chairs, all of the different committees to get buy-in, and everybody got behind it. So really, our institution was ready to do something for Latin students. We at Government College served 60% of our students are Latino. At the time, about 49% of our faculty were Latino. And so there was a sense of urgency of doing more. Next slide, please. I'll let Lucy handle this one here.
Thank you. And what I will add is that Christina was also a very engaged member of our Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, and has been helping us develop our EEO efforts throughout the way. So she was very much invested in this work. This is the introductory statement that we had on our job announcements for all of the positions that we hired through this cluster hire approach. And it really just highlights the commitment that we have as Gavilan College for best serving our students and finding faculty who can best serve our students. Next slide, please. So in terms of what the cluster hire looked like in practice, it incorporated a supplemental questionnaire that was part of every job announcement, and it required candidates to satisfy 3 or more of the following criteria. And you'll see that while we highlighted this as a cluster hire in support of the Latinx community, It really is a focus on underrepresented and underserved students in higher education. And so what we're asking applicants is really to help demonstrate how they have served this community of students in the past. How have they mentored underrepresented and underserved students in higher education? Do they have a good knowledge of the barriers that this particular populations face on a regular basis, and so forth? It really was a way of highlighting how they are best equipped to serve our students. Next slide, please. So in terms of the expected impact, there were a few different things that we were hoping for. One is we understood that the retention of employees of color, we understood that the retention of employees of color is directly correlated with the sense of belonging that they also have within their community college districts. So one was retention, the other was really cultivating a sense of belonging for students, improving student learning, an effective strategy to attract candidates from also underrepresented and minoritized groups. And then finally, cluster hiring and onboarding, creating a sense of community around the cohort that was being hired and continuing those efforts throughout their onboarding experience.
And I will add that, we had really strong pools of candidates of color that during the interview process told us that they applied for these jobs because of the cluster hire. To the point where when we were getting to the final interviews, it was very difficult to select one. I mean, I think every position there was 2 or 3 that I wanted to hire them all because it was so good and so dedicated to the work we were doing. The other thing we learned is that they were telling us that they were tired of applying for jobs. The colleges, they say that they are in support of DEI, but many of them didn't even make it through the screening process. So I think the cluster hire is really being vocal and being bold about, the importance of having those candidates that bring that cultural competence forward and really considering them for these positions. So I can tell you that we learned a lot from the process and it did improve the quality of the pool. Next slide, please.
So this is just to illustrate what our overall process was. We very heavily participated in the governance process. We wanted to make sure that each of our constituency groups had an opportunity to learn about what our vision was, ask questions. We presented to each governance group at least twice, in some cases more than 2 times. And we really got the backing of the campus community before we engaged in this effort. We then had a very strategic focus on preparing our deans and our department chairs for what this work was, to the point that we developed a guide for deans and department chairs who are serving on committees, which included an appendix with tools, specific tools to help them through the recruitment process, and also detailed what each step of the process was and what their responsibility as either the dean or the department chair chairing the hiring committees was, and gave them a specific opportunity to answer questions in a safe space, training really tailored to their roles. We also, as part of this process, we decided to roll out mandatory EEO training for the campus community, where before we had mandatory training at the beginning of each recruitment process. This time we implemented a longer 3-hour training that was required for any campus community member who was going to be part of the recruitment process. And so it really gave us an opportunity to highlight the importance of unconscious bias, being aware of unconscious bias through the hiring process, the importance of workforce diversity, et cetera. And then we also rolled out an EEO officer training, which many community colleges already have in place, but being a small community college district, typically it was human resources who was serving on each of the recruitment committees. And so this gave us an opportunity to train our employees to serve as EEO officers in each of the committees, and allowed human resources to provide that support for committees. And then we focused a lot on our screening committee preparation, extensive training. We developed some guides for our student representatives so that they really felt that they were part of this process. We had a lot of feedback through a series of surveys that we implemented, and our students were telling us that while they appreciated being part of hiring processes, they didn't feel like they had a voice at the table because they felt that their voice was overshadowed by classified faculty administrators on committees. So we made it a specific effort to prepare our students, train them, make sure they had a buddy on each of the committees. So we developed a buddy system so they had the support and they felt very well prepared to participate as part of these processes. Next slide, please. So in terms of our recruitment efforts, we participated in job fairs, one of which was the CCC Registry Job Fair. This includes a list of the different websites in which we posted the cluster hire positions. We also talked to our deans and department chairs about whether there were specific discipline-specific sites where we can post. And so they did give us a list and we posted at those sites as well. And we sent out the job announcements through listservs in the respective areas as well. Next slide, please.
So yeah, this is the outcome. So we went out for total of initially 12 positions. One of them got put on hold, but we have 8 positions that were hired. 3 are still pending. The outcome was, you can see 2 males, 6 females, 1 white faculty, 6 Latinx, 1 multi-ethnic. As I mentioned at the time, before the cluster hire, the percentage of our faculty of color was 39%. After the cluster hire, we increased that percentage up to 44% in 1 year. And that's just to give you an indication of how much work there is to do, right? This is 1 cluster hire. Without a cluster hire, usually my experience is that you get about 30% of your pool that is of color, and half of that is replacement. So you're making very little progress. And it'll take many years to make that kind of job. So the cluster hire does work. And I think the question we're having in my institution right now, is it a one and done? Or is it something that we have interest in continuing to close that gap? Again, 60% of our students are Latinx, and right now 44% of our faculty are of color. Next slide, please.
So in terms of our onboarding efforts, as we mentioned, we had a big focus on the recruitment of these positions, but we also wanted to make sure that our cluster hire faculty continued to feel that support through their onboarding. And so this is an example of what we did. We had an onboarding week for our faculty where they met with their mentors. We had a big celebration and the entire campus was invited. We held an orientation specifically for them. We then held a diversity, equity, inclusion, and anti-racism workshop. And then we incorporated them into the professional development day offerings. Since then, we have organized an end of the semester celebration for our cluster hire cohort, and we're organizing an end of academic year celebration for them coming up in May.
Just to conclude, I'll say that after Santa Barbara came right behind us, and they did a somewhat similar cluster hire. Cornell College is right now going through a cluster hire, and I know there's other colleges that are interested in doing cluster hire. So, which is glad that we was a first community college. I do want to give credit to Dr. Luke Wood, who's now the president of Sacramento State, who initiated the cluster hire here in California when he was the vice president at San Diego State. Yeah, so I really want to make sure that he gets credit for that because he's the originator. But yeah, so we're now exploring on how we bring this work forward. As you can see, it's not just about the hiring process, but also the onboarding process. We want to make sure that our faculty that are being hired are feeling supported. And that's what we're focused on right now.
Absolutely. Thank you. We'll take questions then. We'll one more panel coming up. And there's been a lot of flurry of questions potentially about cluster hiring. Just to clarify, the benefits of cluster hiring, which is in our handbook, is not just the recruitment piece, but as Dr. Avila mentioned, it's also the retention efforts because they come in as a cohort. So initially, I think the University of Wisconsin was the first to model this. We're like, hey, let's interdisciplinary research instead of having a chemistry professor, a biology professor, or engineering professor. Let's hire a lot of research team, and then from there we can get a more diverse pool. And from there, they start to see there was more women professors, more folks of color that became into the process because the research team was the cluster. And then once we talk about students and serving those students and committed or demonstrated leadership towards that, it starts to have secondary, third effects of diversity. So thank you again, Gavilan College for being a model for that. The next college we're going to bring up is our EU plan. So you saw your regulatory actions and your funding and your advocacy play out locally and seen the need in Gavilan College. We have Chabot College here, who is our model EEO plan. And the model here being, let's put the PowerPoint up. The Vice Chancellor Wyman Fong here is going to talk about his team, will talk about how they implemented their EEO plan and the support and resources they did because they had no feedback, and that's what you want to get, zero feedback. So that this is the A paper, by the way, in class in the EEO world.
Thank you, Dr. Bull. Chaplain, Board of Governors, Sir Christian, and the community here. Great to see the addition to the board as well. I guess me and Bull have got the same memo about hand suits and brooches, right? But I'm just so happy to be here. Normally you can't get me shut up, but I feel so passionate right now with what we've been doing with DIA, EEO, Vision 2030, the direction from our chancellor and the Board of Governors. This is very meaningful for me, for someone that's been in the system for almost 30 years. You know, I saw the slides about doing the talk, but doing the walk. I want to walk now. I want to run. Because it's really important for me, because even though I acknowledge the fact that DIA is polarizing at this, you know, in our nation, it's important because when you really look at it, it's about preventing discrimination for all, right? And so we really take that seriously. So when we talk about our EO plan, I'm so blessed to have the support from the State Chancellor's Office, from Dr. Gonzalez, Dr. Martinez, Dr. Bull. I'm going to ask Melinda Trammell, our Director of Employee and Labor Relations, to kind of give this group a little feedback of what we've experienced in terms of that support.
Good afternoon. Good to see everyone here. Just want to kind of give you our experience. I'm, as a new member to community colleges, I've been working at Chabot Las Positas for 2.5 years. The experience of coming in and then the EEO plan and the new requirements was, I must admit, somewhat overwhelming. But in the fact that we had great direction from the Chancellor's Office and from Dr. Bull and from Dr. Martinez and Dr. Gonzalez with the modules, with the training, with the do's and the don'ts, and how to get to a plan that is not only feasible but workable, because then you have to meet the requirements of the plan. So I think the direction that they gave was great. The resources that they gave was wonderful. We were a constant nagger of, okay, how do we do this? Okay, we understand this part, but how do we create this? And so in working with the Chancellor's Office and the different resources and going through the modules, looking at the county information and just understanding the requirements and the path to DEIA and a good EO plan, our initial draft was accepted, but then we had some modifications. But once we realized what we needed to do, it made a world of difference.
Thank you, Melinda. So I'm going to talk about a couple of our best practices, I think. One thing that we really wanted to focus on was our classified professionals. So we decided to use the funds from the State Chancellor's Office to develop our classified professionals. As we know, our classified professionals are very diverse. You know, women dominated in terms of that area. And so we developed a 1-year program to not develop them as leaders, because they're already leaders, is just pulling that out of them and their contributions. And what we found is that in this year-long cohort program, we've had probably a little bit more than 30% of our classified professionals promote in other positions, whether within our district or outside. So I really want to give a cheer to our classified professionals for the importance that they bring to our community colleges. Another thing that we're doing with the funds is working with our faculty unions. We appreciate the fact that with the Code of Regulations, Title V, not just adherence, but how do we really make an environment that's inclusive? And so we're using some of those funds to provide release time to our faculty leadership to kind of really talk about what does it mean to put DIA in our evaluations, how we train people. So we're not penalizing them, but supporting them to rid as best we can non-discrimination. So those are some of the areas that we want to focus on. I know we're the last one on the agenda, so I'm not going to go too detailed. I do want to say that it's been very heartful, this experience. Again, I've been doing this for almost 3 decades, and I've never felt so much support. Even with Chancellor Christian, when she came on board, she met with us. I think we've had 3 meetings with the coalition and APAHI, and knowing that we have that support from the Chancellor, from the Board of Governors, it makes all the difference. And with that last note, I wanted to acknowledge your Chancellor that on April 5th, she'll be receiving the CEO award from APAHI. And so congratulations, Chancellor.
Thank you. By the way, Wyman is the best dressed vice chancellor in the system. Oh, vice chancellor, so we can have the PowerPoint up.
Thank you. We're going to wrap up this item very quickly here. Just want to thank our presenters for really showcasing the work. We wanted to showcase the work that they have done because we know they put in a lot of hours. And with that, if we can just go to the important dates and tools for our PowerPoint. Want to wrap here as we continue to embark really on this journey towards institutionalizing equity. We've developed a robust set of resources, and I think they've mentioned some of the ones that they have used, especially around EO, which was very important to us because we knew that there were a lot of new regulations and things that we were asking for. So we wanted to make sure that they had the modules in place that they can look to for guidance on how they would submit their new EEO plans. I'm going to focus on the right-hand side of what's to come, and we are excited for the partnership that we have with Academic Senate around the webinar series that will launch actually tomorrow, Leading Educational Excellence webinar series. We will have one tomorrow that starts tomorrow, one in the fall, and another one in the spring to continue the conversation around some of our colleges and the work that they're doing that they're at the forefront of developing the comprehensive diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility, competencies, and criteria. And these colleges are also engaged in collaborative local processes to build the tailored DIA frameworks that will guide their practices and decision-making across various domains. So in addition, we're also partnering to host the trustee welcome event next month to engage our local board members and providing them guidance on the role in student success, equity, and culturally competent student-centered decision-making in alignment with Vision 2030. So we're excited about that and really want to thank publicly Trustee Andrea Hoffman and Chancellor Juliana Barnes, who have partnered with us, and they are helping us design this year's trustee welcome. So all of the topics, of course, in alignment with our Vision 2030 and what they want to hear from the Chancellor's office, because this is them actually coming together and engaging with other trustees across the state, but also wanted to engage with our executive cabinet, from the Chancellor's office and hearing directly from the Chancellor of how they can support Vision 2030 moving forward. So that is next month. And then we also, as I mentioned earlier, the DIA Institute has a set date of September 26th and 27th. We were asked to do 2 days because 1 day and a half was not enough based on the conversations that we need to have and some of the work that we're leading at the statewide level. So again, we have stakeholders who have appointed from their statewide organizations, have appointed members to serve on that planning committee with us. So they're helping us, again, design this year's institute, but want to keep the concept. They really loved engaging with folks across the state on how they can implement some of this work on their campuses and their districts. So last year we had a capacity of 450. And like I said, we had a waiting list. This year we have 600. And I think we're still going to have a waiting list, unfortunately. But we know that there is an appetite for this work and leading it across the state. So I want to thank the collaboration there. And then lastly, we are launching the equitable counseling modules. And this, again, is engaging our counseling faculty who are meeting with our students and helping them design what their path is going to look like, their educational path, especially these modules are focused on Vision 2030 and some of the populations that we call out within Vision 2030. We actually just led our first counseling professional development at the CSSO conference. They created space for our counseling faculty, which they were very appreciative. for the Chancellor's Office to come and lead a 6-hour training and really in alignment with Vision 2030. So we were excited to do that. And that partnership continues because these counseling modules have actually been reviewed within partnership with our Academic Senate faculty and also the CSSOs, our Chiefs Student Services Officers have also had faculty review these. So when they do go out, this is also, again, in collaboration and in partnership with our faculty. So, and we're also looking forward again to the EO data modules. We know that there is questions from the field around the data that they need to include in the upcoming EO plans. So that module will also be available. So again, many resources, more to come, but just grateful for the opportunity to partner and collaborate. And then the last slide here, DA Awareness Month. So while we know that the resources really provide the strong foundation, we also know that true transformation is going to require sustained engagement, again, and collective action. So in that spirit, April has been designated as DIA Awareness Month in order to raise awareness and foster that dialogue, that continued dialogue around DIA efforts for our system. And we hope that the field will join us in many of these for this dedicated period of time for a series of these thought-provoking events on this slide, conferences, and really activities designed to deepen our understanding as we continue to learn and the commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And as we look ahead to DIA Awareness Month and beyond, I want to express again my sincere gratitude to the board and every stakeholder who has engaged with us for your unwavering commitment to this work and your active engagement and perspectives and the feedback that we receive. We truly put it to work and in your relentless pursuit of equity as the driving force behind the progress that we've seen within our system this last couple of years. So just want to thank you, and we're open for questions.
I don't have a question, but more of a comment. I just want to say, given kind of an assault on affirmative action and civil rights, that I'm really glad to see the community college system is keeping this eye on the prize.
Yeah.
And that it does my heart good to see that we are really being intentional in what we're trying to do and the work that we're trying to do. And so I just want to applaud your effort and wanted to have you keep on keeping on. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Grande. I always say that, I don't know, the waters in the Atlantic Ocean is different than the Pacific. Over here, make sure we keep our pedal in the middle, ensure that we reflect and, continuously embrace the richness of our diversity. It makes us much better.
Colleagues, any other comments or questions for the presenters? Board Member Haynes.
So I've been waiting for this one. I have notes. And so first I want to commend everyone who was involved in this process. The work and the collaboration and the partnership has been stellar. I want to start with that piece. I want to recognize, Bill, what you said. It's really not our students at risk, it's our institutions. And I'm going to circle back to that one in a moment. This is not a question, I'm sorry. This really is a comment and an observation. But we do have an opportunity for change, and I want to recognize the transformative change that has come before this board and has been pushed out to the system of what was about 1.75 million that's now at 1.9 going back to 2 million students. Over 2 students.
Nice.
And so what I really need to say here is that we really need to wrap our arms around what some of the best practices are and to continue to push that out. I also want to say that while there are all kinds of folks who are in the system trying to do that, the role of the trustee, the elected members of our boards really do have a role to play. And we're going to have to, I'm really glad in April we'll be having that. And I think that, and I don't know what the agenda looks like, but I really think that it's an opportunity to talk about what that role needs to be from the dais. And in public relative to some of these changes in a way that it really will transform our colleges and our districts. And I just lost my page. But there is this one message, and that is that in working on institutional change within institutions that have used the processes available to them, the change is slow. And I know that we have been traveling at breakneck speed relative to what it was and what it is now. So I do want to recognize that piece. But we're not in control of the educational systems that are being challenged across this nation. And California and our community colleges are no exception. And so what I would say is what our challenge is that the future is coming much faster than some of our systems and institutions can meet. And we are going to have to figure out a way together how to make those kinds of institutional partnership changes that really meet our students where they are, because we will not be immune to them leaving because our institutions have not been able to meet their needs. Today, we talked about, I'm losing my breath. Today, we talked about credit versus sort of classroom contact time. Great. We need that. We need more of that kind of thinking. But we talked about the need for flexibility. We need that. We need, and we're getting there. But I really want us to be mindful that we don't control where this future is coming and how fast it's coming at us. But we do have to recognize that we're going to have to meet some moments ahead. And we're doing a wonderful job trying to do that.
And also to recognize you, in your hands, because the board for your courage, like this work is not possible at your courage. And so I will recognize all of these board members of being courageous and leading the fourth largest economy in the world, on the nation. As California goes, the world goes. And so you all have transformed. And so you're instrumental. Also keep uplifting our champions like Gavilan College and Chabot for coming out here, because they're following the lead. And thank you for allowing us to serve in this capacity as well.
Also want to extend my thanks to the amazing work that's been done and continues to work in the areas of DEIA. I really want to also commend the partnership of APAHI, of Amend, A2Mend, and Colegas. That's wonderful when you have three groups working together, pushing in the same direction, so we can gain momentum in doing this work and institutionalizing equity for our system. I want to congratulate Gavilan College and the amazing work in terms of faculty hiring, Chabot Las Positas College with Classified. What I didn't hear, of course, is administration, and also diversifying our administration, and also focusing, of course, on, and I'm sure there's already work being done surrounding this, but I think for me to reiterate this point in this space too, this intersectionality between our classified being promoted to different positions, our faculty moving into the administrative pipeline, and vice versa. I think there's a lot of work that still can be done there. I know my personal dissertation was looking at Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders in higher ed, and also seeing the underrepresentation within our community there. So I know there's a lot of work to be done, and I commend the work that has been done, and I look forward to seeing the work that will be done in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, can I speak to that? For our administrators, we do have collaborations with ACA, who supports our administrators, also with UC Davis Wheelhouse, who's working with our CEOs. So there has not been an untapped stakeholder. One of the things that when I first arrived to the Chancellor's office in 2020 was really looking to see who were we leaving out. So we knew classified was one of them that we saw. So we do have a collaboration there that's also serving our classified professionals, but administrators to CEOs to now trustees, that was one. And like I said, counseling faculty was another one that was being left out. So we made sure to now have professional development and technical assistance for all of that. So I can pretty much assure you, we have not left anyone out, I don't think. Even our part-time faculty, we have a collaboration with FAC where they have their teaching institute, that we are also making sure that part-time faculty can participate at no cost to them, because we know that has been a barrier in the past. So thank you.
Since you all are the pop stars of the chancellor's office, getting our conferences booked up, I'm guessing a lot of the folks that are showing up are the champions already. And so I'm wondering, how are you advertising? Because I was trying to poke around and see where can I find all this great new stuff you're doing. I'm thinking for the conference, people know it's coming and they're anticipating signing up, and boom, they sign up. But for the folks that don't know, for our new faculty, or like you said, those adjuncts that are just trying to figure out this world, where do they go to find out about all those wonderful things that you're doing?
That's an excellent question. So it depends on which constituent group that we're engaging in, right? So initially we engage with ACCA. We know there's a lot of executive leadership training that's happening with vice presidents, but the deans, for example, the Dean Academy, like we need to go to the granular level where some of this work is happening with department chairs and deans, where a lot of the hiring is occurring. So therefore, we're working with the Social Justice Academy. We review Dr. Martinez and Dean Jeffries, all of their advertising material, how they get the word out through the various listservs that we have. We also look at those people in the margins. You know, this is a conversation. Dr. Martinez kind of glossed over it. With the CSSOs, for example, the Chief Student Service Officers, they never had a strand for counselors, and that's primarily in student services, the faculty you work with. So they're like, hey, we'd love to collaborate with you and release these counseling modules. They're like, great, here's a whole 6-hour day, run with it. So it's important for us to, and we advertise it through our various listservs. And so that's an ongoing conversation. It's a comment that came up and said, hey, this is partially the choir. How do we get to our colleagues at every institution, right? So that's why Dr. Martinez mentioned making it free of cost for those folks, making sure that there's no barriers that the institution may provide for folks to participate. So we're trying our best, but that's actually those stakeholder groups, just having those conversations with them. Hey, how can we ensure there's equitable participation across the board? Which group members of your constituents may not be having access to this?
And to add to that, we're also trying to leverage, which we have access to the Vision Resource Center, encouraging a lot of our colleges. I think mostly all of our colleges are now integrated into the Vision Resource Center. So we have a calendar where we post everything. I'm actually working with them to say, okay, I'm making them responsible to making sure that all of the statewide organizations, all of that is on that calendar. So we have one place to go to when people want to be aware of what's happening. And it's also for our own planning purposes. It was a selfish ask because I don't want to conflict with anyone when we're offering. And I know that other organizations are also having some of the same challenges. So I'm working with them. But as Dr. Bull mentioned, all of our listserv, and that's why all of our partnerships are so important for us, because we also depend on them to share. We give them the flyers and say, please share it out, because we know that it's so many people that we have to reach, that all of these partnership collaborations are going to be the way to get the word out to those people that are not participating and bring them along as well.
Thank you very much. 2 quick comments, no question, because Pam is my idol and I don't really have questions. I am, as an attendee of the DEI Institute and just a general fan of the Dr. Bull and Dr. Martinez Roadshow, I just wanted to say, like, what a joy it is to watch the both of you and our staff and our team of stakeholders at large really engage in this equity work. I know that Dr. Bull really emphasizes joy, and Dr. Martinez too emphasizes joy in what you're doing. And it certainly comes across when you guys are communicating this message. So thank you very much for the substance of your work, but also the energy that you bring to it. And then my second comment is, you guys are making me really want to elevate my brooch game. So thank you for the fashion tip.
Brings that.
Thank you so much.
That comment, maybe. I want to just commend you on the work. I mean, we talk often that community colleges are a federation, and looking at all of the outreach and the technical experience that you've provided. Anyway, I know it's a lot, but I think it's also absolutely imperative when we do these big things. So thank you for that hard work. I did have a question, because we've talked before about cluster hiring as a best practice. And when you're in a district that's growing and you need more faculty, I can certainly see that that's possible. And we heard today from our Hayward Award winners that sometimes if you're an underrepresented faculty member, it can be a very isolating experience. So it really makes sense. But not all of our districts are in that spot where they have these sort of multiple positions and can accommodate a cluster hiring. So what is your advice to those districts as far as a best practice that would help them meet these goals as well?
The diversity goals in general.
Yeah, meaning, to look at, expanding diversity in our faculty ranks. If you're in a declining enrollment district, for example, you may not have a cluster hiring opportunity available. But what would be your advice to a district that's, in a declining enrollment or doesn't have those open positions?
Absolutely. I think one of the things that in the EEO world, we have a framework that we approach the work with. And so those three categories and buckets, hiring or pre-hiring rather, hiring and then post-hiring. So in the pre-hiring category, obviously, having these diverse job applications, making sure that your recruitment circles are very broad, that you're, attracting the most, the greatest candidates possible. And then the two areas that Dr. Martinez really focuses on is the hiring, which is that onboarding piece, having that sense of belonging, ensuring that the folks that you do have right now currently feel welcome, that there's a retention, which leads to the post-hiring piece. And so what are your retention efforts? What are your trainings? What's the campus climate like, the surveys, the exit interviews to ensure that you may not have the opportunity to hire right now, but you also want to release the people that you have that are beneficial to serving these students, right? So how then can we also upskill that population to work with a diverse group of folks? And so ensuring that we have the necessary professional development to retain the talent that already have is essential. And so I think a lot of our efforts to those institutions that may not have the current funding right now to hire is like, let's keep what you have right now. Then how can we also assist you in upskilling that? Hence all of the different, and I'm glad to say almost every major statewide constituent group has some type of leadership academy that we directly work with. Like we're double booked on the 11th, for example. We're going to the CIO conference and the trustee welcome. So we can making sure that we're touching every, like moving out one stone unturned, what Dr. Martinez mentioned. So ensuring that institutions are equipped with the necessary professional development to retain the talent they already have.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. For my colleagues at Chabot Las Positas, if either of you would like to tell a mother how to find your concurrent enrollment form, please find me after this meeting. With that, can I open it up to the public for any comments on this item?
The public comment period on item 6.2 is now open. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento. If you're calling in, press *9. You'll have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. We have 2 public comments on this item. The first from Wendy Brill-Weinkoop and the second from Cheryl Aschenbach. Dr. Bull and Dr. Martinez, if you could vacate their chairs. Please.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm still Wendy Brill-Weinkoop, President of the Faculty Association of the California Community Colleges. And I have to say, I am a fan of the Martinez-Bull team. Yes. I want to express my sincere appreciation for FACT's inclusion in the California Community College DEIA implementation work group. It's been an honor to contribute to the development of the EEO 10-point plan for faculty diversity in hiring. When stakeholders collaborate in the policy space, we can create the most thoughtful and impactful changes for our students. The EEO 10-point plan is a testament to the power of collaboration between system stakeholders. It provides essential guidance and practical strategies to enhance equity-focused hiring practices, retention efforts, and policies. This partnership has led to the comprehensive plan that will undoubtedly benefit our diverse student population. FACT strongly supports the system-wide focus on equity as outlined in this agenda item, promoting access, delivering support services, and enduring the success of underserved student populations is the heart of our mission as educators. Faculty members across the state are committed to being partners in this ongoing work. Once again, I'd like to thank the board for recognizing the importance of stakeholder engagement. Together, we can be create a more equitable and inclusive environment for all California community colleges. And Dr. Bull asked me to mention FACT's Great Teachers Seminar in collaboration with a grant from the Chancellor's Office. Great Teacher Seminar provides an intense retreat-style professional development experience for faculty focused on their practice. And the grant allows for new faculty and part-time faculty to participate. And one more point of personal privilege, it is Dr. Bull's birthday. He's going to be mad I said it. But happy birthday, Dr. Bull.
Good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, I can't see, Chancellor Christian, members of the board again, Cheryl Aschenbach, President of the Academic Senate. And I just want to express appreciation and acknowledge the work of so many. This is ongoing work. The Academic Senate was involved in the initial efforts of the DEIA work group, including the building of the first glossary and the compendium of resources, and to have an opportunity through our membership on the EEODAC, as well as a body, to take the glossary, be able to provide feedback on it and see it evolve as was originally intended, is pretty powerful for us as a system. And we're glad to have been able to participate in that. I want to recognize too that the coordinated effort of not just in the initial work group of all the different stakeholder groups, but the continued coordinated effort and intentionality is part of what is making this culture change possible. Faculty can't do it alone, classified professionals can't do it alone, nor can our administrators or our board members. And it is our partnership, it's our shared commitment, and it's our shared collaboration that is giving us this opportunity to push boundaries, honor what our students and our faculty and our classified staff and everybody needs in their spaces in ways that can advance this work. You heard from two of our folks this morning, our awardees this morning, how they felt invisible early in their career. We can't have that for more students, and that's an absolute example of why this continued work is such an imperative and so important to all of us. So thank you for continued efforts. The Academic Senate remains a committed partner in this work. We will never be done with it. The truth is, but we're going to continue to work real hard to make sure that our students don't feel that feeling of invisibility that we heard about this morning.
I too just wanted to add some words of recognition. President Pedro Avila, thank you so much for being here and sharing practices from the field. It's extremely critical for the Chancellor's Office to be looking for those best practices and highlighting them. And I also wanted to underscore a word that you hear repeatedly today, and that is the word partnerships. And thank you to all the groups, and we're going to list them out for moving this work in partnership. And last but not least, our staff members here at the Chancellor's Office. Dominic Bell and Sarah Martinez, you make me so proud of the work that you do. I know as the new Chancellor, I've been noticing the amount of work and mobilization that this small office does, and particularly as it relates to the DEIA work. You've been just phenomenal in really mobilizing such a large system and genuinely engaging all of our colleagues across the state of California in this work. So I want to recognize you with our partners, both of you. Thank you.
Maybe we'll get like an Eras movie or something like a true Swiftie. Anyway, thank you so much for the presentation. Next up, I'm going to turn it over to our Chancellor. We have item virtual comments. Oh, virtual comments. I'm so sorry. Go for it.
Gary, please go ahead.
We do have 4 hands raised at this time. Let's start with Charo Albaran. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon. My name is Charo Albaran, and I'm the president of the Association of Chief Human Resources Officers and Equal Employment Officers, ACRO-EEO. Our organization has been working with Dr. Bull and his team for several years on DEIA and the impact of this important work on human resources. We would like to take this opportunity to truly thank Dr. Bull and his team. Dr. Bull has been an inclusive partner in working on the improvements of our EEO plans, creating spaces to engage in dialogue with a variety of constituencies across the state on how we can collectively increase equity on our campuses. The EEO plan models have been updated and is better aligned with supporting student success as it challenges our campuses to be creative in increasing representation in our recruitments, increase retention while using data to inform our decisions and improve our strategies. There was a thoughtfulness in the strategy to roll out the new EEO plans. The long-term goals, training, resources provided were much appreciated by HR professionals in our system. ACRO established an equity award in 2022, recognizing the incredible work on our campuses that was in part because of the energy from this important work from Dr. Bull and his team.
30 seconds.
This team is a strong advocate for HR professionals to make sure we're supported, and we look forward for the continued partnership as we continue this important work for our students. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, Dr. Bull, and Dr. Martinez. Thank you.
Next, we have Rowena Robles. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, my name is Rowena Robles, and I am the new executive director of the coalition. I was recently with the Foundation for California Community Colleges as the executive director of the California Medicine Scholars Program, a healthcare workforce pathways that targets regional communities throughout the state who are lacking physicians. I'm so pleased and happy to be with the Coalition CCC now, which is composed of 3 organizations that include A2Mend, APAHI, and Colejas. We are composed of campus and district leaders that include district chancellors, college presidents, vice presidents, and senior directors from throughout the state's community colleges. The coalition contributes to the Chancellor's Office Vision for Success, DEIA goal to increase faculty and staff diversity in our system. The signature program is the Aspiring Radical Leaders Institute, also known as ARLI. ARLI is a statewide 2-year professional development opportunity for faculty, classified professionals, administrators that work for the community colleges. And the cohort, and we are currently in the middle of working with cohort number 2. Cohort participants compose a diverse group of community college aspiring leaders from throughout the state. To get a picture of the different positions in which each of the cohort members represent, cohort number 1 is composed of 22.2% classified personnel, nearly 26% full-time faculty, and 52% campus administrators.
30 seconds.
Cohort number 2 is composed of 31% classified personnel, 23% full-time faculty, 42% campus administrators, and 4% adjunct faculty. The coalition is grateful for the support of the Chancellor's Office in our efforts to support DEIA throughout the community college system. Thank you, Dr. Martinez and Dr. Bull. Also, happy birthday.
Next, we have Nisha Savage. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Chancellor Christian and Board of Trustees for this opportunity to provide public comments. My name is Nisha Savage, and I'm the Executive Director for the NANDI organization. And today I'm here to speak on behalf of NANDI to express our gratitude for the support that we have received from the California Community College Chancellor's Office. NANDI's mission is to serve and support the success of Black women who work in and attend community college. And so we want to thank the Chancellor's Office and acknowledge you for supporting the advancement of Black women in the system through the IEPI funding that was awarded to the NANDI organization to implement professional development activities system-wide. NANDI's core focus areas are professional development, research, mentorship, scholarship, and advocacy. And our core focus areas align with the goals and core commitments outlined in Vision 2030 and the EEO diversity best practices. Because of the funding and the support that we received from the IEPI funding, we were able to put on our inaugural summit last October that brought in administrators, faculty, staff, and students to talk about how to support the success of Black women in our system. We have our conference that's going to come up this year, October 3rd through the 4th. And because of the funding, we're able to put on that professional development activity as well. We've also been able to collaborate with San Diego City College and Ada Min to host a workshop to share strategies on how to get hired in our system. And we also have an upcoming webinar in which we look forward to sharing space with women to talk about, again, how to support the success of Black women in our system. And so I just want to express our gratitude and to tell you that, you know, the work that you all are doing to support DEIA efforts is important work. We want to personally thank Dr. Gonzalez, Dr. Martinez, Dr. Bull, and Dean Jeffries, and also, you know, all of the team that has been supportive of our efforts, including Trustee Pam Haynes, for attending our 90 events. And so again, this is just for us to show you that the work that you are doing is directly benefiting folks locally. So continue the good work, and we are so grateful.
And our last hand raised is Eric Ramones. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Yes, my name is Eric Ramones. I'm the past president of ACA. I'm a current board member of APAHI and also a current member of ACRO. I also chair the statewide, co-chair the statewide diversity, EEO and diversity committee with Dr. Bull. And I just want to commend both Gavilan College and Chabot Las Positas for being courageous enough to take the research and the communication that they learned from the State Chancellor's Office in the form of EEO best practices, in the form of several webinars, in the form of, you know, the 10-point faculty plan and other resources to really lead the colleges. And now other colleges are wanting to follow. They've created a buzz for everyone to really get on board with DEIA work and take action. I also want to commend Dr. Sonia Christian, our chancellor, because of her commitment through Vision 2030 to continue the work of partnership and action-oriented collaboration, because the only way that we can get the work done is when we collaborate. And over the past 2 years, I've seen more and more enhanced, bolstered collaboration and partnership, very intentional from the State Chancellor's Office. So that also comes into the form of the leadership with Dr. Deputy Chancellor Gonzalez, Dr. Cyria Martinez, and Dr. Abdulmalik Bull. So I just want to say, appreciate that. And this is just the beginning. More colleges will follow the practices, and all of our students and all of our employees and communities will thrive and be enhanced and feel empowered by this work. And then finally, shout out to Casey Chang, Mission College, representing as a leader statewide. Good to see you. Take care.
President Costa, I apologize. A hand did reappear, so I have one more public comment. Lisa Rose, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you very much. I just wanted folks to know I'm probably the only person here who's not some sort of official something, but I am an adjunct professor at California, many California community colleges. I just want you to know that I started my education in the California community colleges well over 30 years ago and work in my industry. And I was there were very few people that looked like me. And I don't look like the drawing that you might be seeing on the screen. But my point is, in our colleges now, our California community colleges, there are fewer and fewer instructors who have actually worked in the industry or are working in their industries at the same time, at least in my industry. And I want you to know that when I have $200 to spend on my education and keeping current, I'm sorry to say I usually am going outside the California community colleges now because I don't find many instructors are directly still involved with the industry. They're not working in the industry, and many have never worked in the industry. So I just really encourage you to start making a more of an effort to connect to industry. In my case, it's the entertainment industry.
30 seconds.
So please keep that in mind. Thanks.
We have no other hands raised.
All right, thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you to those who traveled to share with us your district best practices. We really appreciate it. Next up, we have Vice Chancellor O'Brien, who will be presenting informational item 6.2, our state and federal updates.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon again, board members. Get those slides pulled up here. At least I hope so. I'm useless without my slides. Quite literally, we had a consultation council meeting recently where there was a possibility the slides weren't going to load, and I was like, I structure my entire remarks around the flow of those slides. Well, I can start with the verbal update because I at least have them in front of me. Or there they are, actually. Thank you so much, Andrea. So we can move to the next slide. So an update on where we are with the state legislative session, just a brief summary. If you want to know kind of how quickly things are moving with the legislative session right now, this slide was submitted a few days ago and is already out of date because more bills have been amended that apply to us. We are actually tracking 246 bills right now total, of which 101 are in what we call tier 1, which are the ones that most directly have an impact to the community college system and that require the most sort of attention and focus from us. This week, the legislature is on spring recess. So fortunately, at least that gives us a short reprieve from new bills being added to the plate. But they'll be returning for the April session, and they have until April 26th for all bills to pass their first policy committee. So I'm going to just give some highlights on the next slide. I'm not going to go through all of the bills or really touch on any in too much specificity here, but we'd like to sort of let the board know what major themes we're seeing the legislature focusing on this year so that we get a sense and you all understand where a lot of our attention is going. So not surprisingly, a lot of these do line up with the things that we've been talking about, particularly as we talk about Vision 2030 and have some of these focused presentations. Dual enrollment is a major theme. So we've seen multiple bills introduced now about removing barriers to access dual enrollment, streamlining the process, in particular, moving all dual enrollment programs towards more of a CCAP-like model, which is a lot like the McFarland model that some of us got to tour earlier this month. So very grateful to Assemblymember Chris Holden in particular for Assembly Bill 359. Nursing, obviously a very hot topic due to the major headlines about the nursing shortage. And you saw a lot of that great data in the previous presentation on nursing education. So a few specific bills there, obviously some very high profile as well as others focused on increasing access to clinical placements for community college students. Continue to see a focus from the legislature on expanding access to financial aid programs and addressing the cost impact of education. And then one that came up a little bit later or a little bit more recently that we weren't necessarily anticipating would be a big issue for the legislature this year, but has to do with Title IX. And as these bills start moving forward through the process, we'll probably provide more detail in a future presentation at a future board meeting. But there was you may have seen a high-profile audit of the CSU system with regard to how they handle Title IX compliance. And particularly when we talk about Title IX here, we're talking about sexual harassment and assault prevention, those elements of Title IX. And in response to that, the legislative two policy committees led by the Assembly Higher Education Committee released a report evaluating each system's compliance with Title IX and how they look at those. And so there's a package of bills that are kind of still being formed as we speak to try and increase oversight and accountability from a system-wide level. And we are providing input to those, working with our general counsel's office, as well as with districts and colleges to ensure that those reflect our priorities. Next slide, please. Few pieces of legislation that the Board of Governors approved in the system budget and legislative request last September. We're pleased to note our two sponsored pieces of legislation are advancing. So Assembly Bill 1885 by Assemblymember Dawn Addis would expand eligibility for the Student Success Completion Grant Program, which is a financial aid program
for students with disabilities who have what's called a full-time accommodation. So UAT is providing equitable access to this program for students who have disabilities. Our co-sponsors on that bill are the Student Senate for California Community Colleges. We're so grateful to their partnership and their leadership. That bill passed the Assembly Higher Education Committee last week on a unanimous bipartisan vote. We're also sponsoring Assembly Bill 1891 by Assembly Member and Dr. Akilah Weber. And this is the part that makes me personally sad about Board Member Jolene Grande no longer being here, because this was one that if you're watching Board Member Grande, we know that she had on her radar as a priority item for some time. But this bill would expand the use of the multi-criteria screening application process that's currently been in place in nursing programs in our system for many years to all allied health programs. It's an attempt to essentially reach a more equitable pool of applicants for those programs that are impacted. Unlike most of our other programs, which are, we typically refer to as open access. So again, just like with AB 1885, AB 1891 passed unanimously out of the Assembly Higher Education Committee, and both bills are on their way to the Assembly Appropriations Committee. Next slide, please. Very quickly, I just want to talk about two directions that the board gave the Chancellor's Office in the system budget and legislative request last year that are not being pursued as standalone policy bills this year, but just to provide you with an update. So you may recall we identified a list of legislative reports that our office deals with every year. We actually are responsible for submitting somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 annual reports to the legislature on a wide variety of topics. This is typically an accountability mechanism that's added to bills when the legislature wants regular updates from executive branch agencies. But over the years, what's happened is that a lot of those reports have been not quite duplicated, but very similar in nature to other reports that are already required. So we undertook a project last fall to analyze areas where there's clear sort of overlap between reports, and at least propose to the legislature that can we streamline some of these into a single report. So for example, we have 4 reports related to nursing and allied health, 4 reports on basic needs, 4 reports on housing insecurity, all of which have their own due dates, their own sort of specific content they have to address, their own timeline that they're submitted on. And so we're working through what's called the Omnibus Bill, the Omnibus Higher Education Bill right now, to try and get those aligned into, whenever possible, one single report to kind of reduce the amount of time that's spent here at the Chancellor's Office gathering that data and compiling those reports. Next slide, please. One was more of a multi-year project, but was in the system budget and legislative request. So we do just want to make sure to provide you that brief update. Has to do with residency. So again, on the sort of theme of duplication and reducing unnecessarily duplication and overlap in statute and regulations, we've identified at least 18 different statutes that define or shape how somebody is defined as a California resident, along with 20 different types of exemptions from students paying that non-resident tuition. And what this leads to is just a very sort of complicated hodgepodge of a system where not just students, but a lot of our administrators, faculty, and counselors and otherwise understandably have a hard time addressing this. I mean, this is just one example of kind of a tree that shows the various process that might be used to determine whether a student is exempted from that non-resident tuition. So pursuant to the system budget and legislative request, we are looking internally at a study that would allow us to come back in a future year, likely 2025 or 2026, with a bill to sort of streamline these to make it a little bit easier for students, families, and colleges to understand. Next slide, please. So we just want to highlight some of our budget advocacy that is ongoing. Last week, we released our coalition budget letter. You may have seen examples of these in prior years. My former colleague, Dr. Navarrete, called these a NASCAR letter because of all the logos that get put on those, not NASCAR's logo, but a lot of our college partners, our consultation council partners, our external advocacy groups, I see Campaign for College Opportunity and others on there, sign on to our coalition budget letter every year, and we release it to the legislature around the time of our forthcoming Advocacy Day, April 10th, if that's on your calendars. The goal is to show as broad as possible support for our main budget priorities. And in particular, in a shortfall year like we have now, that's more essential than ever. So you'll receive a copy of that once it's finalized. We're asking all of our consultation council partners, our districts, as well as our external advocacy partners and others to sign on by the end of this week. But we may give, spoiler alert, we may give a short extension if we can get more logos onto our budget advocacy letter. On the next slide is the entirety of the federal update we're going to give. And I imagine that those of you that think anything at all about federal higher education policy are thinking about one thing right now, and it's these 5 letters that add up to the term FAFSA, or Free Application for Federal Student Aid. So as just about everybody knows, there have been major issues with the rollout of what the U.S. Department of Education is calling the Better FAFSA. It is a streamlined and more user-friendly way of processing student eligibility for aid. It links up to the IRS data in a way that hasn't happened previously in the past. However, there have been multiple sort of bugs along the way to the rollout. There have been multiple sort of issues that have been identified. One of the biggest and most relevant ones here in California has to do with what we call mixed status families, which are families where the student may have a social security number and either citizenship or legal residency, but one or more parent does not have a social security number. They may be undocumented. And as a result, even though that student is legally entitled to federal financial aid under the law, they're unable to complete the FAFSA because of a parent that doesn't have a social security number. We are told that a fix is underway. We've been in touch with the U.S. Department of Education. We raised this issue all the way back in, seems like eons ago now, but all the way back in early February when we were there for our annual advocacy trip. Our partners at the Student Summit raised this issue just last week when they were in Washington, D.C. as well. And we've also been in discussion with our congressional delegation about this issue. So we understand that there is a fix underway. We're working with the Student Aid Commission here, which is the designated state agency that receives all student FAFSA data, to get as much reliable information into the hands of students and families as possible. Unfortunately, at this time, there is no ETA on when that fix might be ready. And understandably, I think our colleges and CSAC and other partners are reluctant to sort of give out information to students that may be seen as, you know, misleading or generating false hope. So at the state level, one thing that is happening is that the legislature has passed emergency legislation to extend the priority Cal Grant deadline from April 2nd to May 2nd, which at least gives more time for students, in our case, students who are transferring to UC or CSU, to apply for and hopefully receive their eligibility for state Cal Grant and other aid. The good news is that for community college students, if the student is applying for financial aid at a community college, they actually have till September 2nd to fill out that FAFSA. And that deadline has been in place for some time, recognizing the nature of our colleges and the fact that we don't have that, you know, long admissions window that the four-year universities do. But in terms of students who are transferring or wanting to know before May 2nd, we continue to stay in touch with the department, with CSAC, and with our colleges in the hopes of ultimately having some good news about a fix before May 2nd. And gosh, I really got to work on my clothes because that's such a downer to end on. But I'm happy to take any questions board members may have.
It's early in the session. I'm sure you're going to have some wonderful things to share with us. Colleagues, any questions or comments on this report? Board Member Haynes.
So, do we have any idea of the impact and the number of students are impacted by this?
That's my question too.
We do. I don't have that number in front of me, but it's fairly large. I just heard today that there's another issue. I feel so bad for the hardworking folks of the department. I swear, every time we meet with them, it's like they are working hard and they're perpetually understaffed. But we just heard today that there's another issue where somewhere around 200,000 students are now going to have to resubmit their FAFSAs who have already submitted it. So that, just to give you an idea of the scope of the number of students that are affected here, and in particular, you know, at the UC and CSU, students are preparing to make or have already made admissions decisions based on these. So it's a reasonably large number. I don't believe it's a majority of all students, but it's in the hundreds of thousands, probably in California, and low millions nationwide.
Yes. Would you kind of keep the board updated on this piece to put some sort of magnitude relative to that? And if there's anything that we can do as a body, you know, colleges can do, it would be helpful, because California has one of the largest populations in the country. And it makes a difference with these families. Thank you.
Lacey, Tom, Jennifer.
Thank you for the presentation and the update for FAFSA. As a student who has applied to transfer, has been procrastinating doing the FAFSA application because I've heard of all the complications. Should I still finish it before April 2nd, or do I have until May 2nd to do it?
Gosh, I never thought I'd be put on the spot in terms of like giving advice to a student in a live stream public setting. My sense is that the deadline is likely to be extended, but if you don't have any technical issues filling it out, it would probably be wiser to fill it out sooner rather than later, just so that that can be processed. Because, you know, provided there is a fixed reached by May 2nd, there's going to be a surge of applications towards the end of that period. And it could take a lot of students well into the summer. Even if they are able to submit, it's going to take a lot of students well into the summer to even find out whether they are eligible for aid. So my very uninformed and not at all qualified recommendation would be to fill it out as soon as possible.
David, I wanted to sign up for some senior wellness classes this summer, and I wanted to know if I need to fill out the FAFSA in time. No. On the budget advocacy letter, does the board have any input, and our board have any input into what goes into that letter? I mean, has Amy been involved? It seems to me like we should have at least some opportunity to opine.
Sure. I mean, yeah, and I would obviously defer to the chancellor and the board leadership on that process. It is based on the system budget and legislative request that the board approved in September. And so we still use that as the framework for fleshing out the budget advocacy letter. We don't necessarily, add in a whole lot that's new and in terms of major priorities, but happy to talk about whatever that process looks like.
I kind of remember the September thing. Is it, how closely aligned is it to what we're advocating for now? And is it pretty similar?
Yeah, yes. So, I mean, it's,
I would say though, and I just want to interject, is that the context in which the budget has happened is shifting dramatically on the revenue side. And so even though what we decided as a system in September holds true, kind of the reality of what's going to happen has dramatically shifted in the interim months.
So the answer to Governor Webster's question, yes, we'll get the letter to the board and then incorporate the feedback. Thank you.
I know it's a large number of students impacted, but I'm wondering whether any of the foundations in the state could step in for a stopgap no interest loan. I hate to see this many students not being able to come up with the money. And there's a lot of creative people out there with assets. And I just want to put that out there into the universe because it seems like the solution is not going to come particularly quickly. Streamlined being a relative term, apparently in this process. And I just hate to see any students denied access for lack of creativity.
Okay, with that, I'd open up this item for any public comments.
The public comment period on item 6.4 is now open. Please use the raised hand feature to make a comment. You'll have 2 minutes. President Costa, at this time, we do not have any in-person comments nor apologies. We do have one hand raised, so I will be handing it over to Gary to begin the comments. Thank you.
We do have one hand raised. Wendy Brill Winecoop, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Wendy Brill Winecoop, president of FAC. I'm calling from the road headed south to LA with my daughter for spring break. FAC would like to express our gratitude for efforts to support our students and their success, the collaborative efforts and immediate action taken on AB 1887 to extend the CSAC deadline will help more California students complete the FAFSA and access to essential financial resources. FAC also supports both the Chancellor's Office sponsored pieces of legislation, AB 1885 and 1891, as well as the budget letter. So hopefully FAC will be added to that NASCAR list of people soon. Additionally, we'd like to ask the Chancellor's Office and the Board of Governors to support 3 FAC-sponsored bills. AB 2707 by Fong. It's our student housing study bill. This bill requires the LAO to conduct a study evaluating age demographics of housing insecure community college students and identify the unique barriers that students 25 years of age and older face in housing insecurity. We also have AB 2370, which is a bill about keeping the human in the loop for our students. This bill prohibits artificial intelligence from replacing community college faculty for providing academic instruction and regular interaction with students. It authorizes AI to be used only as a peripheral tool to support faculty in tasks such as course development, assessment, and tutoring. And then finally, FAC is co-sponsoring with the SSCCC AB 2333. This bill requires at least one convenience or grocery store located on each campus of the California community colleges to accept EBT cards or CalFresh. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Safe travels. Next up on the agenda,
President Costa, we actually do have another hand raised.
Okay, thanks, Gary.
Lisa Rose, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. Just wanted to mention on the FAFSA, if there's any input that that we have on the FAFSA, the application. My students actually redesigned that application, and if there's any interest in that, folks can reach me, maybe through the chat here, but my students at the community college I taught at did a fabulous job on that. So you students, that's it for me.
Thank you. Next up, I'm going to turn it over to our chancellor to introduce item 6.5. This is one of our educational sessions as a board on generative AI.
Yeah, thank you, President Costa. I know that both board member Bill Rawlings and I had some prepared comments, but given that both our presenters are already available, we'll probably come back to that, after the presentation. I'm super thrilled to have two amazing speakers. We have Dr. Richard Milani from Sutter, and Dr. Milani was introduced to us actually by past board member Darius Anderson, and so really happy for that connection. And very, very happy to have a colleague, Dr. Michael Crow from ASU. If you haven't purchased his book, Fifth Wave, you should. I got it the minute it came out, and remember being the chair of the Accreditation Commission and invited President Crow to present on the ideas. But today he's here because of the work he does with emerging technologies and really is a pioneer in this space. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Craig Hayward to introduce this item.
Thank you. Very excited to introduce this as our third item in this series, exploring generative AI and the impacts on society and particularly in higher education. Frankly, I was a little bit nervous this morning with the technology misfires that we weren't going to get to this item. So I'm super excited that we made it. We have just some really outstanding thought leaders joining us today for this item. Dr. Michael Crow has been president of Arizona State University since 2002. Under his visionary leadership, ASU has become widely known for using innovation to increase access, success, and inclusion. President Crow is a scholar, a researcher, a leader, and a noted author. We are fortunate to have him joining us today to share his thoughts on the role of innovation technology and AI in higher ed. Joining President Crow today also is a face familiar to many of us here at California Community Colleges, Dr. Christian Osmina. As you may recall, Dr. Osmina last served the state of California as Vice Chancellor of Finance and Facilities. He is currently the Vice President of Enterprise Planning at ASU. So with that, I will turn it over to our first speakers, President Crow and Dr. Osmina.
Thank you, Craig. I'll be quick just to sort of lay it all out. I mean, we live in a world where both the California Community College system and Arizona State University are basically institutions deeply committed to social progress and egalitarian social progress in every possible way. We have structured our institution to be built around the assumption that we are failing if our student body isn't comprehensively representative of the totality of the socioeconomic diversity and the ethnic diversity of our region, and that we're not equally successful with those students moving forward. And we have made tremendous progress toward that end. We've done that by basically throwing out the normal sort of incremental approach to innovation, and by embracing with our faculty as unbelievable innovators, new ways of organizing ourselves, new ways of embracing technology and using technology, new ways of making things happen. I'll give you an example. The institution typically had an engineering program that was the standard issue, weed out culture, look to your left, look to your right, because someone wasn't going to make it. If you were weak in math or weak in calculus, you had a low probability of being able to make it through the institution. We decided to change the intellectual design of our engineering college, which had about 6,000 students at the time. We had a 33% freshman non-completion rate. That is, they didn't go on to the sophomore year. Half of them then at the time dropped out of the university. This is 10 or 12 years ago. So we changed the academic design through creative structures that our faculty came up with, changed the way that we teach math, the tools that we teach math with, the pathways that we have for math education, chemistry education, other science education, ultimately changed the way that people engage with these programs. And we went from 6,000 engineering students with about 900 graduates per year to 32,000 engineering students with 7,200 or 100 graduates per year. So massive, massive changes. With a 7-fold increase in the number of graduates, we saw a 15-fold increase in minority students becoming engineers. And what that taught us in all of that, while we were also pursuing research at the level of any of the great research universities in the country, what we found was that in the right environment, the learning progress of our students could be tremendously, tremendously enhanced. We have built entire degree programs and curricula that are basically not artificial intelligence, but I would say a sort of intelligent tutor enabled. We've built systems that allow, we have about 400 learning and educational technology partners. We have been able to apply these to the way that we work, so much so that we now have very high levels of success with our community college transfer students, higher than an 85% four-year degree completion rate. We have moved our completion rates up to the same as Purdue University or Michigan State University, who also admit A, B, and transfer students. We found new ways to design pathways to the university, what we call a pathways program, where you earn your way into the university using some of these advanced technology learning environments that we've created. And then where we've had the most dramatic impact has just been in the timeframe in the last few years, wherein we created whole new ways to teach those things that students have the greatest struggle with. So biology, chemistry, other areas of the STEM curricula where students stumble and then they get discouraged and then they leave. So we've seen in one of the technologies that we have now used with 25,000 students in teaching undergraduate biology in the last 3 years, a 40% up to a 40% improvement in learning outcomes and up to on no less than a 2 grade level improvement. So we've gone from we've gone to basically no failures and no D's and no E's and no F's, and that's across 25,000 students in an area like biology. I mean, at the heart of this has been the empowerment of our faculty, the empowerment of our faculty through new teaching and learning tools, the empowerment of our faculty through training, the empowerment of our faculty into the mission of the institution. In the area of artificial intelligence, what we call augmented intelligence, we have 100 initiatives underway right now. We have more than 1,000 faculty that are in AI teaching and learning modality training right now. We've trained about 4,000 of our faculty in advanced digitally enhanced learning. And all of these things have created for us a way in which we now can say the following kinds of things. If you give us a person literate, we can get them through college science. If you give us a person literate, we can put them on a pathway where they can be successful at the university level overall. So our community college relationships are exciting and positive. What we found is that as we lowered all of our force shields, as we expanded our research activities, most universities raise their force shields as they expand their research activities. We lowered ours. So we increased our research activity from $100 million a year to $1 billion a year, while at the same time going from about 8,000 graduates per year at the university to about 40,000 graduates per year at the university. And so all of this is a function of us finding a way to embrace, use these technologies and empowering our faculty to be unbelievably creative. I guess at the bottom of all of this is an unbelievably powerful, creative, dynamic, self-guided faculty who are just able to do things across the entire spectrum of students from every family background imaginable. We are an HSI. We have Native American students here from half of the tribal communities in the United States. We have students here from 158 countries. We have tens of thousands of Pell students in our undergraduate programs, and we've graduated 12,000 bachelor's degree graduates in our projects with Starbucks, for instance, where people graduate with no debt and no cost. And so we've done all of that through basically accelerating, embracing, and enabling innovation. And so Sonia and Craig, I don't know if there's other things that you'd like me to cover specifically, or Christian, if there's something that I missed, but you guys said 7 minutes, and that's 7 minutes.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Should we move on to Dr. Milani? And then we will take questions at the end. Next up, it is my privilege to introduce Dr. Richard Milani. He's a Harvard-trained physician, scientist, who is recognized internationally as a leading cardiologist, researcher, medical informaticist, and technology innovator. His innovations in medicine and his contributions to advancing how people are cared for are bold, exciting, and illustrative of the ways we could and should be leveraging technology to increase student success. So with that, let me turn it over to Dr. Richard Milani.
Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you, and we'll go ahead and get started. Go to the next slide. I know we're time pressed. I'm coming at this purely from a healthcare perspective because that's obviously what I represent. And I thought I'd just give you a couple of clinical examples of where AI is making a difference in terms of patient care. All of you have seen TV shows where somebody has a code where they have a cardiac arrest while in our doors, any hospital across the world. Think about this. This is in spite of being monitored and having nurses and doctors seeing you multiple times a day and so forth. In spite of that, these things do take place. Next slide. All the research that's been done, really, I apologize. Somehow this didn't get translated well. But the point is the research has been done is on the right-hand side of the screen, where we developed intensive care units and then finally CPR and so forth, and then advanced life support. But the mortality rate for in-hospital cardiac arrest today is 75%. Across the globe and across the United States and across California. So in spite of all that research, 3/4 of people, died from an in-hospital cardiac arrest. Next slide. There are tools that I apologize for somehow the email changed this, but there are tools that exist out there that try and predict who's going to deteriorate. They're really poor. These are using what's called generalized linear modeling. This is giving you a rate of deterioration within the next 60 days, and it's really quite poor. Next slide. And the point of this is that traditional statistics that we've all learned, typically uses what's called generalized linear modeling. We try and fit a predetermined shape onto the phenomenon, except, as opposed to vice versa. And what machine learning tools and AI can do is actually see the data for what it is. In other words, it encompasses all the data. It doesn't try to fix the data into a predetermined, so to speak, coursing. Next slide. Once again, these slides are problematic, but the point being is that many of these generalized linear models don't work well. The one on the left is showing you a C statistic just a little bit better than flipping a coin, but not by much. we built models to actually predict a code within 4 hours. So now, again, this is an individual that is already in the system that's not being recognized as in the next 4 hours will likely have a cardiac arrest. Next slide. This is an actual person, a 10-hour window from 1 a.m. to 11 a.m. And if you hit the button on the slide again, the build on the slide, you'll see how that person's risk slide. If you could hit the advance on the slide, you'll see how the person's risk. You still with me? Could we advance the slide?
It did. It just goes to the next slides. Apologies.
Okay, sorry. So that didn't get transported well, but the point is that person's risk is updated every 15 minutes. So from an AI perspective, just so you all know, the artificial intelligence is consuming the entire medical record in every human being in the hospital, updating it every 15 minutes because a new lab result came in, a new blood pressure came in, a new X-ray result came in, and over time, it's continually changing an individual's risk over time. The point being is that this individual had a very low risk at 1 a.m. and by about 7:16 in the morning, went to an extraordinarily high risk based on information that's coming in. And it's literally thousands and thousands of bits of information that's having to recalculate their risk every 15 minutes. Next slide. And so we rolled this out into a model. I just want to tell you that at the end of the day, we built a team to respond to these individuals 4 hours before they code, and we were able to take out 44% of the codes off the top. I mean, in every hospital we rolled this out in, 40 to 50% of the codes just eliminated by virtue of a model that's consuming information and making a prediction. Next slide. We've done the same thing looking at hospital-acquired infections. These are things that take place across hospitals across the world. Next slide. They kill about 75,000 people a day. We actually built a model to predict not who has it, but who's going to get a hospital-acquired infection in the next 2 days. And then we implemented interventions around how we're caring for that individual, the type of medications they're on. And next slide will show you the results of that intervention, where we rolled this out on July the 1st, and we cut back our infection rate by basically half. And this is an 18-month pre-window and an 18-month post-window. So again, the point is that this is providing and consuming information that we could never as humans calculate and present. Next slide. Finally, antibiotic resistance is an important thing that's taking place worldwide. It's projected by the mid-century point that this issue will lead to more deaths each year than even cancer is today. So we need to do things to try and improve our antibiotics as well as eliminate the resistance. Next slide. I just want to make a point to you that for the first time in 33 years, now 34 years, a whole new structural class of antibiotics has been created purely through using artificial intelligence. Next slide. Computer vision is something that we use in imaging. And just so you know, if you get a CAT scan or an X-ray read, typically nationwide, about 3% of these scans are double read, which means another radiologist will spot check a couple to see that quality control is good. Now AI can sort of second read. In other words, I've already read the X-ray or the CT, and it'll catch a mistake that I might have made or I might have missed. And that's where another advantage of AI is being used in healthcare. Next slide. So this is my last slide. I'm just trying to throw out a thought experiment. If the outcome of interest, as Dr. Crow put together, was graduation or growth in students, you can use this potentially if you collect enough data at entry to predict those kind of events and then design specific interventions around the group of students that perhaps were at high risk for dropping out or for failing or for doing these things. And so Dr. Crow has given us enormously fabulous examples of design interventions to try and augment graduation or the number of people enrolling in various STEM things. And I think the same thing can be done in almost any sort of area of interest from an academic perspective. And I'll stop here, and I think the two of us could probably take any questions you have.
Great. Thank you so much for each of those presentations. Board Member Perry, you had a question or a comment?
Yeah, that was fascinating. Second presentation. Thank you. And given we just previously heard a presentation about training health professionals, AE nurses, what do you think are the implications for this to integrate into their training? And since we're at the sort of beginning of that process, I think your research would really help inform how we can train the nurses of the future?
Yeah, I think that it can impact training in multiple ways. Number one is, for instance, I'll just throw this as an example because it's commonly understood now. You see this new product, say from Apple, that's Vision Pro. Basically, it can give you a 3D rendering of a human being or what it is you're trying to train on. And so you can see how you can practice, whether it's some sort of, putting in a tube or putting in a catheter or doing these kind of things. These new 3D models in a virtual world has totally changed how we think about training. We can use them in the operating room to help train resident physicians. We can use them in classrooms to be able to train anatomy or even, like I said, insertions and things like that where they can practice. The other area where we see in education that's really helpful is having basically, these don't replace professors and replace instructors, they augment them. So I'm embarrassed now to ask, we've had patients that have been diabetic for 10 years. They don't want to come to me and ask me like, can you tell me what diabetes is again? Because that's an embarrassing thing. You've been at this for a long time, but they're certainly not afraid to ask those questions to a bot. Even like Siri, let's just say. The point being is that you ask questions, even though it might be an embarrassing question, and get a very reasonable explanation. I think these sort of secondary helpers have been very effective in what we've seen in medical education. And I think that's another area that would be very helpful to students, regardless of what they're training in healthcare.
And what I could add to what Richard said is that in that same spirit, so we have this undergraduate degree in biology now in which every aspect of all 12 undergraduate courses, 36 hours, are all integrated into a self-tutoring, self-guided, personalized learning platform matched with then the virtual reality laboratory that we have in biology, which means of our 9,000 undergraduate biology majors that we have right now, we're seeing unbelievable levels of success and unbelievable simultaneity of their learning. So now it's easy for us to have a person double major in nursing and biology, producing in a sense, a super scientist nurse, which then has unbelievable value to both the patient and to the healthcare organization. And so what we're seeing is this massive acceleration using these same techniques that Richard is talking about.
But also, I think to some extent, when I was listening to that, I was thinking that you're freeing the healthcare staff from trying to predict things that are beyond their predictability, beyond their capacity. AI is making space. And I'm wondering if the degree to which we can transfer some of that free time to the compassion aspects of medicine, the intangibles of the human contact, and the way we might think about integrating that into our future training.
There's actually been a very nice publications in the last year examining exactly that. And in terms of how we respond to individuals, to patients, the AI is trained to be more empathetic than we are typically. Moreover, the AI can create education around one's literacy level, and not just literacy, health literacy level. So these things can really personalize and fine tune how we interact to match the needs and the capabilities of the individual that we're trying to interact with.
I'll just add also that specific to that question, that's what we see as the most important aspect of AI in these applications, and that is it frees the human for the functions that only the human can perform at the highest level of emotional intelligence, at the highest level of social intelligence, at the highest level of compassion, so that the machine can help, using the kinds of numbers that Richard was talking about, can help understand, where that patient is relative to probability of an infection or what have you, and then can focus resources, and then that then frees up the resources, the emotional and the sort of interactive resources of the human being for those things.
Thanks. This is for Dr. Crow, but first I want to give Christian a shout out. We miss you and hopefully see you sometime. But for Dr. Crow, this if you could just give us an example of like one in-classroom intervention using AI that would knowing our student population and faculty population would be most effective, and also one outside the classroom for the administrative side.
Well, so they're not fundamentally different in the sense that what we're doing in most of our AI applications that we have built or are building is that the they become an intelligent assistant for the student within the space of the class. So you don't just open up the entire AI world and let the students wander around finding things. They can do that on their own. Within the class itself, there's a class-specific AI intelligent tutor that's able to answer any question that they have within the context of the class, in any language, in any context, in any way, in any format. And it's just unbelievably powerful. And we're applying that both in our what we call full immersion on campus classes and in our digital immersion online classes. I think one of the additional assets for some of the online applications go to using the AI system to look at how other students are learning and then connect up with other students that you're not seeing on a regular basis. So there's ways to connect within an AI environment within a particular class where you're finding students who are maybe struggling with the same sub questions, and then they bring you together. You're finding students who got a concept quickly, and then you have an opportunity for another student to give you then a solution to that concept. And so we're using these systems in every conceivable way because they're basically limitless and completely guidable. It's not like the big overarching fear of AI relative to the social scale. We need to have some of those fears. We need to think about that in really significant ways. At the narrower scale, they're probably the most significant thing ever developed to give a student access to whatever they need to enhance their learning.
Thanks.
So thank you for the presentation. I want to start off by saying that I'm not anti-technology. I think I need to do that. This is my question. My question is, are you seeing success across racial and ethnic lines relative to enrollments and success in terms of completion and graduations, specifically to those in this country, but in California, African-American, African-descended folks, and Native Americans?
Well, so we're seeing it's unbelievable. So among students from Title I families of African descent or Native American descent or Native American students, we're seeing the most significant educational and learning outcome enhancements that we've ever seen in any of all the things that we've ever done. I mean, for us, we're now seeing nearly equal outcomes for everyone, regardless of income, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of background. Literally no difference. I mean, meaning whatever a person may not have experienced in their learning environment coming up, these tools that we've been building, they take care of that, and they are an unbelievable equalizer. I mean, an unbelievable equalizer, like nothing we have ever seen.
So can I quote you that you are moving toward no achievement gap?
Yes, we have that as a stated goal. So right now we have virtually no achievement gap, with one group exception. Our Native American students are still lagging a little bit, but they're outperforming all of the national numbers dramatically. And we're also looking for no achievement gap variation based on ethnicity, and no achievement gap differentiation based on family income. And so we've made huge progress on both of those.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Colleagues, any other comments or questions? Board Member Rollins.
I was just going to point out more of a comment than anything that taking a look at these models, and especially the machine learning models, requires a set of data. And the data we have right now is a little stale based on how quickly we can get it from the field, which is one of the reasons you'll hear me talking quite a bit about having a common technology platform, common data platform, so we can get more timely data that then we can run these models against, right? Because without having a model set of data that then we can apply the machine learning or AI models to, we're not going to get the timely kind of feedback we need to make the transformation happen in the field, which leads to the equitable outcomes, right? So we need that. We need to have those technology platforms adopted statewide, at least technology platforms that we can interact with from the chancellor's office to and from the field. But then also, as we're taking a look at, as we implement some of these AI
driven solutions in the field at the local campuses, there is still for us a big gap in understanding about what AI is and how it impacts their work. And so there's a deep need for professional development among all employee classes at our campuses, right? Really understanding what it is, what the algorithms are, how they help, how you can apply them, and how the data you gather and the importance of having good, clean data at your local campuses can really benefit the campus and benefit our students directly. You need more people, not always necessarily more IT people, but you need more people, but probably more IT people as well. But you need people that are making sure that the data you have is good, that it's clean, that you have folks that are interacting with their students, getting their feedback, getting that feedback back into the system, that we're doing good data analysis, and that then we're able to run these models against that data we've got. So there's so much more we have to do. And a lot of these ideas are, I think, coming together around the AI modeling that we've been talking about during this AI education series.
Great, thank you. With that, I'd like to open it up to any public comment on this item.
Item 6.5 is now open for public comment. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento. If you're calling in, press *9. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised at this time.
Great, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. We really appreciate it. Next up on our agenda, we have item 6.6 with Vice Chancellor Finch, and it's an update on district's fiscal health and the 50% law.
Okay, so good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. I'm Rena Finch, Vice Chancellor of College Finance and Facilities. So this item is going to be very dense, packed with information, and this is one of those items that I know President Costa will have special interest in, our work in this area and the updates. For the rest of you, I encourage you to make sure you're properly caffeinated. I won't be insulted if you need to jump up and move around a little bit, but please pay attention because this is very important. I want to remind you that for our districts and trustees, and for the communities and students that rely on them, good fiscal stewardship is absolutely critical. So this update is going to encompass 3 major areas. I'm going to start with an overview of your responsibility as the Board of Governors and the district's responsibilities, the work that the Chancellor's Office does to monitor fiscal health and the support we provide. And why is this important? Responsible and equitable stewardship of resources is essential for our colleges. Good fiscal health, it's the result of responsible governance, a system of accountability, equitable resource allocation, and prudent fiscal practices, which align expenditures with revenues and consider both the present and future needs of the college's students and community. You can think of it like this: if our colleges are the ride our students need to get them onto their career path and meet their educational goals, then engaging in sound fiscal management is like keeping the tank full, the oil fresh, the tires pumped up, and the engine tuned, so we don't have to worry about breakdowns along the way. Secondly, I'm going to provide you an update on recent Accreditation Commission actions. And why is this important? Well, accreditation ensures academic quality. It provides assurance to our students that they are receiving a quality education that's going to be recognized by other colleges and by potential employers. And it also provides greater access to federal loans, scholarships, and other programs. So losing accreditation could be very challenging for a college to come back from, and their community and students are the ones who will bear the brunt of this loss. So we keep a close eye on accreditation status, and we review those ACCJC reports and actions to help provide additional context to us to supplement our assessment of college operations. And then lastly, we're going to dive into our update on the 50% law. We'll cover briefly the history of the 50% law, what it measures and what it doesn't, how our office administers and monitors compliance, and current status of districts in meeting that law. So let's take a look at our slide deck. Let's move to the next slide, please. So under, according to statute and regulation, the Board of Governors has several responsibilities. You have to adopt criteria and standards for assessment of the fiscal condition and a process to assess district's fiscal condition, procedures and actions when districts fail to achieve stability or comply with your recommendations. And then we're also required to report to the legislature and governor and develop and review audit report statements and other information, as well as audit procedures. Overall, your responsibility is to make sure our entire system is effectively and efficiently using public funds in an accountable manner. Our districts have a little bit of a different responsibility. They need to comply with these principles of sound fiscal management and the standards that you've set through regulation. They need to provide regular reports to our office, including financial reports and an annual audit. So next slide, please. These are the standards which the Board of Governors has set and put into regulation. They can really be summed up as fiscal stability through responsible stewardship. And these various principles, every district needs to meet them, includes managing people, things, their foundations, having an accountable structure, developing policies and keeping their board informed, having accurate and reliable management information systems so we can work towards that, having clean data, as we know is so important, and timely data. And then also, they have to have good strategies around their long-term plan in both financial, educational, and for their capital outlay planning. So next slide, please. This slide here shows you some of the things that we take a look at from the Chancellor's Office view, as well as kind of a menu of interventions that's available to us. We do read all the audits, we read all the financial statements, we take a look at those ACCJC reports on accreditation, we receive whistleblower complaints, we read the newspaper too to see what's coming up in the media. And we find one of our leading indicators that something could be maybe wrong in a district is they failed to submit some data to us. They may have a late or missing report. So we take a look at all of that. And we're monitoring all of our districts on these various points. And we reach out when we find that a district might be needing technical assistance or when they reach out to us. We really try to keep our approach at that technical assistance level and solve all our problems there. But as you know, sometimes a district will need to have a fiscal monitor assigned. They may need some additional technical assistance. They may need the Board of Governors to step in and require them to do something. And then regulation also provides the ability for a special trustee to be appointed at a district. And if that special trustee, they have a range of activities that they can engage in as well. Anywhere from monitoring and consultant type activities, all the way up to actually having the ability to take over the management decisions at a district. And a special trustee with that level of authority would have to be approved by the Board of Governors. So let's move to the next slide. We've developed a very proactive portfolio that we call the Fiscal Forward portfolio. This really has the goal of moving beyond critical stage engagement and towards proactive fiscal health supports. We recognize that short-term fiscal issues may be attributed to non-governance reasons, but local boards and district leadership are really responsible for the long-term decision-making that ultimately can make or break a district's fiscal resiliency. So this Fiscal Forward portfolio, it's really designed to provide planning resources, support best practices and governance, and to provide training and technical assistance to new chief executive officers and to new chief business officers through the state. We offer personalized desk sessions where we meet with the leadership of a district, and we bring in our Chancellor's Office experts. We cover a lot of really detailed information on the fiscal condition at the district. And then we take a deep dive into the student-centered funding formula and look at multi-year projections and some of the data that's available to look at your revenue availability. So since we implemented this in 2021, we've had desk sessions with 36 new community college leaders and leadership teams, and we have 6 additional sessions scheduled through the end of April. And I want to just share a couple of comments that we've received back from folks who have gone through this. One person responded to us and said, I found the Fiscal Forward desk session extremely helpful. We had a team of relatively new managers join, as well as our new chancellor, and we're all able to learn a lot about the SCFF and our fiscal position. And I love that it was customized to our district and included metrics and recommendations that related to our numbers. We still use the metrics and parameters shared with us in the presentation as part of our ongoing goal to maintain fiscal health. Another new CEO responded and said, I personally found the session extremely informative. Having had so much turnover in our business office, I'm sure the new members of our admin services team felt the same. It's so nice to get an inside look and better understanding of the chancellor's office business processes. So you can see this approach has been very valued by our system, and we want to continue with it and think it's been really good. So let's move to the next slide. One of the things that at the core of our fiscal forward portfolio and our desk sessions is to make sure that we keep reminding people over and over the basics of really good budget architecture and development. These recommendations are actually from the Government Financial Officers Association, the GFOA. They're an international organization that works with local governments all across North America. And so our recommendations are aligned with this. It's really around, having a clear and transparent process, educating your local trustees and your stakeholders at your district, developing multi-year projections, really considering how you're matching your revenues and expenditures to whether they're short-term or long-term, and then maintaining adequate reserves so you're better equipped to deal with emergencies. Next slide, please. So I want to give you just a really brief overview of the 2022-23 data, which is the most current annual data that we have. All of our districts are meeting reserve recommendations as of the end of the last fiscal year. Statewide, our salaries and benefits made up 88% of unrestricted expenditures and 80% of total general fund expenditures. Statewide, the average funded OPEB liability, that's other post-employment benefits or your health insurance, that's funded at 47%. And another highlight is, if you've taken a look at PERS and especially the PERS, cost increases, pension costs are still projected to increase quite a bit in the coming years. So next slide, please. All right. And then another part of our highlight here is that, this is no news to anybody. Chancellor Christian has shared this a few times with folks. Our statewide enrollment and our full-time equivalent student measure continues to recover. Again, we're over 2 million students, and our statewide FTS is, it's creeping back up there. We're almost back at pre-pandemic levels. So we're excited to see this. Next slide. We also will offer technical assistance by a third party, the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team. They will come in and free of charge, if you request this through the Chancellor's office, any district can have a free of charge self-assessment or an annual assessment. They can also use this tool, which is available online, to do a self-assessment. But if you engage FCMAT to do this fiscal health risk analysis, they'll come in and do analysis of all 18 of the line item topics you see on the screen, and we're going to give you a score and recommendations on how you can improve the operations in all of these areas. So it's a very valuable tool. In the past year, we've had 4 districts complete a FCMAT review, and I have 2 currently underway. Next slide, please. All right, so now we get into the accreditation actions. In January 2024, ACCJC released their report on updates. Their accreditation status is evaluated every 7 years, and that's based on peer review and self-evaluation reports that are designed to evaluate the quality and effectiveness of a college's programs, services, and practices, as well as the degree to which it's meeting its stated mission and goals for student learning and achievement. Accreditation, it's required for a college to receive federal funds, provide financial aid to students, and for students' credits to transfer easily to other accredited institutions. So in January, ACCJC deferred action on accreditation status for Santa Rosa Junior College, and they're requiring a follow-up report by November of 2024 on the district's progress on disaggregation and analysis of student learning outcome data for student subpopulations, which we know is very important to measuring how we're doing on equity, which is at the center of our work. And then also ACCJC also issued a warning to City College of San Francisco with a follow-up report and visit required within 18 months. So this action follows the district being placed on enhanced monitoring in October 2022. And this could potentially result in the loss of accreditation if concerns aren't resolved by January of 2027. Specifically, ACCJC noted that City College of San Francisco did not meet 3 required accreditation standards. In order to comply with the unmet standards, the City College of San Francisco Board, 1, must consider long-range fiscal implications when making financial decisions in order to assure financial stability. 2, must act in a manner consistent with its policies and bylaws. And 3, must allow the district chancellor to implement and administer board policies without board interference. So these unmet standards are the result of the board's adoption of a 24-25 budget that relies on deficit spending in the face of relatively flat revenue projections, among other things. The chancellor's office team has met with leadership at City College for a fiscal forward desk session. We've met with them to clarify special statutory funding protections in place through 2025-26 and to assist them with multi-year funding projections. The chancellor's office has also reached out to offer City College of San Francisco any additional technical support it needs as it works through the accreditation process. The assistance we offered includes, but it's not limited to, additional desk sessions, FICNAT fiscal health risk analysis, collaboration with an institutional effectiveness professional partnership resource team, and the professional development and resources for trustees that are offered by Community College League of California. So as of today, at this time, City College of San Francisco's Board of Trustees has not requested any additional assistance. We're also aware that in addition, we know that the City College of San Francisco will be experiencing some significant executive leadership turnover with both the CEO and the CBO not continuing their contracts after June 30th. So with that, I'm going to move us into the 50% law update. So let's move to the next slide. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the history of the 50% law. It has its roots in a late 50s and early 60s effort to both improve cost accounting in the K-12 system or in the then K-14 system, and also to reduce class sizes in community colleges. The law itself states that 50% of a district's current expense of education has to be spent on salaries and benefits of classroom instructors. So next slide. What is included in this definition, and it's a statutory definition of the current expense of education, is that it includes unrestricted general fund expenditures for academic and classified salaries and benefits. It includes the cost of books and magazines, but not if you're getting them from the library. And it includes instructional supplies and equipment replacement. So next slide. Let's take a look at what's not included. So what's specifically not included in that current expense of education is student transportation, food services, community services, lease agreements, any capital outlay for your construction, your sites you're building. If you want to buy books for the library, apparently that isn't a cost of education. Media and new equipment is not considered a cost of or current expense of education. And then everything that's for a restricted categorical program is not considered in the current expense of education. So next slide. So this 50% threshold, that's the numerator of the equation, includes salaries and benefits, classroom instructors, and instructional aides. So next slide. What isn't included is, again, any new purchases of instructional software, technology, no consideration of IT support, librarians, counselors, or supervised tutoring, and no consideration for faculty work outside of the classroom itself, such as program and curriculum development. So next slide. So at the Chancellor's Office, we track and monitor compliance with this law very carefully. We read all the financial and audit reports. And for the 2022-23 fiscal year, we do have 4 districts that at the time they reported in our financial report and audit report were not in compliance with the 50% law. And so those districts are called out in your item. I have a little bit of update on each of them. El Camino Community College District was a little bit short. And none of these districts, by the way, applied for an exemption. So this is all informational. They were a little short, but they have since concluded some salary negotiations and let us know that once they've made their payment in arrears for a retroactive salary increase, they will be in compliance. So we'll be reviewing that and checking on that when we get the full report. We also had Marin Community College District. They were a little bit short, 1.9 million short. And Napa Valley Community College District, about the same, a little bit short, 1.8 million short for meeting it. And then San Mateo Community College District as well, 18.5 million deficiency for 22-23, so larger district. All of these districts have shared a little bit of information. What's shared in the item itself is mostly their update from last year. So districts have until June 30th to respond to us and give us their plan. So everybody who's in these 4 districts called out here have until June 30th of 2024 to respond to the Chancellor's Office with their full plan and how they'll resolve. So once we have that, we'll take a look at those and we'll be updating the Board of Governors. We'll provide you a little update on that as well. So what can we do when a district is non-compliant? Well, they do have the option to apply for exemption, but as I mentioned, none of these did apply. They wouldn't have qualified necessarily for an exemption in any of these cases. And we do have the ability to withhold apportionment, state general apportionment, and the district can submit a plan to resolve their deficiency. However, 3 of those districts that I just shared with you are considered fully community funded. So we don't really have a state apportionment to withhold. So a district's apportionment is funded through a combination of their local property taxes, their local student enrollment fees, and then state funds as the last item. So when local property taxes and enrollment fees are sufficient to meet that full total computational revenue we come up with in the FCFF, a district then doesn't receive general funds. So Marin, Napa, and San Mateo districts are each fully community supported and don't receive any state apportionment funds. Therefore, we're not able to withhold those apportionment funds as defined by the Budget Act. So we'll be reviewing those plans when we get them, and we'll come back for an additional update to you on the results of those plans. That concludes my remarks. I see you're all still awake, so I'm happy about that. And now I'm very happy to answer any questions you might have.
I, of course, have questions, comments. I love this part. I want to commend you and Dr. Navarrete before on really growing this area of the Chancellor's Office in a really meaningful way. I agree with you. I guess I'm the exception, not the rule. Most people don't find this fascinating, but it is at the core of what our districts can do or not do. Right now, a lot of the opportunities we provide are self-selection opportunities for districts to either work with FCMAT, work with the Chancellor's Office. And you said in one of the testimonials that one of the districts had said, their business office had a tremendous amount of turnover. Can you speak to kind of in the CBO and business office world, what is that turnover like? Because the state budget is very clear, the multi-year is deficit. And so the time for districts to really be planning for that is right now. Do you have a sense of kind of the expertise out in the field in our business offices and whether or not people have been through kind of a downturn previously?
There are a lot of new people. So I don't have like a specific statistic to tell you how many new, but when we go to the conferences, I see a lot of new faces. And, it's something that the ACVO board brings up quite a bit too, is how can we support our new CBOs? We want to, we don't want to lose them by throwing them into a situation where they're not prepared. And so this is why we provide this technical assistance. So we actually proactively seek out the new CBOs and the new CEOs. We get that information. It's reported to ACCJC as part of their accreditation report. Whenever there's a new leader, that information is shared with us and we reach out proactively to them. So I feel like we're doing a very good job of reaching our districts as far as helping them understand those multi-year projections. We specifically have created the SCFF resource estimator tool. And we've had, even more than the desk sessions, which we do walk through that tool, we've met with even more districts just to focus in on that tool. I believe every district is actually using it, and we provide individualized training on it. We've also taken a look at, projections. We do our own multi-year projections. Our apportionments team has run a few different models that range from what if we just assume flat enrollment and flat metrics reported up to like some modest growth. And we kind of take a look at where we think districts might be on that. And we've reached out to at least 5 or 6 of those districts to have a really in-depth session with them to say, hey, this is what we're seeing. Are you seeing something else? Some of them have responded and we're like, oh, we're not worried about it because we think our enrollment's going to be even better than what you're projecting. So we're not worried. Others, we've been able to point out some, areas and come up with a strategy on how we can move forward with those districts. So I think we're in good hands, but we can't stop what we're doing. We have to be very proactive and continue. Actually, at the ACBO conference in May, we're going to be doing also a special workshop deep dive on those multi-year projections. And I like to talk about them and bring them up anytime I can with any group. So.
And then the second part of my question is, and I would be curious to hear those board members who serve as local trustees. The second part of the equation of the budget is the board, which approves these budgets. Can you talk at all, or I see Larry's in the audience, about, our interaction with board members and trustees? Because I think, a lot of people do glaze over at the budget, and it's a skill that you learn as you go. But, what efforts do we have in reaching out to, new trustees or boards to make sure they have the technical tools they need when it comes before them for approval?
So I can't speak to everything that the league does, but I will say that at their annual, their fall conventions, we have presented on fiscal health. So that's not every trustee in the system. It's usually one of those breakout sessions with a small group of interested people, but we've brought that to that session. And I know Lizette has presented to, some of the trustee trainings as well on the fiscal forward portfolio and on using these resource estimated tools. But that's an area that we can definitely beef up, I think, in coordination with the league.
Yeah, because I think, the fact of the matter is that there's a way to look at a budget and to analyze it when it's presented to you. And so I do think that the training we would provide to board members is different than the type of training we would provide for a business office. It's kind of the critical questions that you need to be asking when something is presented. So, I, for one, would really encourage us to beef up that, because I think people don't run for office to not do a good job. It's just they may not have exposure to budgets. And they just need a little bit of training. Because ultimately when these budgets fail, when, fiscal things go sideways, it's the students that suffer. It's the faculty, it's the staff. When somebody goes insolvent, it's terrible. It is a series of terrible decisions that need to be made. And so, one of our duties, I think, is to make sure that districts aren't put in that position, because it's a really terrible position. With really no good choices to be made, but choices that have to be made nonetheless. With that, colleagues, any other questions? Board Member Epstein?
Yeah, I have a couple of unrelated questions. The 47% pension, reserve, is that a good, bad, in the middle? I mean, or is it something we should be concerned about, or is it okay?
I think we're doing pretty good statewide. So what you're talking about is the percentage of funded OPEB,
right,
the other post-employment benefits liability. And it's funded separately from the pensions. So it's its own separate thing. Each district is responsible for whether they even offer an OPEB benefit and then how they fund it. And so the best practice is to establish an irrevocable trust and fully fund that up to 100%. And then every year it's going to fluctuate a little bit on market conditions on how much that might be funded. But the ultimate goal is to be 100% funded. So you're confident you can take care of your retirees when they do retire. So we monitor that every year. That comes to us through the audit reports, and it ranges. We've got some districts that are super low on that, maybe 3%, all the way up to well over 100. And sometimes even like a low, they've started a fund, right? So I'm happy they have an irrevocable trust. Some of them decide to pay as you go because they have such a tiny liability. It may not be that big of a concern for them, but we do like to see it increasing overall over time. And so it does reflect an increase from prior years.
Do we have any specific standards around that, or is it just?
It's no specific standards as far as like in regulation, but we have recommendations from our fiscal forward team.
The other question I have is about Community College of San Francisco. For those of us who have been on the board a while, we've seen them pop their head up here in these presentations off and on over the years. And I saw that they declined any assistance from us. Are you able to comment on whether we should be more aggressive around that, or if we have complete confidence in their board of trustees' ability to address this issue?
So that's a little above my pay grade. I'll tell you that how our proactive technical assistance support works is we start with my team, calls from me, and it can get elevated. We tend to want a board and their leadership to really want us to come in and do more. So how that decision is made on what they want us to do, we'll have to kind of see how it plays out, I think, in the coming months.
For what it's worth, I've tried to follow them fairly closely there. I'm in the Bay Area, but I think keeping an eye on them is not a bad idea.
Adrian, I will go down the line here.
In the trainings that are being offered, yeah. And the trainings that are being offered, how are we going to assist people with the multi-year projections with this change in the funding formula? Because I think even people that are really experienced are still projecting using the old funding formula.
So I think what you're talking about is the new funding floor that's going to be in place in 25-26. And those are our SCFF resource estimator tool incorporates that automatically. So, when the CBO or CEO goes in there, you can simply upload your projections and your estimates of where your metrics are going to be. And it's going to just generate your multi-year projections for you. And that is incorporated. And that's exactly the analysis that we've been doing, is kind of looking at a few out years to see how our district's going to fare with that funding floor, which is a wonderful guarantee, especially in our current revenue situation, that we've got a guaranteed amount of funding where no district is going to drop below regardless of what they're doing. I think that's a really amazing guarantee that the state is committing to.
I think I'm going to formulate this question correctly, but you kind of spoke about accreditation and how important it is. And I'm wondering, like, the impact of students if a college was to lose accreditation, those who are going to graduate that term, or how would that impact students who are currently at those institutions?
So that's a good question. And I might want to call on a friend, Chancellor Christian, who was very involved with ACCJC for a time.
Yeah, I mean, City College of San Francisco is accredited right now. What they have is a warning. So students will continue to receive their financial aid. So that's the issue, is really the financial aid. The next time ACCJC is going to consider the case of the City College would be 18 months from now. So there is an opportunity still. And there is one more level of a sanction before there's a threat of accreditation being removed. So I think there is an on-ramp at this point for us to work together to make sure that the accreditation standards are met. To the question that you're asking, whether down the line, any student, could they be impacted if they're in a college that could potentially lose? And the answer is yes. And typically what ACCJC requires is for the college to have a plan so that they develop agreements with partner organizations, other community colleges, so that they can complete out their program of study. Yep. Thank you for that question.
Vice Chancellor Lynch, thank you for your report. I do want to circle back to the 50% rule, because you did mention that there are 3 districts that are not following currently the rule, and that 3 of them are community funded. You mentioned that one mechanism that we have to provide enforcement would be to withhold apportionment, and obviously it seems like that may not necessarily be the case if they don't need the funds. So do we have any other, I'm curious, do we have any other enforcement mechanism to ensure that the 50% rule is followed, or how do we go about making sure that that is followed?
So there aren't additional penalties or anything in statute or regulation other than withholding the apportionment. But what we do have is our monitoring or continued asking them for their plan. We can continue to monitor them and take a look at what they're doing and ask them that they improve. So it's the report. It's kind of a reporting back to us that we stick on top of.
Thank you for your presentation. So we have a couple of observations, and you'll need to correct me if I've made a mistake. So first, within the first part of the presentation, the fiscal highlights, there's a number of 2 months in order to be. So what is that based on? Is it based on a 5% or 3%? What's the 2 months that, and it sounds so low. And I know for my board, we're now up to 10% reserve. We've got 4 colleges. It's a big district. And when we ask the question, and the answer is yes, we have 10%. The other question we follow up with, is there any other discretionary money that we can pull from if we have a downturn in the economy? And so there's a real sensitivity, because we went through the big recession, that we got to the precipice of having to lay off. We were one of the few districts that did not lay off full-time faculty. And so, and that's one of my greatest fears relative to the budgets and making certain that they're sound. So you have a view of what's happening out there in the system. How many of our colleges or our districts are prepared for that relative to a 5% or whatever relative to a downturn? Or is that something that we need to be looking at? Well, we may be cognizant of it as a board.
Right. So we monitor that carefully. So the 2 months, the recommendation is 2 months of total operating expenditures. And each district, they have the authority to develop their own methodology to really define exactly what's in and out of that, and what's going to be a component of those 2 months. And as you say, it's only 8 weeks before you would have to issue layoffs. So the reason we've designed this is really to protect districts from having to lay off people for a small downturn. We saw with the pandemic and all the kind of revenue chaos and deferrals that happened in 2020 and 21, those districts that had a better reserve level, a more adequate reserve level, really fared better and didn't have to make those types of hard decisions. So that's what we take a look at. It's reported to us through the 311. So when we measure it, and this does not have to be the way how each district does it exactly, but we take a look at, we compare the unrestricted general fund expenditures and then the ending reserve balance and what that ending unrestricted general fund reserve balance is as a percentage of the prior year's unrestricted general fund expenditures. We do this, and then we take the same look at the total general fund, just kind of, compare both of them. Right now, because we've had a lot of influx of federal funds and additional state funds related to pandemic recovery, our districts are all meeting our 2-month reserve recommendation. So I cross my fingers. I think we're, as a system, we're pretty well prepared to head into this little bit of uncertain time where we don't know exactly what, it remains to be seen what our statewide revenue crisis is going to mean for community colleges as the budget plays out.
Chair, I have a couple of other questions, if I may. Thank you. And this is where you may need to correct me. The student-centered funding formula, there is the floor. Okay. For those colleges and those districts that have really tried to meet the requirements of what's embedded within that formula, and have met them relative to really trying to increase access and graduation rates, transfer rates, all of those things that are embedded within that. I'll just be very honest, there's a little bit of an anxiety and be able to try to keep our faculty as well. But there are districts, and like I said, this is worth a conversation. There are districts in which it seems to me that they will have to downsize. If that's not correct, then please, but they do have staff and faculty that they just don't have the population of students, even if they were to increase over the next few years. And so I just want you to elaborate, at least clarifying that when we talk about some of those districts, that they will have to have a come to Jesus meeting relative to what they will need to do in order to make certain that they're meeting their student needs, and some really creative things that maybe need to happen relative to some of the smaller colleges. Can you speak to that a little bit?
I mean, sure, because, that kind of, come to Jesus moment it's related to your population and your community and our population in general. It's not because of the student-centered funding formula. It's, sort of outside of the funding formula. And what the formula is really doing is protecting that, if you say they might need to downsize, it protects it so you don't have to fall off a cliff. There's a floor that's going to catch you, right? But it's true that, enrollment and demographic trends, population trends change throughout our state. And so the community that a district may have served 10 years ago, may look very different today. That's something that's, it's part of our strategic enrollment management, that we have professional development around, just to really be looking at those trends, be predicting out into the future to what your district is going to look like, and be able to plan accordingly.
And my next kind of question, if I can frame it that way, City College of San Francisco. I've been retired for 11 years, and when I worked in the legislature, the issue was City College of San Francisco. Before I ever got on this board, I came to a Board of Governors meeting when Bryce Harris was the chancellor. He was the former chancellor of Los Rios, and at his invitation, it happened to be on the day that City College of San Francisco showed up. And I have to tell you, I absolutely believe that they needed to be here, but there was a rant relative to how the college had been mistreated. And there is political power in San Francisco. And my question will ultimately be, what is the timing for consequential issues around those who are not even willing to come to the table, recognizing, because for me, they're not even considering all of those students that are on their campuses. So maybe you can't answer that. Maybe I've just ranted relative to a very recalcitrant, and this is for public setting, and they can come after me anytime they want to. But it is problematic, and we've given them this long runway, in my estimation, at the detriment of being a forerunner to those who aren't in the position of being in San Francisco, but having to do what they're supposed to do. That's
Yeah.
my comment here.
Well, I'll just say the table is still set and we've got 18 months,
Okay.
before they need to respond to ACCJC. So that table will be available and set and we'll welcome them to the table at any point in time.
Reassuring.
Thank you, Pam, for keeping the flame glowing. I can't help myself but pile on. They've lost, let's be real. They've lost like
So many
somebody to a third or a half of their students.
Still at the full.
They've fired 3 or 4 chancellors in the last 5 years. They, a bunch of the board members who were trying to be responsible were ousted, and it's a very problematic situation. And I think I'm happy to go on the record.
Okay, I have one more question.
Adding that.
Question, if I may. And it has to do with the 50% rule. So 50% for faculty curriculum on that side, and 50% for almost everything else. And the growth of everything else, especially around student support and student services, is big. It is one of the reasons why students are coming to us, because they're coming to us as they are. And so this probably is a political question for you, so I won't even ask it to you. I'll just sort of say it out loud. Do we not need to be relooking at how we're funding our colleges, because the mandate is different now? And I recognize that this may be a third rail. And again, somebody's got to say it, so I'm saying it. That side of the ledger, 88% of the budget is for the services that are rendered. And I think there needs to be a reshuffling of how those resources are done. And that may be coming forward with some suggestions with our academic senate, with our partners, about how do we provide the best possible educational experience for our students. And if we know who they are, then we do need to make some changes. And that closes my.
I second that emotion.
Next, we have board member Medina, and then I'm going to throw it to the chancellor for the final word before we go to public.
Speaking in the best interest for the students, at the City College of San Francisco, even though there's an 18 months, obviously, in which ACCJC will actually give CCSF to, sorry to say this, I guess, I get their act together, obviously, make sure moving forward, they obviously do a better situation with the fiscal matters. But practically speaking, in other situations in which a special trustee gets appointed at certain colleges, and full disclosure, I'm a former student trustee at Compton College. But what would be that process for in the best interest of CCSF? Would that be possible for that campus?
Well, staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've dealt with it on the K-12 side. And I mean, basically what happens is if they're deemed insolvent, it comes back to us and we have to select that special administrator to go in. There are different levels of that. I mean, in the beginning, it's really that one person who is in control. And the board takes on an advisory, not this board, but the local board takes on an advisory role. And, traditionally there's a multi-year plan basically to get them into financial solvency. And it's only at that point, you probably remember this with Compton, then it switches over to a more traditional governance system.
I might be the only one that was here when this all happened, but we actually put in a trustee and took power away from their entire elected board, and got the college back on a reasonably sound fiscal footing before it was turned back over to the local elected officials. So that was a pretty radical move that was successful, and now it's being undermined again.
Just one final comment on San Francisco. I was at a wine shop in Sonoma, and a lady found out that I was on the board of governors, and then she just went at me about San Francisco City College. And so if you talk about a brand or reputational issue, it's really out there in their community. And I think and they look at us as being the people that are supposed to fix it, or we have some control over it. So it's amazing to me because the public doesn't understand local leadership. They think you got this board of governors, and so they can come in and fix all that. And so I was trying to explain to her, it really is a locally, we don't go in like with guns up blazing and those kinds of things. But I do think at some point the people are going to come home to roost, and we're probably going to wind up having to deal with it one way or the other. And so it's a long runway, but 18 months is not very long. And I would agree with what the students have said. The students are the ones that will suffer if this doesn't go well. And we do have, I think, to pay attention to that.
And I would just add, and the faculty and the staff, everybody on the campus really, it's not to anyone's benefit when this happens. Remember, Perry?
Sorry, I know it's late and I'm risking your ire. I do want to follow up. I was thinking the same thing as Member Haynes, that we have reframed the way we look at our students. We look at them holistically, and theory is great, but money talks. So I think relooking at the formula and allocating more to the services and things that we have stated that we believe in order for our student to achieve their education is something we should be taking a pretty good look at.
Thanks. I'm going to give the final award to our chancellor, and then I'll turn it over to public comment.
I didn't realize I'm going to have so many notes on this agenda item, but I had a more focused comment. So when the accreditation, I'll start with the accreditation piece and then back into our president's comment about trustees and engaging with trustees on fiscal matters. So on the accreditation front, once ACCJC came out with its letter publicly notifying which colleges were accredited, which ones were, one on warning. So immediately I sent a letter to the chancellor of City College of San Francisco, David Martin. And in that formal letter, which is a public letter, did list the how we can support. And in fact, had a good conversation with Dr. Galicio as well, because I do think based on the recommendations of ACCJC that the leadership role that the league plays, particularly the California Community College Trustees Association, that provides amazing professional development, that there is an opportunity to tap into those resources. So that has happened. That public letter was followed up with a conversation that Deputy Chancellor Daisy Gonzalez with our Vice Chancellor Rena Finch had with the president and their CBO. And then that information was passed on to the Board of Trustees. Period. Next topic. With the student-centered funding formula and the floor that is going to come into effect going into 2025-26, I've been personally involved with Rena. And by the way, we have got an incredible vice chancellor here because I saw her in action with her team and went into the Excel spreadsheets to see how our team does the projections so that we would make sure that every district was going to be in a good shape. And if not, how could we provide support, not just from a fiscal lens, but starting with the fiscal lens, we brought in the academic and student affairs side as well to look at, okay, what is your dual enrollment opportunity that you have not tapped into? What is the Rising Scholars opportunity that you can tap into? What is the population of veterans, foster youth? Where is your Pell Grant opportunity? Because in the supplemental part of the student-centered funding formula, where can you go deeper? So it was very much with a finer point of having the entire chancellor's office meeting with the CEO, the president or chancellor of the college and district. So we were not waiting to be invited at that point. We actually reached out to the CEO or to the CFO and say, hey, can we have a conversation? Let's see, what are you projecting? What we have not necessarily done is with the trustees. So I think President Costa's point is a good one. I'm so happy that Dr. Galicio is here I'm sure we can, partner and see how the CCCT could take on, maybe a heightened level of professional development, which is more focused in addition to the amazing professional development that the league does, to be able to support in fiscal matters and in strategic enrollment management. So I made a note, President Costa, to maybe follow up and see what we can do. And I suspect that we will reach out to you and your expertise together, you as in Amy Costa's expertise, to partner up and help us figure out what we might be able to do in that space. Thank you.
Thanks. When I was chief deputy, I spoke with the Chief Business Officers Association. I just have to say those are my people. With that, is there any public comment on this item?
Item 6.6 is now open. If you are calling in, press *9. You'll have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you. We have 2 public comments on this item. First, we have Larry Galizio, and second, we have Eric Kelly-Maggie.
Please both come up just in the interest of time. Thank you so much.
Oh, as long as he doesn't cough on
me.
I think it's baby.
I have to admit.
All right. You stay over there. All right.
I have to admit, I don't recognize Eric without a black suit, shirt and tie on. I mean, I'm just so.
Memo from Dr. But clearly I didn't. President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, Larry Galizio from the league. And first, I want to welcome the new board members and say congratulations. And, Member Gomez Heitzberg, along with Member Haynes, have been leaders among the trustees on DEIA and a variety of other issues. So I want to make sure that's recognized. Going back to what was talked about before, when the discourse in this room was a lot more fun. Now here we are with this. I also want to thank Aisha Lowe for her really quality public service, her professional excellence, diplomatic skills, and working on the baccalaureate degree. And really pleased that she's going to continue to work for California community colleges. So thank you for all you've done. And I have no more time. Pardon me, I'm losing my voice. I think it was appropriately juxtaposed to the AI presentation that we just had, that here we are talking about this 63-year-old law when we could come up with all kinds of examples of how things were so radically different. And we're looking at this present and future that are so different. And yet we have this law meant for K-12, created prior to this board. It was not the individuals here. This was before the Board of Governors when we were under K-14, and they threw us in with K-12. It really hinders student success. And the values and the goals of Vision 2030, the governor's roadmap, are all prevented by the 50% law from making data-informed decisions about local conditions. Now, you're going to hear about administrative bloat, but what you're not going to hear is how they define administrative bloat. You have a Veterans Resource Center, you need some kind of administrative position. You have a basic needs center, you need some kind of administrative position. So I would say, who would get hurt if you want to penalize a district is the students. So we need to modernize the law. We'd love to work with the faculty and others. And I would urge this board to say, you know what, why don't we do what K-12 does? And exemptions are given to districts because they recognize that it's kind of silly. And as we go into multi-year deficits, what we're going to see is more and more districts are not going to be able to meet this mechanistic 63-year-old law.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chancellor Christian, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, and members of the Board of Governors. As you may observe, my family's mourning period is over. I was getting a little tired of black myself. Districts need reserves. Unexpected situations occur. Electricity bills might exceed expectations. Two school vans might crash into each other. Enrollment might be less than expected. However, unchecked, what we observe historically is that reserves grow without reason, diverting tax dollars into accounts and in so doing depriving our current students of the benefits of those dollars. During the Great Recession of 2008, 2009, many colleges implemented measures like hiring freezes, reduced recruiting efforts. They suspended deferred maintenance, but almost none of them actually touched their reserve. Statewide, during the worst fiscal environment since the Great Depression, reserves grew. I encourage the board to revert the Chancellor's Office fiscal standards to where they were just a few years ago, and to consider recommending a maximum value to reserves, not just a minimum. To give a couple examples of the problems with the current standards, revenue shrinking is one of the things that can trigger a Chancellor's Office interest. In a perfect world, some years reserves would shrink, other years reserves would grow. But we seem to have this concept that reserves must grow every year. And secondly, the GFCO goal of 17% is not intended for us. Ignoring the fact that it's composed of chief fiscal officers who are conservative folks, they wrote that for general purpose institutions, counties and cities, not school districts, and not in California, where we have things like Proposition 98. I really hope we go to 3-minute public comment in the future, but I will note just one last thing. Please look at your own data on management growth. It's been substantial. I've been around long enough to remember back in the days where a lot of programs were run basically by a classified person with some administrative oversight. Now it seems like every single program has its own manager, and that is diverting dollars from the classroom.
Is there any virtual comment on this item?
Yes, President Costa, there are several hands raised. Let's start with Abigail Bornstein. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. I'm Abigail Bornstein, full-time instructor at City College of San Francisco. I am here to make you aware that many of the employees are deeply concerned about the financial health of this institution. Although many of us have spoken at numerous board meetings regarding our finances, several on the board ignore the numerous warnings and charge ahead with resolutions and other directives without connecting their actions with revenue. In fact, they go around participatory governance as well as the chancellor to push resolutions with no revenue source attached to that action they insist occur. Each non-revenue-based resolution is then lauded by some of the trustees on their social media platforms, and they step forward for quotes for the press. CCSF is being used for future political endeavors of our trustees, which is resulting in a lack of long-term fiscal stability, which is ultimately detrimental for our students. We are in the process of repeating recent history. We have increased our contractual obligations, we are expanding the number of employees, and we are blowing through a very small cash reserve when we haven't even begun to hit the truly challenging years. On top of the financial destabilization, the current board has not so subtly pushed out our senior executives. Our chancellor, who was hired for his financial expertise, as well as all or most of our vice chancellor positions, will be vacant come July 1st.
30 seconds.
We have real structural problems, including employee groups with top wages in the state, while full-time faculty, which teach roughly 70% of all classes and sit on over 20 committees, including curriculum, is the only employee group with non-competitive pay. Until we address our structure and stop with all the political shenanigans, we will continue down the road of senior management churn and financial instability. Thank you.
Next, we have Wendy Brill Winecoop. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, everybody. Again, Wendy Brill Winecoop, president of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. I wanted to of protecting the 50% law and ensuring that the Chancellor's office holds districts accountable to meeting this critical requirement. The 50% law has been a cornerstone of the community college system for over 60 years, mandating that at least half of each district's general fund expenses go to our primary goal of instruction. It is essential for ensuring our colleges fulfill their core academic mission and maintain educational quality for our students and high-level faculty-student engagement through lower class sizes. Many of our categorical funds are earmarked to pay for the services our students need to be successful, in addition to instruction. This year, 4 districts, El Camino, Marin, Napa Valley, and San Mateo, failed to meet the 50% threshold. More concerning is that 3 of these, Marin, Napa, and San Mateo, are basic aid districts with significant local property tax revenue, yet have failed to meet the 50% law for multiple consecutive years based on the 5-year trend data. BAC is calling on the Board of Governors to take regulatory action as authorized under Education Code Section 84362H. This statute empowers the board to adopt necessary rules and regulations to enforce the 50% law and carry out the law's intent. Based on the comments I've heard here today, we're going to have to agree to disagree. However, I do thank you for your time and your commitment. And again, I'm to ask the board to strengthen the 50% law, protecting our instructional spending in our community colleges. Our students deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Rose. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you very much. I just want to thank the board for having this report read to the public. I'm a member of the public, but I'm also an unemployed adjunct professor, and it explains a lot for me. It was very helpful. Those 2 districts that have been mentioned, San Mateo County Community College District and for CCSF, these are some of the colleges that I've had the most difficult and problematic back and forth with. And this really explains it. I also want to just say, put in another word, to uphold the 50% law. We need some sort of limit. We need that strict guideline. And I'm seeing the result of it being just demolished and all kinds of workarounds being used to take the money away from instruction and put into unnecessary stuff. So thank you. And that's it for me.
Our next speaker is Rhonda Wabe. You have control of your mic and can address the board. I'm sorry, try that one more time.
Good afternoon, Chancellor Christian, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, and members of the board. I am Renda Wabi, Vice President of the Community College Association and English faculty at Cypress College in North Orange County Community College District. So I am fortunate to get to continue to see member Jolina Grande on campus. While districts do need reserves for unexpected situations, clearly some districts are in financial trouble. Chancellor's office oversight is needed, especially in regards to the 50% law. The 50% law is a fundamental pillar of our system that in effect enforces stable class size and professional level faculty salaries while providing considerable flexibility in how this takes place. I urge the Board of Governors to enforce the 50% law, even in basic aid districts, and to support faculty efforts to keep resources in the classroom, which directly supports our students. Thank you.
And last, I apologize if I mispronounce this. We have Dana J. Lebrec. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you very much. And that is the correct pronunciation. I appreciate that. Thank you for hearing us today. I am a full-time faculty member of the broadcasting department at City College of San Francisco. I've been teaching since 2001. And I'm a former Academic Senate Vice President and Secretary and Curriculum Co-Chair. And I want to point out to all of you, especially those of you who have seen us previously as the topic of consideration several years ago, that you'll note that the 3 points of accreditation that have been that have put us on warning are all related to our current board. Chancellor David Martin is the right person right now to be in our position as chancellor at the college. This board desperately needs a fiscal forward desk session. They desperately need assistance. And the point of self-selective assistance is what I find most intriguing, because stunningly, the accreditation has not even been on the past two board agendas since the warning was presented to us. David Martin is the only person I believe that can attain and maintain fiscal solvency for us. And it came through draconian measures that we got to the place where we actually passed through several audits recently, I believe the first time in decades. And he brought us to this place, but it was a difficult time for many to understand. And they're now pushing him out, many of the people among this particular board. Alas, I hope that there's some way that this board understands that they need to reach out to you because they need help. And I'm hoping that we can keep Chancellor Martin in position. Thank you very much.
President Costa, there are no other hands raised.
Great. It's 4:48, and because she chose to leave us, we left the last agenda item for Dr. Lowe. We're going to stay with us all day. No, I'm just kidding. Up next, she's going to be providing us an update on the baccalaureate degree program implementation.
Thank you very much, President Costa. It is my honor to give my last update to the Board of Governors. And given that we are almost at time, we somehow caught up. So bravo to everyone. I will keep it very short. So wanting to update the Board of Governors on the status of our community college baccalaureate degree implementation. We will start with highlights and good news. We recently had additional baccalaureate degrees that were approved from cycle 3. So we have a set of new programs. I will not read the whole list to you that have been approved. So we continue to grow our baccalaureate degree programs. I believe we are now at the count of 34 programs across our system and growing. Cycle 4 is also underway. Those applications came in this past January, and those are going through our internal review process now. As you all know, we, however, still have some programs that are working their way through the intersegmental program duplication objections process from both cycle 2 and cycle 3. 5 colleges from cycle 2, 6 colleges from cycle 3. But continuing with good news, we have been working diligently in regular consultation with CSU leadership to establish an agreed upon process that we will engage in for these reviews toward the goal of getting to a streamlined process that will move much more quickly than we have for the previous cycles. So just a few things I want to highlight in terms of what has come out of those conversations. We have now established 3 different types of review to help expedite the process. We have a list of expedited programs. These are clear career technical education or applied degrees that have been previously approved, where our CSU counterparts have already determined that those are not degrees in their wheelhouse. So when our colleges submit for one of those degrees that is on that expedited list, they will not be subject to any duplication objections. Another avenue for streamlining, another version of review is now called streamline review. These don't fall into that clear applied degree criteria, but there are programs that were previously approved where as long as the curriculum is the same, as the previously approved program, those will be streamlined. That will mean that CSU Chancellor's Office leadership, along with their academic senate, will simply check to make sure that the curriculum is the same, and then those can move forward quickly and also not be subject to duplication objections, which means that that should narrow down the areas where we have duplication objections to new programs that have never been considered or approved before. So that is a positive development.
Another positive development is that when programs move forward to review by our CSU campuses, we have added in this component of a curricular revise and resubmit, where our CSU colleagues across their campuses will actually take time to think about how might this curriculum be adjusted, that it would alleviate our duplication concerns and provide us that feedback and information when they submit their duplication objections as another tool to help move things forward. So that's another positive adjustment. And where objections persist, CSU campuses are also providing feedback on where they would agree to collaborate, right? So let's say there's a program, it's not expedited, it's not streamlined. There are strong views around duplication objections. There's an agreement on the part of our CSU colleagues to carefully consider how they might collaborate then with the community college to ensure that students' needs don't go unmet in this process. And then lastly, I will highlight our chancellor's office, along with the CSU chancellor's office, are duly hiring a neutral third party to conduct a comparative content analysis of programs. We have definitely seen throughout this process that on the part of both sets of faculty, when faculty are leading a curricular area within their college, when our colleges are designing a program, naturally they feel passionately about it. And naturally, when they're looking at their various programs, right, they have different opinions as to whether or not a program is duplicative. It became clear to us that we needed a neutral party to step in to sort of objectively analyze those two sets of curriculum and to give us their recommendation as to whether or not they see evidence of duplication, so that we have, in a sense, a piece of evidence to bring forward to move the conversation forward and bring things to completion. So that is underway as well. It is our hope and intention that with all of that in place, we will get to the point where we will have fewer duplication objections, and that where we do have them, we'll now have some additional tools to help bring them to conclusion and to do that much more quickly than we have previously. So with that, I will take any questions or comments.
Colleagues, any questions or comments on this item? What a note to go out on.
I'm just so appreciative of the work that you've done in collaboration. Wow. The work you've done in collaboration with the CSUs.
On the part of our campuses, we have been reaching out to and meeting with those Cycle 2 and Cycle 3 campuses, making sure that they know they are top of mind for us. We are moving things forward. But that neutral third party is going to be essential because, as I was mentioning, we can get into a stalemate, right? We see duplication, another entity does not. How do we break that stalemate and move forward? So we believe that neutral third party is going to be essential to that process. We have also engaged our academic senates. So as our chancellor's office and the CSU chancellor's office were working through what might this process look like, we also engaged our faculty leadership so that they could come to agreement. So they took a look at what we were proposing. They agreed with most of it. They added to it so that we have something that we can now move forward in a unified fashion. So I think another element of what will help us to get out of purgatory is those faculty to faculty conversations and relationships and the engagement of our academic senates. And then lastly, I'll say one of the things that we've agreed to with our CSU colleagues as we're now moving into this new process that we've co-developed is let's actually encourage our campuses to coordinate earlier in the process. So one of the things that we are going to play around with implementing for Cycle 5, well, actually probably Cycle 6 because we need some time, is starting to institute sort of an annual intent to apply, right? So a year or two before you're even ready for application, you could signal that you're intending to potentially apply we can front load that duplication objections consideration with CSU ahead of time. So our colleges will have a heads up about where there might be concern for duplication. And what we want to do then is encourage those campuses, our campuses and those CSU campuses, will then talk to each other now, right? Coordinate now, determine now what is the pathway forward for that community college to be successful with that program. Also determine if there's opportunities for collaboration, but let's get ahead of that conversation before our campuses have invested significant time in developing a full application.
Good work.
Thank you.
And I just have to say, so often in life, it's not the work you do, but how you do it. And you were a consummate professional in a process that was difficult. And so thank you on behalf of the entire system for not only getting us through this, but putting in place a process to make those future cycles a little easier. So thank you very much, Dr. Lowe.
Can you renegotiate with Los Rios and come back to us?
It has been my honor to serve you all, and I look forward to continuing to serve the system. And you'll probably see me at some other point making public comment and such things. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'd like to open up this item for public comment.
Public comment period on item 6.7 is now open. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you. We have just one public comment from Cheryl Aschenbach.
Good evening, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, members of the public. I just want to express appreciation for the work that Dr. Lowe and her staff have done in support of advancing baccalaureate degrees. It has not been easy, and you've already alluded to that, President Costa. Aaron is sitting in the back. I know Leslie is a key member of that team, and they have been, with Aisha's leadership, problem solvers, because so much of this has been, we know what we need to accomplish, how can we get there? And I appreciate that the intent has always been to get where we need to get for our students, as well as to do that in collaborative and constructive ways. And so reaching out to the Academic Senate last summer to say, hey, can CSU, UC, and CSU have some conversations amongst faculty leaders about the process and duplication and what defines duplication? We took that seriously. And so 3 leaders from each of the segments, and I chaired that subcommittee. We had some really good conversations and helped each other better understand the perspectives of what this meant to them and their systems. And yeah, so much of it is political, but when it comes down to it, there's an interest, a shared interest in serving our students with baccalaureate degrees, because we know what it means for their students. But to be asked by our chancellor's office to engage my colleagues in that, our colleagues to take it seriously, and then to know that the recommendations we brought to ICAS and ICAS forwarded to the chancellor's offices, plural, all 3 system offices, president's office, UCOP, were in fact incorporated into some of the improvements, we'll say, that Dr. Lowe just explained to you. And so we continue to be committed to this effort and appreciate the ongoing partnership. And if I can, in my last 19 seconds, give a plug. I haven't had a chance to publicly say thank you to Dr. Lowe. And again, I'll use the word problem solver. She has been a problem solver since we first worked together, as she arrived mid-March, right after everything closed down for the pandemic, trying to figure out what it meant to lead. And that, at that point for me, the California Community Colleges Curriculum Committee, in a way that supported our faculty and our students while we did things suddenly in a way we weren't all planning to do. So since then, she's been a fantastic collaborator. We don't always have to agree, but we get to learn from each other when we don't and come out better and stronger and more knowledgeable and better able to serve our communities when we're done. So Dr. Lowe, we'll miss working alongside you.
President Costa, we have one hand raised.
All right. Thank you.
Lisa Rose, you have control of your mic and address the board.
Yeah, thank you. That was a great report, very helpful to me. Again, Lisa Rose, unemployed adjunct professor. One question I would like to hear answered at some point is the state of California has a credential called the Career Technology Education Credential, requires 5 years of demonstrated work in one's industry. It's in designated subject matter areas. You have to then go on for 2 years of education pedagogy training, and then another 3 years of practice teaching. I don't quite understand how somebody could be hired to teach in our California community colleges something that they would not be qualified to teach in the area of career technology education. They would not be qualified to teach that in the high schools, K through 12, because they didn't have that credential, nor would they be qualified to teach it at Cal State, where you need a master's degree to teach it. I don't understand how it is that the California Community Colleges is currently, I know several, permitting faculty to come teach in this area without even those credentials, if those classes they're teaching are supposed to be accredited and accepted for credit by Cal State. I don't get that. I mean, why would you hire somebody that doesn't have that CTE credential as well as the required masters and whatever? I don't get that. Love for somebody to address that. Thank you. That's it.
Next up, it's 5:02. We have 2 items remaining. Item 6.7 is board member reports and recognitions.
I have 4 things in there, and I talk fast, so I'll go fast. The first one is I had the opportunity to attend the University of California Black Administrators Council Conference at UCSD in February. EVC Logos to present, but was unable due to the storm in California that prevented her from doing that. But I did have a conversation with Vice President and Vice Provost for undergraduate and graduate students and the Chief Diversity Officer for University of California. And he's very complimentary of their work with Aisha and the Chancellor's office. So I just wanted to pass that on. And that was very, very, she said you're going to be college president. So she's knew you were leaving, but now you're leaving. Second is I attended the CHEBNA conference, the California Higher Education Basic Needs Alliance. And I want to give a shout out to Rebecca O'Shaughnessy for her opening remarks representing the community college segment. It was a passionate and inspiring talk about the things that we do. And I thought it was a really great conference. So I'm pleased for the time to do that. A couple of weeks ago, I attended the International Student Affairs Conference in Seattle called NASPA, National Association of Student Personnel Administrators. There were over 6,000 attendees, and one of our presidents, Dr. Angelica Suarez from Orange Coast College, was awarded the President's Award. I was able to introduce myself to her and took a selfie, so I was happy about that. I want to know that President Suarez is the first community college president to be honored with this prestigious award. So I just wanted to point that out. And last but not least, Mary Salas and I were confirmed by the California Senate in January. I want to thank David O'Brien and Benchito for shepherding us through that process. We had our hearing on the 24th of January, and we got the final okay on the 30th. So I don't know if it moves that fast normally, but it was. I was glad to have that behind me. I had overstudied.
2 items. One, I just want to recognize my co-conspirators, Nan and Sonia, our chancellor. We were all 3 at Long Beach for the ACCT GLI. 8 states were there represented. We spoke on board and CEO relationships. I thought we did a magnificent job. It was really great being with you too. And then the last thing is, I just want to say thank you to the League's Women's Caucus for their recognition of me. I was both humbled and honored for that, to be a recipient. So again, to all of my women co-conspirators and partners in crime, thank you so much.
So to any events I have been attending, but I'm not going to go over them. It's going to be unclear forever. But thank you, Chancellor Christian, for allowing us the opportunity to actually go with you and just participate and connect with the students. I mean, that really makes my work so meaningful, so important. It really means everything for me. I will highlight something that really was mind-blowing for me. Something amazing was a trip over to McFarland High School, taking out the dual enrollment program. Myself and BOG member Bill Rawlings, a special group of students over there. Thank you to the Kern Community College District, obviously, for the great partnership with McFarland. Thank you for that reception they had for us, visiting BOG members and members from the Chancellor's office. And thank you for the trip that was planned over at Kern Valley State Prison, because quite frankly, watching the anti-recidivism programs over at through the Bakersfield College and Kern Community College District and Kern Valley State Prison just was really important to see. And then lastly, and congratulations and welcome again to BOG member Nan Gomez Hertzberg and BOG member Via Vicencio. Look forward to working with both of you. You're amazing.
Well, President Costa, VP Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, my fellow board members, I'm tired. On a much serious note, it's been quite an experience spending this day with you and getting my feet wet, and I'm sure BOG member Gomez Heisenberg as well. I'm really honored to have this opportunity to serve with all of you. And first and foremost, I want to convey, just if I may, talk a little bit about why I'm here and why I want to serve and why this system is so important in my life, is because I believe in its mission, which we all know is rooted in accessibility to ensure that all Californians really receive a high quality post-secondary education. I truly believe in that. I'm blessed to be a faculty member, which I believe is the best job in the world. I take joy in helping my students unlock and reach their potential and really seeing them succeed. And so what I'm going to bring to the board, and I'll try to be brief here, I'm a first-generation immigrant who grew up in humble circumstances like many of our students. My family immigrated here from the Philippines to the United States. My father was petitioned by a US-based Filipino food company, and my mother and grandmother worked in the fast food industry to make ends meet. And so I sit before you now as a product of their guidance and honor them as I really stand upon their shoulders. Because of caring teachers, professors, and mentors, I am here today as a faculty member with over 18 years of teaching experience, both as an adjunct professor for the Los Rios Community College District, who gave me my first opportunity, and now as a full-time tenured professor and co-chair of the Department of Political Science at San Joaquin Delta College in Stockton, one of the most diverse cities in America, located in the heart of the Central Valley. I've taught approximately 18,000 students who come from all walks of life, many of whom I continue to mentor and serve today, including some of you folks may know, Colin Fitzgerald, who served admirably on this board, Catherine Squire, former vice president of the Student Senate for California Community Colleges, who recently concluded her fellowship as a Senate fellow, and even Anna Matthews, who currently serves as the advocacy manager for the Faculty Association for California Community Colleges. These are my former students, products of San Joaquin Delta College, who have now devoted their careers in improving our system. Indeed, they are exemplars that embody the definition of student success. I'll also bring my decade-long service as a former commissioner for the California Commission on Asian and Pacific Islander American Affairs. During my tenure as chair of the commission, I helped pass data disaggregation and human trafficking prevention legislation for the Lenape community, and even helped advocate for the Filipino World War II veterans, my grandfather being one of them, a Bataan Death March survivor, to receive the Congressional Gold Medal. I also helped to lead the Lenape community through a tumultuous period of xenophobia, as we all know, the rise of anti-Asian hate during the height of COVID. Our commission worked directly with the Asian American Pacific Islander Legislative Caucus to pass the API equity budget that helped victims of hate crimes and hate incidences, which also helped to fund the Stop the Hate grants. And I was also proud and able to steer a portion of that funding to address the needs of first-generation low-income Lenape students who have historically been underserved. I helped lead the creation of the Lenape Student Achievement Program that now appropriates $16 million ongoing funding, $8 million to the California Community Colleges, and $8 million to the California State Universities to support programs that help elevate first-generation low-income Lenape students. This program is now enshrined, so proud to say, in California's Ed Code, and was patterned, of course, after Puente and the Umoja programs. I will also bring my legislative experience, having worked in the state capitol, and my voice to advocate for my fellow faculty, students, and our system. I'm also here to help advance initiatives found in Vision 2030, especially in the areas of DEIA, climate change, and transfer, which I have particular interests in, to ensure our system helps California continue to be an economic leader, the fourth largest economy in the world. But I'm also here to make sure that our colleges serve all of our students holistically, and for us to remember that our community colleges at its heart serves the community. As a faculty member, I will bring my experience as an instructor in the classroom, a faculty leader of my institution, and as a mentor to my students. And I will bring and bear this lived experience and share how these policies that come to this body will affect our students, our respective institutions, and faculty. Indeed, it is my role to elevate their diverse voices in this space to ensure the policies we vote for will elevate and align all of our constituencies in our system while ensuring the success of all of our students. Being student-centered has always been and will always be my guiding North Star in this work. It is in this spirit of democratic leadership and collaboration that I hope to partner with all of you as we strive to work together for the betterment of our system and the success of all of our students. Thank you, President Costa. I look forward to working with all of you. I yield my time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments and of course, welcome to the board and really appreciate you giving us a little bit of background, your story and what you're passionate about. So welcome. Colleagues, any other, yes?
Well, today I saw and heard around this table people who are relentless in their commitment, honest with their thinking and their comments, and maybe even setting the standard for endurance for challenging technology. What I heard from staff and audience is that we have many people who are working every day on behalf of our students. I heard about innovation. I heard about partnerships. I heard about enthusiasm for the work that is ahead. And it is a heavy lift. We all know that. So I'm even more committed after today to roll up my sleeves, to work alongside everyone, to serve those 2+ million current students and 6.8 potential students who count on their local community colleges every day to be there for them. So my pleasure to be here.
Thank you again for your comments and welcome and hope you guys like us because you get a half day with us tomorrow at Calbright. With that.
I went to the Long Beach Higher Education Conference where Chancellor Christian did a fantastic job representing us along with some of the other systems of higher education. I want to give a great notion of thanks to Dr. Lowe, who I think has done an incredible job. I remember there was one meeting where you made virtually every presentation. And I was wondering how you survived, and we're going to miss you. I'm glad you're in the system. And we kind of passed over Darius. I just wanted to give Darius a little shout out. He was an interesting board member, very interesting, and sometimes a lot of fun. And he went out of class last night. So thank you, Darius.
And Jennifer's already promised that now she is going to joke with you in the way she used to joke with Darius. So we're looking forward to that. Okay, if there are no other board member comments, we will move to our general public comment portion. Do we have any public comment?
Public forum is now open. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
We have no remarks.
And we do have one hand raised as well.
Before we go to the virtual, I have Board Member Perry wants to make a comment and then we'll go to the virtual comment. I would ask for the virtual comment to be, it's the open public, never mind. Go ahead, Board Member Perry.
I just want to underscore what everyone said about Dr. Lowe. She helped Vice President Aguinaldo and I for a presentation, and your help was so cogent and perfectly done that even Hildy and you made Hildy and I look brilliant. So thank you. We are going to miss you. And I thought I should say something about Darius as well. I'm not sure he emphasized enough that he came through the community colleges. And I think that's important. And I think his commitment was real. And I think he made a difference and had a unique voice that added a lot to the board, and his strategic and thoughtfulness and his influence, I think, was really helpful to us. So it is a void. I'm sorry to see him go because I could give him a really hard time. But as Amy said, that's all going to fall to Tom now. But Darius, I know Darius, I've known Darius for a long time, and he's a big mother, but he has a heart. And there was a foster youth I was helping, and we were doing something for him for the holidays, and this kid had been through a hell of a time, and he wanted some kind of obscure, hard to obtain baseball card. And I went to Darius, and boom, whoever he called, whatever he did it for the kid, and he got it done. And I think That is the heart of Darius, and that is what he also brought to this board, above and beyond all the other things that he's done. So I thought that deserved recognizing and his service.
Thank you. With that, we'll move to our virtual comments.
Hello, board. Once again, Elisa Rose, currently unemployed adjunct professor. I just wanted to take this opportunity. Thank you very much. This has been very informative the whole day, at least what I caught of it. I just want to re-emphasize on the issue of enrollment being down, finances and all this. When somebody like me takes my education dollars outside of the California community colleges, I just want to reemphasize, it's not because I don't want to take courses there. I would rather bring my education dollars right back to where I, brought them when I started my education. But the faculty currently that I'm finding in my area are very outdated. The curriculum's outdated. They have, a lot of folks have not updated in their own field for years. Somebody who's teaching sculpture for 30 years and has no idea what 3D printing is, has not taken a course in it, stuff like that. That's what causes disengagement and those like myself to go out and easily pay the same amount and get what I need from private educational resources. And Google looks at that and will hire folks like me based on that. So please, you've got to really look at forcing tenured instructors, sorry, but I'm saying it, forcing them to update in their own field or get out. Thank you.
All right, everyone. The hour is 5:17. And with that, the business of the Board of Governors has concluded. 17 minutes, not bad. Just going to say.